Uh, Madam Goto, could you please check your audio and video, please?
Yes, hi.
Hello. We can
Hello.
hear you. Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm gonna close my door.
Sure. May, could you please check your audio and video, please? Dr. May.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can see you. Thank you. So we are on live as well. So I'm starting. YouTube में आएगा तो आए ना देखे नहीं यार So we're starting now. We still have 1 minute, but we want to make use of this time. Good morning and welcome to the session F, day 2 of Indo-Pacific Future Forum. This is a session on strategy, security, and diplomacy in the Indo-Pacific, where we have very distinguished 6 speakers. We have Ambassador Pankaj Saran, former Deputy National Security Advisor of India and convener of NatStat, a think tank based in New Delhi, which is also partnering with this forum. We also have Dr. Tomohiko Taniguchi, who is a special advisor to former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, and a professor at the University of Tasukuba, Japan. We have Professor Jeffrey Pine, who is assistant professor at Near East South Asia, NESA Center for Strategic Studies, US. We have Professor John Blaxland, who is professor of International Security and Intelligence Studies, Strategic and Defense Studies Center, Australian National University, Australia. We have Sihoko Goto, who is Director, Indo-Pacific Program, Wilson Center, US, which is also partner of this event. We have Dr. Pichamon Yo Pang Tong, who is Associate Professor at Australian War College, Australia. So maybe each speaker can take 10, maximum 12 minutes to make the remarks, and then we'll start question and answer session. Maybe I can start with Ambassador Saran. Sir, over to you.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Pramod, for arranging this discussion and for inviting me to this very distinguished panel. It's a great delight to be part of the nice event, and thank you so much. And a very good morning to all the distinguished panelists, and it's a pleasure to be in this company. So let me begin by making a few comments with regard to the theme that we have before us. I noticed that there are 3 words that are mentioned: strategy, security, and diplomacy. So before I get into that, I would like to divide my comments into 3 broad parts. One is the objective realities which characterize the Indo-Pacific region and which we have to take into account as the given. And whatever we do in the region has to be based on these objective realities. And these objective realities are born from geography, from history, and culture. And what we can see and what we have seen historically is that the Indo-Pacific is a highly complicated arena. It is not just complicated, but clearly it is an arena for future contestation from a geostrategic lens. And this is something that is very important for us to understand, that when we discuss and talk about the Indo-Pacific, we are in a sense talking about future challenges. Secondly, the Indo-Pacific does not lend itself to any binary divisions, as we saw in the Cold War period or in the European or the Western theater. It is difficult to uh, transpose mechanically the architectures and structures that were created and established in Europe onto the Indo-Pacific region. And clearly, China is not the Soviet Union of the Cold War era. So the the implication of all this is that because it is complicated, because it is futuristic in its dimensions and its implications, and there is no binary division in the region, it is difficult to talk of an architecture as we did in Europe. And therefore, what we also have to look at is whether we have the ability and whether we should try to transpose or carry forward those European architectures onto the region. But more importantly, I would say in the light of Ukraine, etc., what are the lessons we can learn from Europe when we look at the Indo-Pacific region? And there are many lessons that we can learn and take away when we look at the Indo-Pacific region. Of course, the Indo-Pacific region is also characterized by the dramatic rise of one power and also with asymmetry of power within the region. And this informs and affects the behavior of states that are part of the Indo-Pacific region. So, with the exception of Western allies like Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, the fact is that in many ways the anchor for the Indo-Pacific region continues to remain the ASEAN countries. And this is something, again, we have to take into account. It seems to me that the contestation in the Indo-Pacific region, unlike in Europe, is not so much on the grounds of ideology or on ideological contestation, but it is going to be more a contestation of civilizational values and assertion of civilizational heritages, etc. So this is a big difference between what we have seen in Europe and what we will see or are seeing in the Indo-Pacific. So these are some of the objective conditions. We also know, for example, that the ASEAN approach to great power competition is fundamentally different from that of, for example, Europe in the US-Russia context. The ASEAN as a grouping and as individual states have evolved their own very Asian approach to managing the US-China contestation and competition. And this is something which we need to take into account and also learn from. Of course, these are the objective conditions. Now, the second part of what I wanted to put forward and suggest was that these objective conditions are accompanied by subjective or normative conditions, or what we can call the behavioral aspects that are shaped by by policies and by state actors and personalities. So, from this point of view, the forthcoming 4 years under the Trump administration in the United States is going to be a critical factor in how we see events unfolding in the Indo-Pacific region. Clearly, we will see based on all the accounts and all the statements we have heard during the election campaign in the United States, a concerted shift away from the American preoccupation with the Russia threat and Europe to the Indo-Pacific. And this is going to create its own ripple effects and dynamics, and everyone here, including India, would have to be prepared to deal with it and also to be able to analyze and understand the true import of this reset or this shift. Similarly, if we talk about personalities and behavioral aspects, I think clearly we are living through the era of Xi Jinping for the last 10 years, and this is a different China. So we have to also take into account how the current Chinese Communist Party and its leadership behave within the region and globally. The question of whether the Communist Party and the Chinese leadership structure and the political structure is resilient or has internal fault lines or is vulnerable to external pressure is another factor that we have to also arrive at a considered analysis and assessment. Based on these two aspects of the objective conditions and the behavioral aspects, I would say if I try to weave the theme of the session, the question to my mind would probably be, in my opinion, what is the strategy that we need to attain equal and indivisible security for all countries in the Indo-Pacific? And what is the kind of diplomacy that we need to attain this objective of security, and how important is going to be the diplomatic effort in this overall strategy that we want to carve out or we want to create to ensure security for everyone in the region. So this is maybe the fundamental challenge that we are going to see and we are going to be faced with today. My last point, of course, is what do we need? Yes, we need security, but how are we going to attain and achieve that security? What we need in Asia, in the Asia Pacific or the Indo-Pacific region, is, in the light of the previous comments I have made, is a balance of power and not domination. We certainly do not need a unipolar Asia or an Indo-Pacific region. We need multipolarity, whether it is in terms of economic manufacturing nodes in the region, technology supply chains, cultural heritages, civilizational values. And we have to ask ourselves whether there is indeed an Asian way to achieve this balance of power. And what can we do collectively to either influence or modulate or alter or shape Chinese behavior and shape its great power ambitions such that its continuing rise does not threaten the region? These are the questions I think that are in front of us, and here the role of external powers becomes important. Now, the question, of course, will be how do we define who is an external power and who is a resident power? The United States is of the view that it is a resident power. The Russians have a Pacific fleet, and they are very much present in the Pacific Ocean. They also straddle the Eurasian landmass. So a lot of this dynamic in the region is going to flow out from both the behavior of resident powers as well as, let's say, extraterritorial or maritime powers. Clearly, one of the characteristics of the region is the heavy focus on the maritime dimension of security and of interstate interaction, which is again different from Europe. Taiwan is one of the flashpoints. There are other flashpoints emanating from decades-old legacy disputes, maritime disputes that China has with its neighbors, India has with its neighbors. These will continue to inform our security challenges, but I'm not quite sure whether countries of the region, particularly China's own neighbors, would be comfortable with with a war over Taiwan, whether they would like to avoid escalating the Taiwan conflict to a hot war or a hot situation. My impression is that most of the ASEAN countries, despite having problems with China, would rather prefer to be able to live in such a way as to balance the tensions and pressures that they receive from major powers in their day-to-day management of their foreign policy, their economic policy, their investment policy, etc. So these are some broad comments I thought I would just flag to enable further discussion, some thoughts, and maybe I'll just stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Sorry. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your remark. Maybe I can invite the second speaker, Professor Tomohiko Taniguchi, for your remarks. Sir, over to you.
First, let me express my gratitude to Dr. Pramod Jaiswal for inviting me to this conference. I would like to focus on why the late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe proposed FOIP and Quad. Japan, I don't have to remind you, is an island nation surrounded by seas on all sides and situated in a location that few would envy. To the north, the country faces the gateway to the Arctic Ocean, while to the west, across the Sea of Japan, we are directly bordered by three countries, Russia, North Korea, and China, from north to south. How about it? Would you like to live at such an address? These three countries share certain common traits. First, none of them has any experience with democracy. Second, they openly display hostility towards both the United States and Japan. Third, they are relentless in their pursuit of nuclear armament. Recently, these three nations have also deepened their ties with Iran, another country that shares these characteristics, forming what could be seen as an axis of alignment. China, in particular, needless to say, stands out. In addition to all these traits, it continues to expand its arsenal of intermediate-range ballistic missiles capable of targeting any point in Japan day by day. Furthermore, as the Chinese Communist Party's legitimacy as a Marxist political entity erodes, it has intensified its anti-Japanese education both in quantity and in depth up to the present day. For Japan, the continent is a region occupied by hostile forces, where democracy has failed to take root. Thus, the country's opportunities lie in the seas. Japan has no choice but to build its security framework over the oceans. Over land possibilities are non-existent. Over seas lies our future. This is the geopolitical reality for Japan. Given this, it is only natural that Japan's path should lie with the seas. This was the reasoning of Shinzo Abe. When Japan seeks to safeguard its national interests overseas, the economic foundation is the CPTPP, or the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership. Upon assuming office, the first Trump administration immediately abandoned the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Partnering with Australia, Prime Minister Abe, however, refused to let this happen. He brought the framework to fruition. At its core, the CPTPP is designed to exclude any economy that allows excessive political interference, essentially barring China from joining. The origins of FOIP, or Free and Open Indo-Pacific, a concept also proposed by Prime Minister Abe, can be traced back to his speech in August 2007 before the Indian Parliament. Titled "The Confluence of the Two Seas," this speech marked the first time in history that the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean were geopolitically linked and highlighted their importance to the future global order. Before then, we had used the term Asia-Pacific. However, Prime Minister Abe recognized that this term could not encompass the rapidly growing Indian Ocean Economic Zone, particularly India. He thus conceived the concept of the Indo-Pacific, a confluence of two seas, as more fitting for a new era. Picture a globe. In the region spanning the Pacific and Indian Oceans, a coalition of democracies can band together to make it harder for China to act with impunity. China, after all, has long aimed to turn the East and South China Seas into restricted, closed-off waters, and continues to project its power in pursuit of that goal. This is why Prime Minister Abe advocated for creating a free and open seascape. FOIP serves as a strong signal to China while also rallying like-minded nations under a single banner. Fortuitously, post-Brexit Britain has joined the CPTPP and is striving to establish itself as a trusted force within FOIP. A promising development indeed. When Prime Minister Abe returned to office for a second term, he contributed an article to the online opinion site Project Syndicate, titled "Asia's Democratic Security Diamond." In it, he envisioned connecting 4 key points: Hawaii, home to the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command; Darwin, a crucial military base in northern Australia; Kolkata, a central city in the Bengali region of India; and Yokosuka, the shared base of the U.S. and Japanese navies. Together, these 4 points form a diamond shape spanning the vast expanse from the Western Pacific to the Indian Ocean. Prime Minister Abe persuaded the leaders of these 4 nations, Australia, India, Japan, and the United States, to share agendas, hold consultations, and take the lead in shaping the regional order. This effort culminated in the establishment of Quad, initially as a framework for discussing security issues and later evolving into a platform for summit-level cooperation. It was Abe himself who first proposed this framework. Throughout this process, Japan demonstrated a proactive attitude taking the initiative to shape a new order. This approach should continue even under a second Trump administration. Furthermore, Japan's engagement with India and the broader Indian Ocean region can be likened to a futures investment in financial terms, reflecting a belief in their potential. Looking ahead, China will likely escalate its proactive, provocative, and reckless actions concerning Taiwan. Defending the status quo is essential for Japan's national interests and for the shared interests of Indo-Pacific nations. The FOIP banner must be held even higher. With that, I conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Taniguchi Tomohiko. May I now invite Professor Jeffrey Pine, who is Assistant Professor at Near East South Asia Center for Strategic Studies, US. So over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Jaiswal. Great to be back with NICE. Greetings to my fellow panelists and to everyone watching. It's late here in Washington, D.C., so I hope I'm sufficiently caffeinated to follow honestly, the two previous speakers, far more comprehensive remarks than probably I am capable of delivering, but I will try to do my best. Obviously, here in the United States, we are in the beginning processes of an administrative transformation, which is always a very complicated process as one administration goes to the next. So it's already been alluded to of what this change in administration means. What I wanted to kind of address vis-a-vis the topic of this session is for all of the states that are attached to the concept of the Indo-Pacific. One of these concepts has already been alluded to by both previous speakers, and that is the geography of this region is maritime in nature. It's not merely maritime, but the waters of the Indo-Pacific provide a lot of the geopolitical calculations and complexities that the various actors have to navigate, have to exploit, have to sail through, have to use for their economic productivity and profitability. And it's also a kind of, it's become a geopolitical gravity well, so to speak, where the Indo-Pacific dominates many of our conversations, regardless of you're in Brussels or in Washington or in Ottawa or in Canberra or in Kathmandu. A lot of people are diving into the concept of the Indo-Pacific, what it means, and what the kind of trajectory of stability for the Indo-Pacific looks like. And these calculations are both the best and worst of times. For smaller states, the Indo-Pacific, it means you're going to get wrapped up in much more kind of global geopolitical rivalries and competitive relationships that exist, such as between the United States and China currently. But it also means that more than ever before, the interests that dominate your own domestic agenda can rise above kind of the stereotypical, traditional, kind of maybe transatlantic or European-focused kind of political institutions that have dominated, especially much of the 20th century. So there's an issue where you have at the highest echelon competition between two massive economic and military powers, the United States and China. But then on a smaller scale, you have the opportunity for new infrastructure development, new possibilities in trade, new challenge sets that address your own domestic as well as regional security. All of these things create complexity, but also opportunity. And I think often in these conversations, especially in Washington, we can speak of this in that context. And forgive me, I should have said this from the start, and I have to, so forgive me. But my remarks here are merely my own. They do not reflect the NISA Center or the National Defense University, and most certainly not the United States government in any way, shape, or form. But per what I have seen in my research and my engagement and my experiences is One of the issues that needs to be emphasized when it comes especially to diplomacy is the continued willingness of states to partner with one another, whether it be from the lens of ASEAN centrality, whether it be through the dynamism of South Asia, whether it be through the kind of massive economies, industrial economies in Northeast Asia, and some of the kind of emerging formulations of the Pacific Islands, let alone Australia and New Zealand thrown into that. You have a willingness, but the issue is how do we do it? So part of it is a complexity of methodology. You have multilateral institutions that exist. You have minilaterals, such as the Quad. There is obviously regionally focused institutions such as BIMSTEC or ASEAN itself. All of these things exist, but one kind of thing that I want to narrow down on is one of the things that the United States is putting a lot of prioritization on in our own domestic conversations. There is an understanding that there needs to be a closer marriage between the dynamism of the United States private sector, whether it be research laboratories, whether it be academic institutions, whether it be private sector firms, technological innovators, incubation processes when it comes to certain technologies, and being met halfway with the existing government operations and government efforts and government programs. And this is a complicated process just merely in the United States. There's a lot of false starts. There's a lot of slow grind, but there is cumulative positive impact that is happening. And you see this in the maritime space. If we looked back 25 years ago and you were looking at the Bay of Bengal, the amount of data that was available to you, if you were a Bangladeshi naval officer or if you're an Indian Coast Guard officer, would be far more limited than what it is today. Between free to use tools that exist, whether it be new innovations that are emerging in many, many economies located in South Asia, in Europe, in Africa, in Southeast Asia, and well beyond. We have sensors, we have a revolution in commercial aerospace, we have new forms of machine learning, and all of these things provide us new data sets where it's not just merely states that are involved in security conversations, it's now non-government organizations, it's international organizations, it's even in some cases academic networks that serve as stakeholders in some of the calculations and kind of recommendations and policymaking processes that are being pushed for how to maintain the stability of the Indo-Pacific, and not only its stability, but its prosperity. So this is something that I think is worthy of a lot of conversation and worthy of a lot of analysis. And what I wanted to highlight in my remarks, it explains a lot of the dynamics of just from the first Trump administration through the Biden administration and likely onto the second Trump administration, of where a lot of the U.S. Diplomatic and security cooperation overtures have been made. The U.S.-Indian partnership has matured broadly. The amount of interest in the dynamics of smaller states and how they can partner with a country like the US or a country like India or a country like Australia have diversified substantially. And all of this gives different pathways. Obviously, China lurks in the background. That geopolitical specter looms over a lot of the conversations in Washington. I know my colleagues here in this panel will do it far better justice than I can. I just wanted to highlight some of this more immediate thing. How do we narrow down the methodology on sharing processes, becoming more integrated, and sharing our data more routinely? This is something that the U.S. through the Quad, through its direct bilateral relationships, through its multilateral engagements, has put a lot of energy into and will continue to do so. Because the more data we have, the better decisions we can make, and therefore the better we can resource our own firms, our own communities, our own nations to better take advantage or to better counter emerging threats as they exist. They can range from everything from stopping illegal fishing to protecting our coastal communities to more advanced security issues. So with that, I just wanted to say thanks again to NICE, and I will conclude my remarks. You're muted, sir. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Penn. Thank you for your remarks. May I now invite Professor John Blackstone from Australia, who is Professor of International Security at Australian National University. So over to you.
Well, wonderful. Great to be with you, ladies and gentlemen. As it happens, I am Australian, but I'm actually based in the United States these days in Washington, D.C. So like Jeffrey, I'm up a bit late, but there you go. It's the perils of being an academic. So look, thank you. It's wonderful to be with you. I'm really enjoying this panel so much so far. And I'm presuming, Pichamon, you're going to speak about Ruang Pratete or something like that, something Southeast Asian-y, which I would love to cover, but I don't want to cover your turf. So I'm going to focus in a little bit on a perspective on Australia. And the topic is strategy, security, and diplomacy. And I thought, we talk about these terms a bit glibly sometimes, and I thought we'd just unpack them a little bit in the Australian context and see what this means for us. Because let's start with security. First, when we're talking about security, what on earth are we talking about? Well, of course, it's a huge gamut, right? It's just about everything everywhere all at once, right? It's economic security. It's about trade. It's about foreign direct investment. It's about the rules of negotiations. It's about all sorts of international transaction arrangements. It's environmental security. We're talking about all sorts of issues relating to climate change and the use of fossil fuels. And in Australia, there's a huge debate about nuclear energy, whether we should go down that path or not, and how much we can rely on wind and solar to cover the peak demands and the troughs and so on. Then there's political security and there's human security. And, this is actually quite a big domain that people in the military, and I'm a former military officer, so something that tends to be kind of pushed to the side as not all that consequential. And of course, what we've seen I grew up in the analog era. We're now, as I say, I'm an analog guy in the digital era. We've gone through the fourth industrial revolution, or we're going through it now, and everything has changed. So now computers and computer security or cyber security has become way more consequential. We've gone from being web enabled to web dependent and in turn web vulnerable. And that vulnerability is something we're only just kind of touching the sides of. We're seeing the vulnerability with the breaking of the undersea cables as a possible precursor of a much more significant consequential disruption, great disruption, if you like. So there's also maritime security. And we've talked about this. I was listening into an earlier session, listening to a couple of my Australian colleagues talking about Pacific and Southeast Asian affairs. And it was great to hear them talk about maritime security and the Forum Fisheries Agencies, Pacific Islands Forum. There's a lot of dimensions to maritime security, economically, in terms of protection against piracy and people smuggling and drug smuggling and a range of other dimensions. Then there's territorial security, which is good old-fashioned security of your homeland, which is what I grew up with as a former military officer. And of course, what we've seen since 9/11 is a huge emphasis on homeland security. So border defense forces, home defense, border protection, all sorts of fairly muscular, militarized agencies that perform this function of homeland security. So we've got the economic, environmental, political, cyber, human, maritime, territorial, and homeland security. I don't know about you, but that nearly a bit does my head in. There's so many dimensions to it, right? So that was just the first pillar, right, of this topic, which is massive. The second one is on strategy. And here I'm drawing a little bit on a paper I wrote a couple of months ago, published online, called Adapting to Polycrisis, a proposed national security strategy for Australia. And what I point out in this is that, well, firstly, going back to what is strategy? I mean, what are we talking about? What does that word even mean? Because I mean, everybody has to have a strategy for something, and I'm from the Strategic and Defence Studies Centre, so I'm very strategic. Let me just tell you, because I put the word in it, right? Aren't I? Well, I'm joking, of course, because I think it's useful to distill down the essence of strategy, and I would contend that the good old-fashioned definition still works, and that is strategy is it's essentially ends plus ways plus means, right? So what are your ends you've got? What do you want to do? What are the ways or the means of the ways you can do it, and the means, the resources you've got? So I think for Australia, well, firstly, for all of us, the ends we want are essentially linked to what I call what's been described as Maslow's hierarchy of needs, basically physiological, social, and actualization needs. This is what we all aspire to. We want to be safe, healthy, prosperous, and we want that for our kids, for the next generation. That's in a nutshell what we're after, right? That's the ends we want. What are the means we've got? Well, in Australia's case, and this, every country is different, but these are the categories that Maslow, not Maslow, he's going to come to me, the 1948 paper. Anyway, the categories, the title will come to me, but the elements are of geography, of natural resources, industrial capacity, military preparedness, population, national character, national morale, quality of government. Now, the Lowy poll, the Asia Poll Index, gives you a sense of some of those categories of power. Hans Morgenthau finally came to me. His elements of national power really, I think, a useful way of thinking of the means we have at our resources. And when we think about what the great remarks by Tomohiko Taniguchi earlier on about the work of Shinzo Abe and so on, I think we can think about them in the various categories. And it's useful to kind of disentangle the elements to think through what we've got, what our options are, and then what we can do about it. And of course, the ways, well, that's then gets down to the kind of what we think is the strategy. What we tend to talk about strategy, and for me, when we think about this, I think it's useful to distill this down to this idea of what I've put in a Venn diagram as great power competition, looming environmental catastrophe, a spectrum of governance challenges accelerated by the fourth industrial revolution. Great power competition, looming environmental catastrophe, spectrum of governance challenges, people smuggling, drug smuggling, terrorism, breakdown of law and order, etc., civil war, and the accelerated effect of the fourth industrial revolution, the Internet of Things, quantum computing, artificial intelligence, robotics, unattended sensors, etc. All of those things, no one has mastery of that. But in Australia, we've had a few cracks at it. I like to say Australia is a middle power with small power pretensions. We don't like to be in charge. We like someone else to do it. The Americans or the Brits, or Tomohiko Taniguchi told us about the great leading role of Shinzo Abe, and in that respect, we're kind of happy for others to take the lead on the Quad, on FOIP, on ASEAN, things like that. But we do recognise in Australia, by and large, that we need to kind of organise ourselves and think rationally and with some efficiency in how we allocate our resources. So we've had defence white papers, we've come up with a national defence strategy, we've come up with a foreign policy white paper, admittedly quite a number of years ago now, the 2017 foreign policy white paper, or what I call Australia's foreign policy plan B. Why? It was introduced when Donald Trump last came into office, and it kind of still resonates as being largely true, because, we're worried about him being uncomfortable with the rules-based order, the international institutions that the United States helped set up, which for middle power countries like Australia are incredibly important. We rely on the rules working. We rely on, we send a ship of raw materials, be it coal, iron ore, or something, it arriving safely, unmolested, the transaction taking place, and us being paid for that sale. That doesn't happen by accident, and it used never to happen. We take it for granted that these things can. This is something that's actually more fragile than I think we recognise. So that's on the strategy. Now there's the third pillar, the diplomacy one. For Australia, that's manifested itself in us reaching out to, as I say, as part of that plan B, if you like. What do you do when you're not sure about what the United States is going to do? Well, you double down on the relationship as best you can. So for us, that's included AUKUS, the Australia, UK, US arrangement, which I'm happy to talk about in Q&A. Doubling down on our relationships across Southeast Asia with the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN. Doubling down on our relationships with Pacific Islands foreign countries, the PIF. And we've just seen Australia sign some great deals with Tuvalu, with Nauru, and with Papua New Guinea, and Fiji as well, amongst others. The Quad, with seeing Australia engage more in the Indian Ocean space, particularly with India, in a way that kind of, it's kind of obvious. It should have been going for a long time, but it's great to see it come to fruition. Our engagement with the Indian Ocean Rim Association, but particularly our engagement with our most important, clear, immediate neighbour, Indonesia. This is a relationship that, it's a prickly one because we have a game of snakes and ladders with that. With Indonesia, we incrementally go up the ladder, improving things, and then we go down the ladder, beat over beef, over boats, over spies, clemency, Timor, Papua, Jerusalem, you name it. We have an uncanny ability to be clod-hopping in our relationship with our most important neighbour, Indonesia. Still, we're getting better. We've got the Indonesia-Australia Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. We've got these new ramped-up strategic partnerships, and there's scope for doing more. Manis is the Indonesian word for sweet. It could be a maritime forum for Malaysia, Australia, New Zealand, Indonesia, Singapore, and anyone else who wants to join. There's a range of mechanisms there. We have a lot of challenges. Anthea Roberts talked about the 6 faces of globalization. As we think about strategy and diplomacy and managing the security challenges, we have to bring everybody on board. It's easier said than done, but I think we are facing what could be described as strategic, unrestricted competition. It's riffing off the book by those 2 Chinese colonels who wrote that book in the late 90s called Unrestricted Warfare. We have a binary in English of peace and war, and that title it threw us off. What it was dealing with was legal, economic, psychological, and political warfare. I think the word warfare has thrown us off. It's really competition. It's going gangbusters. Competition isn't all bad, though, and I think we should be looking positively at it. And that's why I think we should be adapting. That's how I think we should be adapting to what I see as the polycrisis. Thank you for humouring me and for having me on the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Blackson, for your remarks. May I now invite Sohiko Goto, who is Director, Indo-Pacific Program at Wilson Center. Madam, over to you.
Great. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak to this wonderful discussion today. I am actually the 3rd speaker in the row who is based in Washington, D.C., and it is now midnight, and I have to say I'm getting old, so this is way past my bedtime. So my apologies in advance if I'm not really coherent, and I also want to apologize for keeping my remarks fairly brief. But I wanted to share a couple of thoughts. First of all, I am based in Washington, D.C., but I direct the Wilson Center's Indo-Pacific program. And I travel quite a lot in the region. I just got back from Delhi a couple of days ago. I was in Thailand last month. I will be in Taiwan next month as well. What I am hearing is this: there is a great deal of concern about what is happening in Washington, what will happen with the new administration, but also, let's face it, whatever happens with the Trump administration, it will only be for 4 years, but there is concern that there is a seismic shift in what is happening in the United States. and how the United States perceives itself and how it identifies as the Indo-Pacific power today and moving forward. And I raise this because here in Washington, since the election, there has been a considerable shift in how we are expecting the Trump administration to move. So as you may recall, unlike in Trump 1, this particular election, Trump won decisively. He won the popular vote. He won both the House and the Senate. Trump now controls, the Republicans now have control of not just the White House and Congress, but the Supreme Court justices are predominantly Republican as well. And so we have that situation. We also see that there is a boom in US assets, especially in the stock market, and the tech sector is doing particularly well. And at the same, as we are concerned about the rise of technology and billionaires taking over into government and not simply lobbying for their interests, but actually becoming greatly involved in the process of government, there is also considerable excitement here in the United States about what that actually may mean and how that may actually restore some of America's competitive edge moving forward. So that's an uncomfortable truth that reflects some of the realities here in the United States. Another uncomfortable truth is that although the Indo-Pacific is critical, and I think we all agree upon that, the US focus in the immediate term is unfortunately going to be towards Russia and towards the Middle East. And then the third uncomfortable truth, I'm afraid, is that much as there is a great deal of belief and support for the Indo-Pacific strategy in the United States, the Indo-Pacific strategy that Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe had been at the forefront of putting forward, there is a great deal of concern that despite a lot of consensus about it, a lot of efforts to coordinate on an Indo-Pacific strategy, that it actually hasn't achieved what it is supposed to do. That is to say, even though the strategy has been in place, it has not stopped China's ambitions. The Chinese economic growth may have slowed down, and there are certainly people who still claim that there is this peak China idea, that China's economic robustness is now on a downward trend and it will continue to slide. We know nonetheless that China's ambitions and aspirations for itself and the ability of the Chinese government to identify and target and spend considerable resources to bolster its economy and target strategic industries is more robust than ever. And then of course, we know that the Chinese have done an incredibly effective job in reaching out to the global South. So with all of that, I am actually cautiously optimistic about the power of the so-called middle powers, which actually I believe includes Australia as well as Japan. It's all the countries that are not the United States and China in how I see it. But this frustration about the Indo-Pacific strategies that the advanced economies have come up with, frustration also with China's big ambitions for itself that is actually disrupting the global rule of law, is actually an opportunity to re-engage the United States and its like-minded allies and partners and what the Wilson Center is calling hitting the reset button in trying to come up with a new vision for the Indo-Pacific. Now, we've seen some success to date, I should add. We've seen the success of AUKUS. We've seen the expansion of the Quad. We've also seen the rise of the IP4, Japan, Australia, Korea, New Zealand becoming observer countries in NATO. These are all tremendous progresses that have been seen on the security front in particular. But when it comes to economic engagement, the Indo-Pacific strategies have essentially been weak. Most notably, the US-led IPEF, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, which one of my colleagues calls a so-called nothing burger. That is to say, there's a lot of talk, but there's not a lot of content. So what can we do to take on this momentum? There is a need to recognize that things have not worked, but there is this opportunity to move forward. There is first of all, an opportunity to reinforce the fact that the United States is indeed an Indo-Pacific power. And over 100 years ago, when it started engaging in the region, it did so because, first and foremost, because of commercial interests. Those commercial interests are bigger and more greater in opportunity now. There is also a greater opportunity for like-minded countries to come together. And I think this is very important to stress with the incoming Trump administration, which is having this Department of Government Efficiency talking about cost-cutting measures. We need to talk about not necessarily shared interests and shared values, but we also need to talk more in their language, which is to talk about efficiency and cost-cutting measures, because power projection, the collectivism is actually going to lead to greater power projection. Then we also should be mindful of the fact that there are shared interests, and the biggest shared interest of them all is this concern about excessive dependence on China. There is a shared interest across the Indo-Pacific about managing risk and de-risking from China. And I believe that when the United States starts talking too much about the China challenge and China competition, that does lead to a wedge, especially between Southeast and South Asia in particular. Talking simply about that China challenge is divisive. We need to talk much more about threats to prosperity, and the need for trading nations to ensure that the rules of law continue to be transparent and predictable, so that businesses and individuals can actually be engaged with predictability and stability. We are facing greater industrial policy and protectionism all across the board, both in Northeast Asia, Southeast Asia, and South Asia as well. This is going to be a trend that we are going to see increasingly. And we are going to see a greater trend towards not necessarily deglobalization, but towards re-globalization. And as we look at a greater re-globalization, there are opportunities for like-minded countries to invest more in each other. Investment opportunities in South and Southeast Asia are particularly robust. But I also want to point out that there are the transferring of not just capital, but also of knowledge, and especially human capital is something that we should focus on. I think one of the previous speakers has talked about innovation opportunities, and there are greater opportunities for cooperation and collaboration in the STEM sectors. That is obvious. Another opportunity is going to be meeting the demographic challenge. In the Indo-Pacific, we have a sharp divide between a rapidly aging and shrinking demographic in Northeast Asia, in Japan, South Korea, and even in China, right? On the other hand, we have India, Southeast Asian countries that are very dynamic and robust. There is this opportunity to have a greater match. And this isn't simply about exploitative economic partnerships, but as we reassess the value chains in talking about supply chain efficiencies, we do see this opportunity for greater partnerships that's based on workforce development. Another area that we can see greater cooperation is in confronting economic coercion. That is to say, the Chinese trend to weaponize its economic dominance for political gain. We have seen some progress, but at the same time, I do believe that countries like Japan in particular, that has been at the forefront of putting that on the G7 agenda, it can do more. We can do more to share information about some of the coercive actions that China has been taking and to call them out on it so that there is a deterrence effect, so that China does not take those actions in the first place. And then finally, I want to see this as an opportunity to readdress this issue of resource nationalism. We have a great deal of talk about export restrictions of critical minerals. There's also a great deal of concern in the global south about resource exploitation. We have this opportunity to rethink it so it does become an integral part of the conversation about moving up the value chain and also creating greater efficiencies and creating greater opportunities on both the amongst both the advanced economies and the global south as well. So with that, thank you very much, and I look forward to continuing this discussion.
Thank you so much, Madam Goto. May I now invite Dr. Pichaman Eufantong for a remarks. Pichaman, over to you.
Sure. Thank you very much, Pramod, for bringing us together on this very interesting session, and thank you to colleagues for all of your remarks and interventions so far. As I'm joining you from Canberra, Australia, I would like to begin by acknowledging the Ngunnawal people as the traditional custodians of the lands on which I speak, and I pay my respects to Ngunnawal elders, past, present, and emerging, and thank them for their continuing care of country and community. Now, I am currently in Australia, but in my defense, should I end up being not as lucid as I hope to be, I did just get off a plane from South Korea, where I think everyone is mindful of the latest political developments there, which further, I think, emphasize some of the points that I'm going to be touching upon today in my remarks. So if at the crux of good strategy are principles such as prudence and preparedness, in order for us to meet the challenges that we currently see in the global system, but equally at the regional level, I think we need to take into consideration two key trends. The first is persistent insecurity that is predicated on persistent irrationality of the actors involved in maintaining and in some ways undermining the current system or order that we have. And second, the rise of non-state actors, specifically of business enterprises, that further complicate the security and strategic landscape that we inhabit. And so what I'm going to focus on today is really on the role of business enterprises when it comes to strategy, security, specifically when it comes to influencing policy and the geopolitical situation at the current moment. And this really segues in a sense from what Chihoko was saying earlier about how if we look at the tech sector, we see how companies are playing a very outsized role. And in fact, more businesses are also having a very clear influence over the foreign policies of governments, if not their domestic policies as well, through various processes. I think for many of us, we're familiar with this particular phenomenon. Some would call it corporate lobbying, others would call it corporate capture of the policy process. But I don't think I have enough time to go into all of those details with respect to how companies come to exert an influence over policy. Rather, I'm going to try and focus more on what the implications of that influence mean when it comes to global security dynamics and what it means specifically for the Indo-Pacific region. Now, that's a lot to cover for me to try and cover in the next 10 minutes or so. But I should note that this is a emerging program of work that I have in collaboration with other colleagues. And so some of the ideas that you will hear shortly are ones that I would certainly welcome feedback on, as well as further discussion with colleagues on the call here today. So as already noted, the increasing influence of businesses coincides with the broader trend that we see at the global and regional levels, where non-state actors are playing more prominent roles in politics and in security. The declining adaptability of state institutions, a more fragmented international and regional environment, and greater access to resources by these commercial actors beyond government have further contributed to this trend. Businesses, especially multinational corporations or MNCs, exert considerable influence on a variety of issues, including economic policy, technological innovation, and even conflict dynamics. In fact, some scholars have argued that businesses should assume roles that go beyond purely public or private, advocating instead for the concept of business authority in global governance. This suggests that companies, due to their unique position and influence, have a role to play in shaping global governance frameworks, but also that this role needs to be carefully balanced with public interest on the one hand and democratic principles on the other. And so already I think you can get a sense of how contentious this area can be. And this is because whilst MNCs, sorry, I think this is jet lag gradually kicking in now. While MNCs in particular can be major drivers of economic growth and development in the Indo-Pacific region, for example, their investments, trade relationships, and technological know-how shaping the region's economic trajectory, this economic power can also be misused and abused. And as a result, the political influence that they can exert can also result in lobbying influence and that shape policy agendas in ways that might not always benefit the collective good. It's also the case that businesses can also become vectors for a particular country's influence or priorities, even while they pursue their own commercial interests. China has been mentioned a few times already by other colleagues here, but it is important to note indeed that Chinese firms have been instrumental in Beijing's Belt and Road Initiative, expanding China's economic and political footprint across the Indo-Pacific region. Similarly, there are recent examples, and Ambassador Pankaj can correct me if I have this wrong, but I believe there are recent examples of Indian companies doing so as well, entering into new markets and into projects that are of strategic importance to New Delhi's foreign policy vision, including into infrastructure projects in a variety of countries like the Maldives, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, prior to the Taliban takeover, and so forth. And so this growing reality can present real challenges to other countries, but also opportunities. Indeed, the distinction between state and non-state actors is becoming increasingly blurred. Companies may be co-opted by states to achieve strategic objectives, both wittingly and unwittingly, and this certainly adds a layer of complexity to the security challenges that we see in the world today, and in the region in particular, as it becomes difficult to sometimes discern the true motivations behind the certain actions that we see from these corporate actors. For example, cyber attacks emanating from a particular country may be carried out by criminal groups with tacit state support. It can also be carried out by a company with tacit state support. And this segues into another point that I wanted to make by means of providing everyone with a clear background here, which is that companies of all sizes are clearly at the forefront of technological development, particularly in areas, as John was saying earlier, such as artificial intelligence or AI, 6G, and quantum computing. These advancements have significant implications for national security and military capabilities, it goes without saying, and control over these technologies and the supply chains that support them are key factors now in determining strategic advantage in the Indo-Pacific region. At the same time, companies operating in critical infrastructure sectors such as energy, telecommunications, and transport can also be potential targets for activities such as economic coercion, as we've seen here in Australia, cyber attacks, and espionage. Moreover, the interconnected nature of global supply chains means that disruptions to one company can have cascading effects across multiple countries and across multiple supply chains. Protecting this infrastructure, therefore, is vital, especially considering how cyber criminals, for example, are becoming increasingly sophisticated in their ability to disrupt operations. Certainly, the need to build industrial capability and supply chain resilience, as other colleagues here have already noted, are central to the national security agendas of Indo-Pacific countries, and especially here in Australia, where there is still ongoing discussions here in Canberra about how best to ensure supply chain resilience and sovereign capability in a variety of industries. And so in light of all of this, what this indicates to us as scholars and as practitioners is the increasing prominence of businesses as non-state actors in global security and regional security, which necessitates a shift in traditional security paradigms. National strategies must adapt to account for the influence of companies as well as other non-state actors. And one particular paradigm that I think could benefit from such a shift is in fact that of strategic stability. Now, I think everyone here is familiar with the scholarship around strategic stability, will be aware that the concept originally emerged in relation to nuclear power and nuclear weapons. But and this is really very much something that inspired me as part of a conference that I attended in Singapore, organized by RSIS. I think even though the concept of strategic stability is one that has become quite contentious, because in a way there is no single definition for the concept of strategic stability, the idea behind the theory that strategic stability calculations must be less about the power and number of weapons than they are about anticipating human responses to new, different, and inaccurate information about the circumstances, capabilities, and intent of others and ourselves is a core idea that can also be used to apply to the new dynamics that we see in the world and in our region today, and one that is really reflected in the actions and the impacts of business enterprises as non-state actors. And also one that is reflected in the realities of gray zone conflicts as a new mode of conflict that really undermines strategic stability in the region and increases the possibility of unintended crises, and which can also spread distrust and phobias in societies and increase the possibility of unintended consequences. And so here I think it's in this domain where we need more scholarship and better understanding of what the role of business enterprises is in order to enhance the predictability as a result of, in response to, the lack of transparency and accountability that we see in this area. Now, I'm mindful that I'm quickly running out of time. So in my final 2 minutes, here's what I want to focus on. I think there are some facts that we need to establish, right? If we look at the technology sector, tech companies have become gatekeepers to how the public sees the world, as a colleague had previously said, and their influence has never really been neutral, whether in political or social terms. If we look at businesses as a whole, their autonomy, the autonomy that they exercise means that they are a bit less easy to control, and it also makes them less certain in terms of the behaviors and activities that they engage in. And at the same time, many of the tools that they utilize in their operations are often beyond the regulation of governments themselves. And we see this in the case of the Ukraine conflict, where emerging and disruptive technologies have been used at length extensively in this conflict, but also where we see businesses wield strategic influence over governments. And indeed, we see how there was, when Russia attacked Ukraine, it also attacked Microsoft systems that hosted Ukrainian data. And there were also businesses that had sought to delete Russian companies' information in solidarity with Ukraine. So a range of activities that these businesses were engaged with that then spilled over into the policy domain as well. And so what are the implications for Southeast Asia? Well, if we look at two cases, and John was right here, I was intending to use some Southeast Asian cases to demonstrate this, although I will not go into that depth. One is the South China Sea. We've seen how, in fact, in this case, even foreign firms from non-claimant states in the South China Sea have joined the fray in a way and have been involved in a gamut of activities from supplying military equipment to claimant states through to developing tourism in the area to building artificial islands, for instance, and even developing patriotic online games. And all of these companies are in fact central to the evolution of disputes, both in terms of its possible escalation and resolution. Global oil companies such as the US-based ExxonMobil, Chevron, and ConocoPhillips, to the Russian petroleum giant Rosneft, to the Japanese JX Nippon Oil and Gas Exploration, have all played prominent roles in working with littoral states to explore offshore oil and gas reserves. And this therefore raises a glaring question. Given the clear political and commercial, if not risks, involved in all of in the region, why are companies investing in an area like the South China Sea? Well, I think it's really clear in a way that even though most companies will posit that sovereignty disputes lie beyond their business purview, it is very much the case that by engaging in joint activities with claimant states, at least in the South China Sea, this not only serves to embolden and complicate contending sovereignty claims in the area, but it also offers businesses even more strategic leverage over littoral states, but also serves to meet their commercial interests as well, which then brings us back to that issue of how the commercial interests of individual businesses coalesce and can also inform and influence the strategic imperatives of governments in the region and vice versa. We also see this in relation to the Mekong subregion, where in particular the development of hydropower dams along the Mekong River, both upstream in China and downstream in Southeast Asia, have not only jeopardized the livelihoods of many communities reliant on the central river, but also demonstrate the influence that these hydropower companies can have when it comes to informing policies of riparian countries, but equally when it comes to shifting the strategic advantage that in this case China for one has, but also upstream countries on the Mekong River have over those situated downstream. And so all of this points to how the pervasive presence of corporations from various countries of origin, how this is an issue that we need to pay more attention to, but one that also raises bigger questions about a rules-based order and what their influence and their presence means for the emergence of a potential multipolar world order. And here I would like to finally conclude by saying that John Ruggie had acknowledged long ago that there are governance gaps when it comes to the regulation of private enterprises. And yes, we can't control these non-state actors, but there are ways in which we can limit their options and how they operate. And so here I would like to end on that point and welcome further feedback. But the key message here is that the impact of companies on global and regional security, including here in the Indo-Pacific region, is undeniable. They are no longer passive players, and we need to understand what they're doing. With that, I'll hand it back over. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pichamon, for your remarks. Now we have roughly half an hour. So let me take the question from the floor. We have got a few questions on Facebook Live and WhatsApp and different other platforms. Let me share some of them and then we'll go for the second round because I expect more questions to come. First is that what is the future of Indo-Pacific during Trump 2.0? So that is one question anyone can address, or maybe everyone can make a brief comment. Otherwise, what are the most significant security risks or flashpoints in the Indo-Pacific, and how can diplomacy help mitigate those risks? Third is a question for Ambassador Pankaj Saran, who said that how can Indo-Pacific nations like Nepal and many other South Asia balance national security priorities while maintaining a strategic autonomy amid external pressure from major powers? That is for Ambassador Saran. We have another, like, how does climate change factor into the security and diplomatic strategies of Indo-Pacific nations, especially in relation to rising sea level and natural disasters? And last, we have how should Indo-Pacific nations respond to China's expanding military and economic influence, particularly in the South China Sea? So maybe I can follow the same order. Maybe I can start with Ambassador Saran and then subsequent speakers. Ambassador Saran, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Pramod. If I can just take the first question addressed to me in the first instance. So, this whole question of strategic autonomy is something that you will hear in different ways across the Indo-Pacific region, except for the allies of the United States. So the bulk of the countries of the region, including the smallest, there is this great kind of sense of preserving autonomy in decision making, a great premium on national sovereignty as they understand it, and a general reluctance to get caught into any alliance system. This is a characteristic of the region, and I think the ASEAN model actually was the first originator of this idea that they would like to maintain a different set of relationships with the United States, with China, with Japan, with India. And the whole conception of ASEAN and as a group was exactly to stay away from big power competition and rivalry. I mean, that was the foundation of ASEAN. And today they are under severe stress. And they were the last ones to buy into the Indo-Pacific strategy. So when you come to smaller countries like Nepal or others, one of the reasons why China is where it is today in terms of dominating and I'm not talking the foreign policy, the economic landscape or the technology landscape, is the fact that the smallest countries, the most vulnerable, had no choice in terms of getting foreign investments into their countries. They were capital starved, they were investment starved. China filled that vacuum for the last 20 years, provided easy, unquestioned money with all the accompanying ills that go with easy, cheap money without questions. And they actually became the money lender and the investment lender and everything else for these smaller countries. And therefore, and this entry into those countries was followed by political influence. And in fact, so it fitted beautifully into the Chinese strategy of creating these dependencies, which today are a reality. And the entire Quad framework, the Indo-Pacific strategy, we are coming in too late. That is the whole reality, and that is the truth of the matter. That do you have the kind of dollars and the trillions to throw in to provide to these smaller countries the alternative models, the financing models, the investment models, the infrastructure models that they desperately need? So this is one reality which is there. On the question of Trump, I'm sure our American colleagues will be much better placed to answer. But as an Indian, I can see and I can share that the expectation, broadly speaking, in India is that there will be a shift towards the Indo-Pacific in the Trump 2.0 over a 4-year period. In some ways, as a successor, let's say, reality to Trump 1.0, when he actually put China on the radar screen of the security establishment of Washington, D.C. So the expectation in India is that he will simply carry this forward and take it a step further. On the security risks and flashpoints, the Indo-Pacific region is full of them. The question is, do we have an architecture, a kind of a pan-Indo-Pacific architecture to handle? I don't think so. Will we have one? I don't think so. There are attempts like the Quad and AUKUS, but these are not, let's say, a pan-regional efforts. These are critical, but you will continue to be faced with risks and flashpoints. They will be at levels below a hot war or open hostilities. And I think we will just have to kind of, muddle our way through this rather untidy kind of reality. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I invite Professor Tomohiko Taniguchi to make his remarks?
Try to put yourself into the shoes of Donald J. Trump. You would certainly look at the Indo-Pacific region to search for your allies and partners to work with. And if you can't find reliable partners and alliance relationships to work with, you would be less inclined to do whatever you otherwise wanted to do with the Indo-Pacific region partners. So Donald J. Trump is the kind of person who wants to see grave responsibilities being shouldered by important allies and partners. And that would apply not only to the Indo-Pacific region, but also to Europe, which is why he stresses that it is the European members of NATO who should take the primary responsibility in the Ukrainian war. I am saying that what will Donald J. Trump do in the Indo-Pacific region should be reframed to asking what will the regional powers like Japan, like Australia, like India do and should do in terms of U.S. engagement in order for the United States to firmly stay engaged in the Indo-Pacific. One point is very much clear. The United States, as one of the previous speakers mentioned, is a residential power, and it needs to be so. And it is a residential power, but only supported by the allies. Among allies, it goes without saying that Japan counts the greatest because it is the host nation, the biggest military footprint the United States forward deployed, and that will remain the case. I am asking myself all the time, try not to ask what will the United States do. Try to ask what will Japan do? What will Japan have to do in order to maintain the regional order with the firm engagement and involvement of the United States? And on that point, I'm not so much optimistic because the current Japanese government is among the weakest in anyone's living memory. And everything has to be quid pro quo with the opposition party. And the defense budget and the more capital spent for the defense spending will be the kind of issues that would be very much discussed in a partisan manner. And I'm afraid that even that will be put into a discussion, let's say, category. The next point is about diplomacy. Diplomacy, military, if you compare these two terms, you might assume that diplomacy is more beautiful, military, dirty. But when it comes to the regional dynamics, China sees no value in diplomacy backed by no teeth. So if you have to spend more money, capital, human resources on defense, and you must speak in strong voice backed by the might only the military could provide. After all, Xi Jinping came to see eye to eye with Shinzo Abe only after Japan chose to invest more in the Japanese military, and only after the Prime Minister succeeded in making an arrangement whereby the Japanese forces finally would be able to work as a cohesive unit with the United States. That applies to the East China Sea situation, South China Sea situation. Someone asked what sort of strategy China has, something in comparison to FOIP, Quad, and so on and so forth. China has been very much consistent in pushing the envelope at the weakest area in the region. China is very much capable of detecting the weakest link of the entire chain, and that will continue. Okinawa, for instance, along the long stretch of Japanese archipelago, has been targeted by Chinese both hard and soft power. A lot of scholars and pundits have been invited to China, free of charge, and they've been sort of indoctrinated by the propaganda the Chinese Communist Party pushes. So it is to expand the territory bit by bit eastward to finally neutralize the entire area of Japan, the Philippines, and Indonesia, and so forth, and by eradicating the military involvement and the influence of the United States. I'm not going to be willing to live under those conditions, and I don't think many people in the region will be happy living under those conditions. So what should we do will remain a very much pertinent question. I am slightly nervous about what to say about ASEAN. ASEAN centrality and unity should be well regarded and should be cherished, but ASEAN has been a divided sort of entity now. You have land-based ASEAN nations, you have maritime-based ASEAN nations, and Laos, Cambodia, those two small nations, have been under heavy influence of Chinese Communist Party. And so ASEAN centrality and unity has been under challenge posed by China. And we have to work hard in order for this to not happen. And here diplomacy has its role to play by combining power, knowledge, and experiences of countries like Australia and like Singapore, like Japan, and the United States. We should enhance the rules-based ASEAN, and in order for ASEAN nations not to be under coercive actions and behavior of China. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. May I now invite Professor Pine?
Thank you for the questions. I'm going to echo what the good ambassador said to a point about China's kind of infrastructural largesse kind of dominating a lot of markets, especially in Asia and Africa, and increasingly in Latin America here in the Western Hemisphere. That in and of itself, it may be a conundrum to be discussed in Tokyo or in Washington or in Delhi or in Canberra. But for countries that are in desperate need, you take the opportunities where they arrive. Where I think the issue becomes problematic is that for years, a lot of the narratives, speaking from kind of the Washingtonian kind of academic community, it was always about responding. China did X, so we're going to follow suit. And it was just chasing this narrative instead of crafting their own independent narrative. For instance, one of the kind of permanent issues with China and its Belt and Road Initiative infrastructural projects were the details of the actual contract. And so, you know, and there was a mixed record. It wasn't a case where a smaller state or a less developed state was just in receive mode. They did their due diligence. It is a very diverse record depending on the circumstances. But it doesn't mean that a country like the United States or a country like India or a country like, Spain or who have you, can come in with secondary, even tertiary elements of an infrastructural project to diversify the portfolio and to make use with what available funds or what available expertise there are there. To put it in a more security-oriented frame of mind is one thing that the United States has a substantial advantage on when it comes to security cooperation is the type of professional military education that the United States facilitates. And it ranges from leadership training courses all the way down to logistical supply chains for security services, to, a whole host of practicalities, radar efficacy, shipwriter programs, all of these other things. So I think a lot of it is about a narrative crafting to use the comparative advantages to, again, further provide more options for elements of the global South who are looking for dramatically important infrastructural or economic kind of leaps to assist their own domestic needs. As for the flashpoints, again, echoing both what the ambassador said and what Dr. Taniguchi said, that there are numerous ones. But again, I think this very event features a lot of maritime conversations, and a lot of them do feature due to the maritime aspect of it, because it's easier to essentially hide your flag. It's easier to use asymmetry. It's easier to spoof yourself, or to go dark, to make certain actions less easy to attribute to a specific actor. There's just greater room for misinterpretation or for speculation to, again, control a narrative, to drive a narrative of confusion. And this is, again, where transparency matters. So one of the things that I think that the United States is working on, still has not figured out all the answers, but is to how to show its own processes, its own considerations, its own outreach with greater sunlight on the process, to show all the potential actors, all potential partners, regardless of the circumstance, what the circumstances are in related to that deal, or related to that relationship, or related to that process. The greater sunlight, the more everything can be trusted, because there's going to be disinfectant provided by that sunlight. I think a lot of what China's been able to exploit is taking a leap with its own narrative, but also, more importantly, using the opaque nature of its own system to complicate things. So that's one of the aspects that I think we need to emphasize when it comes to the potentiality of what's happening in the West Philippine Sea, for instance, right now, or in the South China Sea at large. There's definitely a change in the tone by the Chinese Foreign Ministry and by a whole host of Chinese, think tanks and kind of even official channels, vis-a-vis what the Filipinos have been doing, which is a program of dramatic transparency that this Coast Guard has been the kind of headwaters of. So these are just some of the examples of kind of, yes, the continued complexity, but also the importance of every actor of the Indo-Pacific either joining the narrative in their own terms, or also helping to define what that narrative is. I don't think it's in a circumstance where one single actor, no matter who it is, has the right nor has the ability to dictate the terms for everyone in the Indo-Pacific. So that means the opportunity exists for every actor to help define it.
Thank you. May I now invite Madam Goto to make her remarks?
Yeah, thank you so much. I actually wanted to follow up, first of all, with Professor Taniguchi's comment about Japan's weak political position. As we speak, I believe former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's widow, Akie Abe, is actually in Mar-a-Lago. It's an interesting phenomenon because Mar-a-Lago right now is the center of the transition team for the new president, and to have her as the first Japanese quasi-official to meet with the president-elect speaks volumes about what kind of relationships that the new president, the incoming president, will want to have with world leaders and influencers more broadly. But I digress. I wanted to address the question about does China have an equivalent of an Indo-Pacific strategy? Now, of course, the Indo-Pacific strategy of any country is seen as shorthand as a China strategy. So the question would be, does China have a strategy to counterbalance against an Indo-Pacific strategy coming out? China is already taking action on that front. We see that in a number of ways. One, of course, is its approach to divide and conquer amongst allies and partners. So the modus operandi of Beijing is to drive a schism between countries and to have a wedge. And so we have that amongst advanced economies to some extent, and we certainly have that amongst the sub-regions of the Indo-Pacific. We also see China as it's the China's relations with Japan in particular becomes much warmer when China's relations with the United States falters. And so we see that play out between China and the Western European countries as well. And then we also see a China strategy, which has already been discussed, that is looking more towards the global south. That would be its counterbalance towards an Indo-Pacific strategy. Yes, it has the Belt and Road Initiative, but of course, given China's own economic challenges, funding towards the BRI has been lackluster to date. But what's interesting is, for instance, if we look at the map of Africa and the data centers and the telecommunications networks that is across Africa, that is dominated by Chinese capital, primarily because there is no other alternative. And of course, with that Chinese capital comes Chinese technology. And where does that Chinese technology come from, especially when it comes to the information technology sector? It's from Huawei, which has been at the forefront of the competition between China and the United States when it comes to advanced technology. So when we look moving forward, how can we counterbalance that? Of course, the first thing is we need to put more money. But I see Japan as a very good example of this. Japan's success in investing in Southeast Asia can and should be a role model for investing in other parts of the global south, and especially its success in capacity building, in investing in infrastructure, but also in terms of reaching targets in sustainability. And then finally, investing in financial literacy. That is to say, training government officials to be able to know what a bad deal is when financial loans are structured. I think this is a very powerful tool that is actually quite low cost, but incredibly empowering, which we can actually invest in immediately. So let me leave it at that.
Thank you, Madam Goto. May I now invite Dr. Pichaman to make a response?
I don't think I have really any responses to add, in part because I think this discussion so far would actually require many more minutes. I would just say that on the question on climate change, I think it's a very important one. And indeed, we're seeing more countries incorporate climate change considerations into their national strategies, including into their defense policies, for instance, to enhance military modernization processes and ensure that they do not contribute adversely to climate change impacts. But then at the same time, I think there are still gaps in policy awareness and understanding when it comes to what it means to actually have policies in place and strategies in place that are truly in alignment with climate change adaptation principles, for example. And what it also means for countries to meet their Paris Agreement goals. So in light of that, yeah, I think in the Indo-Pacific region, many governments are still lagging behind in that respect. And there we see also challenges around the so-called just transition to renewable energies, which are often processes predicated on unsustainable extraction of resources, critical minerals to fuel the renewable energy transition. And this is something that governments in the Indo-Pacific are known for pursuing very actively, but without kind of undertaking the due diligence required to ensure greater environmental sustainability in the longer term. So I'll just respond to that one and just quickly also say that in everything I've said so far, I am speaking in my capacity as the head of research and associate professor at the Center for Future Defense and National Security of Deakin University. But with that, I'll hand it back over to you, Pramod. Thank you.
Thank you. We still have lots of questions, but we hardly have 5 to 10 minutes. let me take few questions. One is that, like, with the growing importance of digital infrastructure, how are cybersecurity concerns influencing security strategy in Indo-Pacific? Because that is one which is very important. And second is, how do economic partnership and trade agreements contribute to regional security and diplomatic relations in Indo-Pacific? And if you want to make additional any point, you are free to do so. So please, maybe in 2 to 3 minutes each. I'd like to wrap up this session. So let me again start in the same order. Ambassador Saran, over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Pramod. I think clearly, I mean, as one of the panelists very correctly pointed out, this is the digital age and the cyber threat is going to be increasingly important for many, many reasons. And I think we are not prepared for it as much as we should. And I think China clearly has the edge when it comes to using and weaponizing this particular instrument of influence, coercion, and domination. On the economic issues, of course, I think in some senses, in the Indo-Pacific region, it is actually pretty fundamental to generating or threatening regional security. And what we are seeing is that, as I mentioned earlier, the Chinese are one step ahead of the game. It's going to be catch-up time for the rest of the region. I'm not quite sure whether we have understood the challenge and the gravity of the challenge involved, but at least we seem to be understanding that there is a problem, and whether we can actually offer alternatives to Chinese investments, whether we can offer alternative manufacturing hubs, markets, technologies. All of this is going to be very, very critical to the task of creating a network of relationships and dependencies and interlinkages, which all do not lead to the top of one mountain alone, that they are diversified across the region, across countries. And I think that is really goes to the heart of everything else. So I'll just stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Professor Taniguchi Tomohiko, over to you, sir.
Speaking of digital security, the only thing that I would like to mention is that digital security is also about physical infrastructure security, because Japan, as is the case with many other island nations, has been totally, entirely dependent upon undersea cables. And the country, Japan, has actually not concealed where the undersea cables reach the shores. And it's going to be relatively easy for you to cut and disrupt information flow by cutting the undersea cables. So in order for such countries as Japan to maintain digital security, it should take responsibility in putting the infrastructure, physical infrastructure in good order. That's part of the country's responsibility for the global commons, may I say.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Professor Ben, over to you.
Thank you. I won't belabor it. There's so much to dive into here. But one of the aspects when it comes to the kind of technological thing, there are a ton of risks. There are a ton of potential rewards, hard markets to get into. One of the things that matters a great deal, at least from government state-led processes, is how do we catch up our regulatory, our legal codes, our processes, but at the same time not stamping out kind of innovation and integration of new technology. How do we facilitate international cooperation, joint research, all of these complicated questions. One simple thing that a lot of countries are starting to experiment with is the idea of essentially translating teams. Individuals who come from a government background, who understand how the sort of the meal is made, but also have the specific training and the specific know-how with a lot of the developments, whether it be cybersecurity infrastructure, whether it be telecom, whether it be AI, machine learning, whether it be even really cutting edge stuff like quantum. you have to have people who can wear dual hats at the same time, and they can leap in and out of different circles. It's a new process, and it's part of that whole. There's risks, but it's kind of the necessity of the world in which we live. And so that's one thing that I would recommend to think about, and that additional research and additional testing needs to be done with. When it has been implemented and done so with some transparency, it's proven to be far more effective, especially in cases around the Mediterranean, where they were facing very specific cyber threats.
Thank you so much. Professor Blackstone, over to you, sir.
Look, I think I would add to, we could talk all night about these topics. They go on and on. Cyber is more important than most people realize. I completely agree about infrastructure. When we think about cyber, we've got to think about the physical, the virtual, and the cognitive. So cyber is multidimensional. The physical definitely includes hardware. It's the cables especially, and Professor Taniguchi touched on that. But it is a cognitive issue as well. So it's not just about the hardware, it's not just about the software, it's about the wetware, the 6 inches between our ears. That's where I think the major, the real fight is going on in terms of competition for influence. We talk about influence in the island chains of Japan, southern Japan. That's quite significant. Look, I didn't get a chance to speak before, Pramod, but I just wanted to add a couple of points about significant flashpoints. My colleague Brendan Taylor wrote a book a couple of years back called The 4 Flashpoints. And he was talking about the Korean Peninsula, the East China Sea, the South China Sea, and Taiwan. And they are enduring flashpoints in that affect East Asia. But there's other ones, of course, across the Eurasian landmass that people in Nepal and India are much more acquainted with than I am. But I did want to make the point that I think it's really, and I get back to what I was saying about unrestricted competition, and I think we need to be not just thinking about this in terms of the prospects of war, but the prospect of being outplayed short of war. Because I think what we're dealing with is, when I think about that concept of unrestricted competition, of the lines of the Chinese strategist Sun Tzu, for whom the acme of skill is to defeat your adversary without fighting. And I think, much of what we're dealing with in terms of influence in the Pacific, or influence in Okinawa or various places, and the pressure on the Philippines in the South China Sea, or etc. I mean, there's so many facets to this. We could talk all night about it, but I'm mindful it's quite late here in DC. But it's really useful to think of this not just in terms of military, but in terms of the cognitive, the thinking, the battle we're facing is not just about weapons, it's about a struggle for influence and ideas, and that's ongoing, and I think we're not doing very well. And part of that is because we've walked away from institutions. I mean the West, and I think the United States under President Trump, and look, his successor Biden, and now Trump back, who knows what he's going to be like. But essentially, we've looked to the United States for the institutions. The United States appears to have a fairly transactional approach to institutions and to arrangements. I think we corporately all need to have a much more holistic sense of the nature of the challenges we face, and not just see this purely in transactional terms, but in terms of ideas, because the contest for ideas is alive and well, and it's not going away. And at the moment, we're not doing too well at it. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Madam Goto for a response?
Yeah, thank you so much. Just going back to Professor Blackstone's ideas, the 4 flashpoints that he highlighted. And I absolutely agree about the flashpoints and also this idea about the nature of war changing. And I'm thinking specifically about Taiwan. And there is no kinetic warfare against Taiwan right now, but China has essentially declared war on China in terms of cyber attacks and also in terms of disinformation. And the way that the nature of war has changed, and we need to be able to adapt to it. Again, I go back to this idea of economic coercion as well, together with this pushing back against disinformation campaigns. Are some of the areas that we should be cooperating with right now that would be an effective way to deter China from taking greater action. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Dr. Pichaman, over to you.
I don't think I'll be able to add much in the time remaining, just to say that I think it's important for us, because in this call, in this session so far, we've really been focused on state actors. I would like to encourage everyone to think more about non-state actors, especially those businesses aforementioned, and especially in the tech sector, in the digital domain. Because as one of my colleagues working in this area pointed out very clearly to me, is that, you know, especially when it comes to the cyber domain or digital domain, so many of the tools or terrain of combat aren't actually owned by governments. They're actually more controlled by companies and these non-state actors. And so thinking about what those implications are for national strategy is really important going forward. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all the speakers, very distinguished speakers, for the remarks. Mr. Pankaj Saran, Dr. Tomohiko Taniguchi, Professor Jeffrey Penn, Professor John Blexland, Sihoko Goto, and Dr. Pichamon Yofantong. Thank you so much for your remarks. It was a really interesting session. We'd like to end the session here. Now we'd like to work on the next session. The next session is another very interesting session on addressing non-traditional maritime threats, where the session will be chaired by Dr. Avinash Anil Godbole, who is professor at OP Jindal Global University. And the panelists are Brigadier Retired Dr. Robert G. Kabaje, who is Mashariki Research and Policy Center from Kenya. We have Dr. Suchana Apple Chavnich, who is professor at Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. Captain Kamlesh Kumar Agnihotri, who is Senior Fellow at National Maritime Foundation. Rajdeep Mukherjee, who is Policy Analyst at Bay of Bengal Program, Intergovernmental Organization. Dr. Aparna, who is Assistant Professor at Central University of Jharkhand. And Dr. Sampa Kundu, Consultant, Research and Information System of Developing Country, India. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. It was a really interesting session, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Pramod. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Avinash sir, please check your audio and video, please.
Yeah, just give me 30 seconds, Pramod. I'm just getting on with the video.
Sure.
It'll be fine.
Brigadier Kabage, could you please check your audio and video, please? Let me make you co-host. You are yet to make co-host. Yes, now you can unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm unmuted.
Yes, but we can't see you yet. Maybe you have to. Yes, we can see you, sir. It's very nice to see you after so long.
Yeah, thank you so much,
Dr.
sir.
Suchna has not yet joined.
Good
Captain
morning,
Agnihotri,
Mr.
could you
Jaiswal.
please check your audio? Yes, good morning,
Yeah,
sir.
good morning,
So we
Dr.
can see
Jaiswal. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you very clearly.
Okay,
Dr.
nice to
Aparna.
join up.
Sure, sir. Thank you for joining us. Dr. Aparna, could you please check your audio and video, please? Dr. Sampa.
Yeah, hi, good morning.
Good morning. We can see you and we can hear you. Dr. Aparna. Please unmute yourself.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible, but you're not visible yet.
Okay. Let me try. Actually, I'm getting some problem with my video.
Okay.
Just start with, and meanwhile, we'll get back with my video.
Sure, sure. Dr. Abhinas, could you check your video now? I think it must work.
I'm here.
Yes, we can see you. So we have 2 minutes. Let's wait for one more speaker who is yet to join. Rajdeep will join in few minutes. He's trying to join. He has some other important meeting, so he's wrapping up and he'll join in a few minutes. Dr. Suchna, we're waiting for her. So, sir, this session, every speaker will have 10 minutes, but if there are some dropout, we can consider a few minutes. We have to wrap, this session is till 2 p.m., but we have to wrap up around 1:55, so that we have a few minutes to prepare for the next room.
Yeah, I was thinking the same 10 minutes, and then I'll give a 2 minutes maximum extension. And I'll ping at 10 and then 2 minutes to close down. And then about we'll have 25 to 30 minutes for Q&A. Does that work for everyone?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
That is fine.
I think let's start because the chair has arrived and other speakers are there. To save every minute is important. Let me try to start this session. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to session G. This session is on addressing non-traditional maritime threats, which will be chaired by Dr. Avinash Anil Godbole, who is professor at O.P. Jindal Global University, India. And we have very distinguished speaker in this session. Talking on this topic, we have Brigadier retired Dr. Robert G. Kabe, who is from Mashariki Research and Policy Center in Kenya. We have Dr. Suchna Apple Savinich, who is a professor at Department of Marine Science at Chulalongkorn University in Bangkok. Dr. Kamlesh Kumar Agnihotri, retired, who is senior fellow at National Maritime Foundation, New Delhi. We have Rajdeep Mukherjee, who is policy analyst, Bay of Bengal Program, Intergovernmental Organization in India. We have Dr. Aparna, who is assistant professor at Department of International Relations, Central University of Jharkhand, India. And we have Dr. Sampa Kundu, who is consultant at Research and Information System for Developing Countries, India. So now I'd like to hand over the floor to Dr. Abhinas. Sir, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pramod, and thank you for having me participate in your conference once again, maybe third or fourth time. All right, good afternoon from a very cold North India, and I hope everyone is well wherever you are. Season's greetings to all. We are attending this very significant conference, and all of us are participating in this very valuable session. Non-traditional maritime threats are several, and we are operating in an environment where we don't have exactly the adequate amount of norms or protocols and conventions on how to address them. In that context, it becomes important to be prepared in addressing these challenges. Obviously, we all are aware of what are the non-traditional maritime threats that we are talking of, and I'm sure all of you will address those in your areas. But also, I'm sure you will consider addressing several geographic regions that you work on. Piracy and armed robberies, illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing, IUU fishing, human trafficking is there, environmental degradation in the region, and the declining of fisheries and fish stocks is a permanent challenge. Overfishing obviously adds as a challenge on top of that. There is maritime environmental degradation, as well as environmental incidents on which we don't have adequate protocols as well as mechanisms to address them. And obviously the challenge that crosses the boundary between traditional and non-traditional aspects, that is drug trafficking and arms trafficking as well. And I'm sure all of us understand that the traditional and non-traditional challenges overlap because a lot of these non-traditional threats are created in a way to fund traditional threats, create traditional threats, and also to kind of challenges, traditional challenges for the adversaries. Now, there are a lot of ways in which these threats can be addressed, and we have been talking of that for a long time. But are we closer to addressing these threats than we were, say, 5 years ago or 10 years ago? And how do we get there? How do we get better at addressing these threats eventually? In the field of, in the context of growing geopolitical contest and competition across the world, particularly Asia and South Asia, because we are located in South Asia here. How do we increase cooperation? How do we increase legal frameworks for this? How do we create capacity for smaller countries? How do we undertake maritime domain awareness that is productive and helpful but not competitive? How do we create environmental protection and promote sustainable practices at the sea? I'm sure many of you, all of you who are speaking today will address these issues. So now I welcome you all to start speaking. Dr. Robert, you're first, so I invite you to start your presentation.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning from Nairobi. I wish to start my remarks by thanking Nepal Institute for International Cooperation and Engagements for hosting the Indo-Pacific Future Forum for 2024 and for inviting Mashariki Research and Policy Center, Kenya, to share our thoughts on this topic addressing non-traditional maritime threats in the Indo-Pacific region. My name once again is Brigadier Retired Dr. Kabage. I'm the CEO of this institution. I also wish to appreciate my fellow speakers today. I want to center my discussion on moving beyond the traditional security understanding that is state-centric and shift towards human security. The use of terminology non-traditional threats remains contested. It has been contested because it is a post-Cold War conceptualization that perceived that nation states would not go to war with each other. This was the assumption in the post-Cold War era that states would now cooperate for good order in the sea. Yet, in the present, we see ever-changing global competition on the sea. Non-traditional threats are contextualized in the literature to refer to interventions not directly related to naval warfare. This discussion fits within the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 14. This goal is about the sustainable use of oceans, seas, and marine resources, conserving and sustainably using the oceans, seas, and marine resources. Oceans and seas are essential to human existence and life on Earth. They offer natural resources, including food, medicines, biofuels, and other products. Moreover, oceans and seas are the planet's greatest carbon sink. This then allows us to reflect on issue areas such as environmental security and related food security threats in the context of non-traditional threats to maritime security. In the non-traditional maritime threats, we can talk about such issues as climate change, drug smuggling, piracy, sea robbery, terrorism, and illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, IUU. These issues are often interlinked and cut across national and physical boundaries. These threats can be linked to state weakness, but also insufficient regional and international cooperation. Due to the short time allocated to me this morning, I will only focus on a few of those threats. I'll focus on climate change. I'll look at illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing, maritime terrorism, and finally, ocean acidification. On climate change, rise in sea levels linked to climate change is a major environmental concern for the planet and one of the issues that is evident as a non-traditional threat. Rising sea levels are impacting coastal states at several scales. They are leading to a new phenomena known as climate refugees due to the associated displacement. In addition, they are leading to flooding, salinity intrusion, including food insecurity. The Maldives Island is one of the developing nations facing this threat, even as climate adaptation and mitigation interventions are put in place. On illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing, littoral nations and coastal communities around Indian Ocean are dependent on fishery for their livelihoods. IUU is referred to in literature as unsustainable practices that lead to the depletion of fish stocks. The end result is that they are detrimental to the marine ecosystem. These activities are largely enabled by weak governance mechanisms where states are unable to police their marine resources. This then allows actors, such as organized criminal groups, to engage in these illegal activities. In the end, the potential of the blue economy, which is critical to socioeconomic development, is impacted negatively by these illegalities. On ocean acidification, acidification, which is linked further to global warming, is further impacting on human security. The immediate implication is the negative impact it has on coral reefs. Coral reefs are a key building block towards coral fisheries. In addition, they are an important cog in food security for coastal population, in addition to sustaining exotic tourist destinations. Addressing the impacts of climate change is therefore critical in this regard as a way to secure livelihoods while sustaining the Earth's resources. On maritime terrorism also has no internationally agreed definition. A joint commission from the European Commission, the European Parliament, and the Council defines maritime terrorism as any violent act with a political purpose against ships, cargo and passengers, ports and port facilities, and critical maritime infrastructure. In the Indian Ocean region, there has been cases of these acts of sabotage by organized criminal groups, such as on the Somali coastline, and which disrupts maritime trade. The Houthis' attack on ships on the Gulf of Aden of late and part of this year has further demonstrates this challenge. Having demonstrated the four challenges, what then do I propose as measures to counter those threats? One, I'm proposing cooperation of littoral states at regional and continental levels in areas of maritime security. It is important, such as to be able to address such issues as illegal and unregulated fishing. And the Djibouti Code of Conduct, agreed on in 2009, which was ratified by about 20 states, is a maritime security agreement that aims to counter threats to the region, including piracy, armed robbery, human trafficking, and illegal fishing. So it is important that littoral states cooperate in implementation of this code of conduct. The other intervention is to enhance multilateralism, such as leveraging on the opportunities for cooperation allowed such programs as the Indian Ocean Rim Association, IOLA. This allows cooperation on matters of marine safety and security, as well as disaster risk management. The other intervention is adherence by littoral states to mechanisms such as the Food and Agriculture Organization Code of Conduct for Responsible Fisheries of 1995. This code, which is voluntary, provides standards for marine resources conservation and management. The code takes into account the economic, cultural, and environmental significance of these resources.
Dr.
Another
Kavake, 2 minutes,
intervention
please.
is that governments at bilateral and multilateral levels should initiate policy interventions for climate change adaptation and mitigation, including finding cooperative mechanisms. And lastly, I am proposing that there is need for a community-based institutional management within the Indo-Pacific region. This mechanism has been applied in contexts such as Kenya and Madagascar. These have been particularly applied in the context of coral reefs management. Community-based approaches help to bring a wide range of stakeholders in what can be deemed as bringing multiple stakeholders to the conservation table. In this way, they also bring local knowledge, experiences, and also enhance ownership. Lastly, I wish to recommend that the international community needs to work collaboratively in order to towards a free and open Indo-Pacific region, which is free for all of us. Thank you so much, and I'm ready for Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Brigadier Dr. Kavage. Thank you for your points, quite valuable, and I'm quite interested to understand from you the details of community-based mechanisms. Maybe we can bring that up in the discussion. I'll use my chair's privilege to ask you 2 questions, which you can address a little later. What is the assessment of cost of climate change that Kenya is going to face based on the problems that you have highlighted? Cost in terms of financial cost, also in terms of potential internal migration if the sea level rise is to happen. You have also mentioned IORA and regional cooperation activities. What are your expectations from regional powers and other great powers towards this aspect outside the regional activities? We'll move to the next speaker, but I'd like to add one more point. A lot of the maritime challenges that are coming as non-traditional challenges also have their roots on the ground, like the pollution that goes into the ocean have originate on the ground, and India as well as China as well as rest of South Asia are part of the problem here. So we also need to work with agencies who work on land-based pollution and that enters into water and then enters into ocean. Because Dr. Kavage mentioned coral challenge, it came to my mind that a lot of coral erosion happens because of industrial waste. That is a problem in major parts of Asia. I now invite our next speaker, Dr. Suchana, who is a professor in the Department of Marine Sciences. Are you here? If not, then can we move to Captain Kamlesh Kumar Agnihotri, who is a senior fellow at NMF New Delhi? Sir, are you ready for your presentation?
Yes, certainly.
All right, please go ahead.
Okay, just give me 30 seconds. Let me
Of
start
course.
my timer.
Of course, of course.
Okay, so uh, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a wonderful opportunity to talk to this forum, and topic, of course, is addressing non-traditional maritime threats. A lot of people have talked about the maritime threats per se. Can you hear me, Dr. Godbole?
Yes, quite clear. Yes, sir.
Okay, so then it is fine. Uh, since the time is less, I will just briefly touch upon the non-traditional maritime threats and not all of them because we have a distinguished panel. Somebody will be talking about IAU fishing, somebody presumably will talk about the drug running, etc. So I will concentrate on, I will take on from what Dr. Kabage said. There is no definition of maritime terrorism. However, maritime terrorism, the piracy, and the possible link between them, I will cover in my topic. And then what are the means, measures that India is taking with regard to addressing these non-traditional maritime security threats. So that will limit my talk to these non-traditional threats. And then, of course, I'll be presuming that the other non-traditional threats will be covered by many other people who are in this panel, and they have also been getting covered in the previous sessions. So, coming now to the presentation per se, I will just like to start with the Indo-Pacific region itself. The conference is about the Indo-Pacific region, and what is our definition of, or I would say, our interpretation of the Indo-Pacific region? Because various countries have got their own definitions. Particularly, there is a difference of opinion with regard to what US considers as the Indo-Pacific and what India considers as the Indo-Pacific. As far as India is concerned, the Indo-Pacific extends from the east coast of Africa to the western shores of America. Now, keeping that geography in mind, I will further narrow it down to what are the India's areas of maritime interest. Now, India's areas of maritime interest are laid down in the India's maritime doctrine of 2009, which talks about the primary areas of interest and the secondary areas of interest. While the primary areas of interest are largely lie on the in the Bay of Bengal, Arabian Sea, and the Greater Indian Ocean region, which covers various choke points and straits. The secondary area of interest goes well into the mid-Pacific, which in a way covers a large part of the Indo-Pacific. So then India, as far as its maritime security is concerned, looks primarily at securing its primary areas of interest, and also looks at threats developing in or that in at or through the sea into its secondary areas of interest, so that when the threat can be detected early on, suitable measures can be taken to either mitigate them or prevent them, or some action can be to address them in some way. Now, coming to the Indian Ocean per se, the area of Indian Ocean, we know it's a vast area, 73.6 million square kilometers, and the area of Arabian Sea is 3.8 million square kilometers. Now, what are the threats as I had talked about? I will non-traditional threats, as we all know, and it has been spelled out by our Prime Minister Manmohan Singh in 2012. Non-traditional threats, as far as India is concerned, arise uh, at, or through the sea. Now, one of the main non-traditional threats, which is bordering the traditional threat, again, Dr. Kawage referred to it, is the state-supported acts of non-state rogue elements. And then, of course, there are man-made maritime security challenges and natural calamities and disasters. Now, I will, for the time being, as I had said previously, natural calamities and disasters I will leave out. Man-made maritime security challenges, some of them like drug running, gun running, human smuggling, I will again just touch very fleetingly. Main topic that I'm going to touch is the state-supported act of non-terror elements. So the state-supported acts of non-state rogue elements can manifest in various ways. They could be piracy with an ideological motive, armed robbery to finance terror activities, direct attack on offshore oil or gas platforms, or single buoy mooring systems, even direct attack on port facility or harbor terminals, and direct attack on ships at anchorage or alongside. There are certain other manifestations also. Direct attack on near coast nuclear or industrial installations. You know that nuclear installations have to perforce be sited at coast because of the huge cooling requirements which is met by the seawater. Then the indirect attack from hijacked ships on shore installations or cities, infiltration for attack in the hinterland, and indirect attack on harbors by disrupting safe navigation aids and by sinking ships, boats, or in the narrow channels or straits. For example, if you look at Visakhapatnam, the entry into Visakhapatnam is so narrow that if a ship or even a boat is sunk at the narrowest part of the channel, the complete traffic in and out of Visakhapatnam can be easily blocked. And since the waters over there are quite deep, it is very easy for the adversary or the enemy or the non-state actor to come very close, get into the narrowest part of the channel, and carry out its nefarious activity should it intend to do so. So now I would talk about maritime terrorism in a little more general sense, and we have had some examples of maritime terrorism. Definition is not clear, has not been specified, as Dr. Kabage said. The threat of maritime terrorism is manifest in USS Cole incident in Aden in 2000, October 2000 to be precise. Then MS Limburg in 2002, M Star in the ferry in the Persian Gulf, and the Super Ferry 14 in 2004. And the world would really be naive to underestimate this threat. Because just because something has not happened after 2004 does not mean that terrorism does not exist, and maritime terrorism very much exists. We all know how LTTE made life miserable for not only Sri Lanka, but because it had a maritime wing, but it also caught us all up in various knots, because then India and the regional countries around were trying to help Sri Lanka get out of this. Now, terrorists also have their operational space ashore restricted due to tighter security, which makes the maritime domain an attractive alternate venue for high-profile attacks. The criticality of maritime sector and vulnerability of maritime infrastructure are recognized by the terrorists. Some terrorist groups, including the LTT, as I said, in the northern and eastern Sri Lanka, have demonstrated maritime capabilities earlier. A combination of the terrorist ability to move freely at sea and the proliferation of nuclear technology constitute the greatest threat to the interconnected economies of the world today. Other non-traditional threats, I will only refer to them. I will not explain. As I had said, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, drug running, human trafficking, piracy. Piracy, little bit I'll touch. Armed robbery, actually, I already touched the piracy part. Ocean environment pollution, and contraband smuggling or transportation of weapons of mass destruction. So, if we just come to the activities, terror activities of non-state actors supported by the state, the biggest example we all know was the terror attack. I mean, I can all mention it. We all know it's an open secret, sponsored by Pakistan in a way, wherein in Mumbai there was an attack from 26 to 28 November of 2008, which is colloquially now known as 26/11. So we all know how it went on for good 3 days, leading to more than 175 casualties. And what was attacked was the hotels, the restaurants, and a place of a Israeli Chabad house, uh, as well as the hospital and the Mumbai VT railway station, where innocent passengers were just hanging around trying to go to their destinations. Now, so what can we do? What can India do to address maritime security challenges? Of course, if you talk it in terms of, I would say, delineate it or break it down, the such threats can be delineated in 5 ways. That is, accepting the threat has to be first thing only for addressing it. So accept the threat, then avoid the threat, then reduce the threats. And reducing the threat can be done by 2 ways. First, monitor the threat, and then control the threat. Now,
So, 2
when
minutes,
we talk
sir.
about these, yes, how many? 2 minutes.
2 minutes to close, please.
Okay. So while acceptance of risks in maritime warfare is axiomatic, I mean, risks are there. That's why we are in the panel sitting here. And Nice, Nepal is hosting this conference. So accepting threat is very much there. It's axiomatic. And avoidance is rarely feasible. That is why pragmatism would call for an effort to reduce risks through comprehensive monitoring and credible control mechanisms. And to counter these threats, non-traditional threats, the countries must invest in building of a comprehensive MDA architecture. This MDA is Maritime Domain Awareness Architecture. This architecture should be built around many sources and technologies and should be reliable, accurate in collation, should be user-friendly, agile, easy to access, and also amenable to dissemination in shortest possible time frame. And the space-based surveillance technologies are playing a major part in that. Indian Navy has also taken some stellar initiative towards erecting MDA effort in the Indian Ocean region. One such initiative is the establishment of the Information Fusion Center for the Indian Ocean region. Now, I'll just talk about the Information Fusion Center quite quickly. It extensively collaborates with other information fusion centers operating from Singapore, Madagascar, and Seychelles. Also, information sharing centers are also other information sharing centers also involved. That is Djibouti Code of Conduct grouping that is in Yemen, Mombasa, Dar es Salaam, and Tanzania for a two-way information flow. In addition, Quad group of countries are seriously working to operationalize a comprehensive MDA picture at a much broader scope and larger scale under the rubric of IPMDA, Indo-Pacific Maritime Domain Awareness. IPMDA harnesses innovative technologies such as commercial satellite radio frequency data mining to provide near real-time information to its partners across Southeast Asia, Indian Ocean, and the Pacific region. IPMDA supports the ability of Indo-Pacific partners to rapidly detect and respond to a wide range of challenges involving illicit maritime activities. So when we have talked about monitoring is like a MDA that I have just talked about. And to ensure that recurrence of 2611 type of incidents doesn't happen again, India has taken various positive steps. That is, joint operation centers have been set up at Mumbai, Visakhapatnam, and Cochin and Port Blair. National Command, Control, and Communication and Intelligence Network has been established for real-time MDA. Sagar Prairie Bal, comprising of 1,000 men and 80 fast interceptor crafts, has been formed for security of naval bases and vulnerable assets. Give me a minute.
Sir,
Surface and air surveillance, because these points are important. I want to bring it to the notice of the international audience. Surface and air surveillance enhanced by the Indian Navy, Coast Guard, and aircraft along the coast of and offshore development areas. Coastal radar stations and AIS chains have been set up. Marine police of coastal states and union territories has been strengthened. And what about the Navy? Navy has got Indian Navy. We all know navies have four clear roles: the combat role, diplomatic role, constabulary role, and benign role. So combat and diplomatic role are not within the preview of this because they are not addressing the non-traditional threats. The constabulary role requires coastal defense, security of EEZ, good order and at sea, and these turn into counter-terrorism and policing missions. So, having completed my presentation, I will just provide a recall for the panelists as well as the other audience who have joined in about the rescue of MV Ruin from pirates by Indian Navy on 15 March 2024. Indian Air Force was involved, Indian Navy was involved, Marine Commandos were involved, and they parachuted into the sea very far from India's coast, and they managed to capture 100% pirates and release all the hostages from the captured ship called MV Ruin in March of 2024. By this, India has shown its prowess to take on the non-traditional threats, particularly of the piracy and terrorism kind anywhere in the Indian Ocean region, which is our primary area of Indian Ocean region. So I will stop at that.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I mean, thank you, Captain Agnihotri. Excellent talk. I mean, the second half of your talk was more tuned with what we're discussing. My question was going to be to you on the effectiveness of the Information Fusion Center, and if you could bring some data on their capacity and the kind of success they have had so far, and their future plans towards in the Q&A. Of course, you don't represent them, but I'm sure you'll have some more information on that. I now invite Rajdeep Mukherjee, who is a policy analyst in the Bay of Bengal program. Are you there? Yes.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, quite clear.
Yeah, sorry for the delay. I was in another meeting. How much time I have?
So about 12 minutes, but about I'll ping in 10 minutes for you to close in next 2.
Okay. So basically, we're talking about non-traditional threats. And just before coming here, I was talking to my daughter who is having an exam, and she was telling that the exam was not good because some questions were from out of syllabus. The non-traditional threats are kind of this out of syllabus. We when we say tradition, that means there are existing practices, norms are there,
nice.
rules and regulations are there. But non-traditional kind of catch us off guard. We don't know what to do it, how to kind of approach them, and what should be our reaction. I would just spend a few minutes in this norms part also. Again, just giving this example of what my daughter told me. Now, when I just dig deeper that why you think it's an out of syllabus. So she told me that, okay, the teacher did not discuss about it in the class. Now, as we know, I mean, when we were in the student, when we were the student also, we did not actually look at the syllabus, which was available with board or maybe somewhere lying in somewhere. We basically relied on that what teacher is telling us or what maybe the friends are telling us. And based on that, what we have an idea of a syllabus. If you look at the traditional and non-traditional threat, it's kind of same thing. At a constitutional level, the countries may be aware about the non-traditional threats. So there are rules and regulation laws in place. They start just discussing those things, that the mechanism that government is providing. But when you come down to the people, how much of this law are becoming into a practice at the social level? So my topic that I'd like to speak to you today is about the IU fishing, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing that's been happening in the Indian Ocean region. It's when we say IU fishing, it seems to be very black and white. It's like theft, stealing of fish, and everything, and we can say that okay, it's bad thing. So you need to bring out regulations. You need to improve your monitoring, control, and surveillance to address the problem. In a way, we kind of trying to do it, define it mechanistically very much, that this is a problem which don't have a societal or economic dimension. It's basically a technology problem which can be solved with technology. Now, as we know that when it comes to the impact of IU fishing, the data are very sparse. I mean, last comprehensive study which it covered the Indian Ocean region was like in 2016 or something, 15 or 16. At that time, it was carried out. Why people don't conduct frequent studies? Because it's very difficult to capture what's happening actually in IU fishing. So if we look at the numbers from that time, there are various hotspots around lying around the Indian Ocean, and one of the primary hotspots is the Bay of Bengal region. So between around the Indian borders, India, Sri Lanka, then around Maldives border. There are a lot of these hotspots are lying around, and especially the ABNJ, the areas beyond national jurisdiction in the Bay of Bengal, where a lot of foreign footprints we can see, and they are often engaged in IU fishing. So what's happening that if we look at the composition of IU fishing, so we usually find that there are two types of players. One are the foreign players. They are coming from outside the region and doing some illegal activities here. But there are also domestic players who, for various reasons, are engaging in IU fishing. So that's what I wanted to kind of start with when we're discussing the non-traditional threat and how we can go forward with it. And if you remember that what I just started with, that IU fishing is a black and white, but this distinction kind of blurs when you look at the domestic fishing. The data that they have captured during the earlier studies shows that the domestic fishing vessels are catching a lot, which can be termed as an illegal fishing. Like they are not fishing, they are fishing without license, or the fishing boats are not properly registered, or they are doing prohibited fishing gear and everything. But in the process, they are also contributing to the food security and creating a lot of employment domestically, which we often kind of overlook, that the benefits that are getting from IU fishing. And if you look at the response of the countries, they are often quite silent about the domestic component of the IU fishing than the foreign component. Now, why is it important? Because if you look at the major violators in fisheries who are engaged in IU fishing, and in various research papers, they are named that China is in various seas engaged in IU fishing. But and then we can ask that why the Chinese government are resilient about the IU fishing that being attributed to them. So probably one of the reasons is that it is contributing to them domestically. It's kind of creating employment, creating food security, and other issues. I am not going into the crime part of IU fishing, which I think other speakers will be covering, like drug smuggling, human smuggling, arms smuggling, and all those things being done in the name of fishing. But even if we don't cover them, we just stick to the basic fisheries management. So we kind of see a dual role of a state when it comes to IU fishing. They are quite resilient when it comes to the domestic IU fishing, but they are more vocal when it becomes a foreign IU fishing. So you can say that when I'm going to other country, my fleet is going to another country, so that for that country I'm a foreign fisherman, and they are vocal. So, but their domestic fishing vessels also doing the same thing, and they are kind of silent. In the process, what's happening that when we are trying to implement the act or rules and regulations as far as IU fishing is concerned, we are not getting the efficiency or efficacy that should be there. It starts with information exchange. So when you were asking about information, so and they are reluctant to give information when about the domestic IU fishing, or when their domestic fleet is engaged in IU fishing. So that information countries are reluctant to give. They can very well come out with that. Okay, you are doing IU fishing in my water, but I don't know what my fishing vessels are doing in your waters. We can look at the IFC IOR website, who monitors the IU fishing activities, all the probable cases of IU fishing activities. And we can see the listing of IU fishing vessels in different organizations like FAO, IOTC, who are kind of a list of IU fishing vessels. And then we can look at the court cases actually where the IU fishers are prosecuted. So it is like a inverted pyramid structure. There are like a huge numbers of IU fishing cases or possible cases of IU fishing being reported in different websites, media, in people conversation and everything. Small percentage of them come to the regional organization, with actual request for actually probing that whether it's an IU fishing incident or not. And a very still a smaller percentage of them actually get prosecuted in the court and they are being punished or penalized or something. So the whole point is that if we kind of maintain this dichotomy in our approach to a problem, we may not ever able to solve this problem simply with technology, a better monitoring or better policing or something. Because with every crime or every violation of law, if we don't go to the crime as such, the mechanism or the redressal mechanism starts with that how the society look at it, that whether the society is accepting those violators or they are kind of rejecting those violators. So in case of fisheries, we like I said that we see a little bit of acceptance. We say, I mean, certain degree of acceptance as far as domestic fishing is concerned. So what we have to do now in that case? So it becomes that this law that we have at the constitutional level, country, whichever country we can consider, they should bring it down to the community level and see that how community can bring them in their own practice mechanism and implement in their day-to-day life. Yeah. So that the gap between the law and the norms, social norms, cultural norms, become reduced over time, and we can have an effective mechanism. Thank you. That's all.
So thank you. I mean, you didn't use your 2 more minutes, but you made a lot of valuable points. I also remember one kind of funny incident about ILSA, like fish price going up, and then in Bangladesh, the people having to convince the government having to convince the fishers don't go out in the prohibited season, otherwise in 10 years no ILSA. And then so a cultural connection, a food habit, and telling convincing that as it is the prices are going up and have been going up. So making a cultural connection help the government achieve compliance mechanisms. I'm trying to connect this with your point of us having good laws, but unable to practice it at the social level. Why is there a gap, right? You also highlighted the point, and I like that again, it connects with the issue that a lot of IU fishing has a domestic roots and employability. A lot of people are employed on it on the oceans and on the ground as well. And that is a part of a problem. How do we create alternative employment opportunities? That is also a problem. How do we create common policing strategies across different regions, but also across different provinces within India as well, from across Kerala to West Bengal. But while looking at your website, I also realized it's small, and we have a lot of scope to increase a lot of activities. But that is another problem, and that maybe you can answer towards in Q&A. What is the process of data building and knowledge sharing that you work through, and how effective it has been, and what are the ways in which we can improve on that? Because as we realize, as we research on these issues, that there's a lot of information, but there are gaps, information gaps, and a lot of good information doesn't reach practitioners. A lot of practitioners' concerns don't reach to us, the researchers. So how do we overcome those gaps? I hope to hear your recommendations in the conversation in Q&A. So I invite our next speaker, Dr. Aparna, who is Assistant Professor at Department of International Relations at the Central University of Jharkhand. Dr. Aparna, please go ahead.
Yeah, am I audible to you, sir?
Yes, quite clear.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for calling me. I will be presenting through PPT. So let me share the PPT first. Can you see the PPT, sir?
Yes, it's clear. You can go ahead.
Okay. Very good afternoon, sir. to the respected chair and my dear colleagues out there. Thank you so much, nice forum, for giving me this opportunity to present before you on my research work, conservation of the Indo-Pacific marine biodiversity and analysis. As we all are aware that Indo-Pacific Forum 2024, a two-day conference in its 10 sessions and many sub-sessions. So many scholars from all across the world are discussing on different dimensions of Indo-Pacific security architecture, traditional as well as non-traditional. Here, session 7 is concerned of this non-traditional security threat, and as my senior colleague, Dr. Rajdeep Mukherjee sir has said that this particular topic seems to be out of the syllabus. So very rightly marked, sir, but sooner or later, as my work also says too, and all this discussion of session 7 will indicating that this non-traditional security concerns are going to play the critical role in for shaping the traditional security issues and the related conversations. So let us start with my work, sir. As we know that this Indo-Pacific region is a huge region, and if we go into its vastness as an eco-region, we will be seeing like from American Samoa to Australia, Northern Territory, Queensland, Western Australia, like Egypt, like Comoros, India, Kuwait, Madagascar, Malaysia, Maldives, Oman, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Seychelles, Singapore, and so on. Regions, means eco-regions, are associated with this Indo-Pacific region, and this particular Indo-Pacific region has a vast number of non-traditional security threats that all of us are presently talking to, like few of them are like piracy, maritime terrorism, armed robberies at seas, human trafficking, drug trafficking, illicit wildlife trafficking, illegal weapon deals, IUU fishing that sir was talking about, Rajdeep sir was talking about, illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, degraded ocean health, illegal exploitation of sea resources, etc., etc. And we know that these things have become significant and real threat to both national security as well as commercial shipping in recent years. Addressing these natural and man-made maritime hazards required an all-encompassing responses from the global nautical community. We know this thing very clearly, and because of that, today I am going to present my work on this particular topic about conserving this diverse maritime biodiversity of this particular region. So here is a raw map of this particular region, which is stretched from Indian Ocean to the Pacific Ocean, and the reasons that I was naming too in the very beginning of the presentation. This particular region, this particular stretch encompasses of all these particular things. And why we are concerned of this, the richness of the biodiversity of this Indo-Pacific region. We know that biodiversity is the foundation of the life on Earth, and it provides essential ecological support and services for human survival and development. The species that are found in and around Indo-Pacific marine biodiversity includes so many things like marine turtle, dolphin, crocodile, seabirds, green turtle, so many varieties of turtles, and sharks, butterfly fish, giant clams, different species of dolphin, etc. And along with that, it consists of coral reefs backed by mud and tidal flats, coastal marshes, mangrove forests. The area also supports numerous sponges, mollusks, fish, algae, seabirds, marine mammals, and actually it is a complex network of many species of fishes, reptiles, amphibians, and mammals, as well as numerous birds. So as I said in the beginning, that this unparalleled riches of this Indo-Pacific region is due to the geographical position at the crossroad of Asia, because it is situated in the crossroad of Asia and the Pacific. Moving ahead, because this thing is stretched from Indo-Pacific, so Indian Ocean to the Pacific Ocean. If we will look into its diversity, we will find that from Australia, like I have taken few examples of it, although the number is so and so on, but I have taken few of it. Like the Great Barrier Reef along the northern coast of Australia is the largest single reef system in the world, extending 2,000 kilometers. There are an estimated 1,500 species of fish and about 350 species of hard reef built-in corals, more than 4,000 mollusk species, over 400 species of sponge have been collected. It is the most diverse in reef type, habitats, and environmental regimes, making this an area of enormous scientific importance. Like another example is from the southwest Madagascar. If you will look into it, you will find that they are the most extensive in the Indian Ocean and among the largest in the world. It with about 200 kilometers of true barrier reefs and a number of offshore coral islands. Within the Mekong Delta, you will find there are 260 species of fishes, 35 reptiles, amphibians, and number of mammals, as well as numerous bird species are there. As I said, the number is countless and the list will go on. We have Run of Kutch, we have Maldives, like Maldives contains extensive and largely intact reefs and comprised perhaps one of the world's most complex reef system. Like we have Arabian Sea and Persian Gulf, which contains rare, high latitude coral reefs, green turtle nesting beaches. We have Sundarban and its vast, complex network of all these species, all the species, as well as tiger prawns, the kind of rare in its nature you will find it there. Now the question is that we really count on these biodiversity, but the problem is that we really do not count this biodiversity as the mainstream discussion, as Rajiv Sardesai sir was also talking about. And all the leading actors of this region are basically concerned of the traditional security threats and related discourses. Why this reason has emerged as a grand chessboard or a hot cup of coffee for all the leading players here are the reasons. Because this biodiversity is really important, and this is going to be this is going to play a very critical role in coming days. But still, we really emphasis on the traditional issues. The reasons are here. The Indo-Pacific region holds strategic importance for three primary reasons. First, it hosts three of the world's largest economies, United States, China, and Japan, which is collectively contributing to 60% of global gross domestic products. Secondly, a significant portion of global maritime trade, totaling 60%, flows through the water of this region. Additionally, the Indo-Pacific hosts the fastest growing emerging economies such as Cambodia, India, and Philippines. Key economies in the region, such as China, India, and Japan, heavily relies on the sea routes in the Indo-Pacific for their trade and energy supplies, solidifying the region as a pivotal nexus in global trade and energy networks. Notably, 80% by volume and 70% by volume of global trade is conducted
2 minutes more,
via.
please.
Yes, sir, please.
2 minutes more, please, to close. Yeah.
Okay, sir. So I'm moving forward, and I'm not really going to all these details. And few things are important to be discussed here because this conservation really matters. Like the World Bank projects that failure failure to implement measures addressing climate change will compel approximately 49 million people in East Asia and Pacific to evacuate their homes by 2050 due to climate-related impacts. With a 2 degrees Celsius increase in global temperature from pre-industrial level becoming more probable, it is anticipated that 90% of the coral reefs in much of the Pacific Island region could suffer severe degradation, negatively impacting marine species reliant on these ecosystems. In fact, if you will go and look into the IPCC 2019 report that forecasts that a rise in extreme sea level almost universally, with events like 1 to 100 years ESL becoming more frequent across certain regions, means these regions. Coming to another slide, the sea level rise is really the rate of the increased sea level rise. The scenario has been tripled in this particular region, and really in more pessimistic climate change scenario, 1 meter SLR would destabilize the island within the next 20 to 40 years. So really, the thing is that the point of the discussion is that this biodiversity is really going to play a critical role in the stability, economic stability, as well as in shaping the security architecture of this region. I was having some suggestions which will talk about preserving, how will we be preserving this biodiversity in coming days, and how this will lead us towards a sustainable development goal. Especially the responsibility goes to the scientific research network, especially the responsibility goes to the diplomatic efforts, especially the responsibility goes to the integrated maritime and marine policies, as well as the Indo-Pacific Environmental Union is a kind of timely demand which we will have to look into and which the world has to count for. Thank you so much, sir, for giving me the time, and my paper, if my time will allow, definitely I will come up with a research paper and which will really discuss about the conservation of maritime marine biodiversity in this particular region. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Do we end the presentation? Anyway, thank you, Dr. Aparna. I enjoyed listening to you, especially the last part of the presentation is quite valuable. And as also you have highlighted today, scientific networking and how do we go ahead with that, right? So how do you create scientific networking? That's my question to you. Do you have any policy proposals on expanding scientific networking? Do we have adequate scientific networking? Maybe other speakers can also contribute to that, scientific and policy and knowledge networking in the region. You also highlighted importantly the issue of potential of climate refugees. I mean, not refugees in the first place, but the climate displaces. Once people get displaced because of climate change, how do first they'll displace within their countries, and there's a potential of climate refugees who will cross their national boundaries eventually. And are we prepared regionally or globally to understand that eventuality? And thank you for presenting on this topic of marine biodiversity. Not many people are talking about it. So every start is a good start in this way for issues like this. All right. So moving on to our next presenter, Dr. Sampa Kundu, who is a long-time colleague and friend of mine, who is a consultant at RIS for developing countries, India. Dr. Sampa, if you're ready.
Yeah, hello, Dr. Gorbole.
Hi.
And I have a presentation, so if...
Yes. I don't know whose screen we are still seeing. I don't know if we're able to...
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Dr. Aparna, can you stop sharing your screen for now? Any moderators here? Other admin mods? For some reason, I'm not able to stop. Okay, all right. Great.
Yeah. Can you say it? Can
Yeah,
you say it?
please.
Okay.
Yes, click it full screen.
So thank you. Hello everyone, and thank you to Dr. Gorbole, who is chairing this session today. And thank you, Nice, for giving this opportunity to speak in this forum. So today I will be focusing on the institutional frameworks to address the non-traditional maritime security threats. And I will be focusing on the case study of ASEAN. So I will be covering three broad questions in this presentation. The first is why maritime security is important for Southeast Asia. The second question is how to understand the causes of maritime security threats in
Excuse me,
Southeast.
madam.
Yeah.
Can you make it full screen, Dr. Sambhu? It's still not full screen. Yeah. At the bottom of the screen, make it full screen, like a start presentation mode. Is that the question point you had, Dr. Kamlesh, exactly?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
Slides
yeah,
are
I
not
understand.
moving.
Right, yeah.
Just a second. Will it come from more or?
At the bottom of the screen, you will have that make it start presentation or mode.
I don't know if it is fine now.
Still not, but
Okay.
yeah, see, at the bottom of the page, where you see that 212%,
Yeah,
click
yeah.
on the tab next to that on the other side, other side. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That should do it.
All right. Is it coming now? I mean,
Not yet. Anyways, let's go ahead actually, in the
okay.
interest of time.
All right. So the first question is why maritime security is important for Southeast Asia. And here the data that I'm using is from the ASEAN Maritime Outlook, which was released in the year 2023. So by now, maybe there will be some changes in the ranking that I am presenting, but this is just for your reference, just to show you that how the Southeast Asian countries, consider the maritime environment important for them. So there are countries in Southeast Asia like Indonesia, Philippines, Myanmar, Vietnam, and Malaysia. They are ranked in the longest coastlines in the world, feature. So Indonesia obviously is uh, uh, it is obviously ranked at the fourth rank globally with almost 95,181 kilometer of coastline. Then comes Philippines. Then we also have Myanmar, Vietnam, and Malaysia. Apart from that data, we also know that 9 out of 10 ASEAN member states are coastal states. And then Indonesia and Philippines were the first countries, one of the first 5 countries that were recognized as archipelagic states under 1982 United Nations Conventions on the Law of the Sea. So all this data, basically data and information basically tell us that why for Southeast Asia, maritime security is important apart from this strategic and geographical significance of the region. So if we look back at the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, which is AOIP, that has highlighted Southeast Asia's central role as the linkage between Asia Pacific and Indian Ocean regions. So the document itself, underscores how Southeast Asia considers the maritime security important for the region. Then obviously, this is the region that is globally recognized as the hub of the economic growth. We also are aware of the SLOC in the region, 60% of global maritime trade that passes through Asia and South China Sea and its importance. I'm not going into the detail of the, of these things because I'm sure all of us know about these things. Then let me come to the implications for maritime security for Southeast Asia. So here I am presenting 4 dimensions. The first one is economic security, then comes the geopolitical stability, environmental protection, and national security. So all these dimensions individually will tell you the story that what are the implications of maritime security for the region, which is Southeast Asia here. So if we do not have the secured maritime routes, then we cannot have trade and energy supply chains. If we are not having geopolitical stability, then it will obviously invite more conflicts. In other words, geopolitical stability means it will have cooperative measures, it will have collaborations and cooperations to mitigate conflicts and ensure stability. Environmental protection, we already had 2-3 presentations. I think they spoke about it, how maritime security efforts are important to combat illegal activities like overfishing and all in the region. Then finally, national security. So even though we are looking at the region from the regional perspective, like regional cooperation and all, but for individual country, for each individual country, national security is important. Protecting protecting the territorial waters and the EEZ are important for their sovereignty and defense. Then comes the second question of the presentation, which is how to understand the causes of maritime security threats in Southeast Asia. So here, basically, I'm going to focus on the root causes that come from the land area. So even though we are talking about maritime security, we need to understand that many of these reasons of maritime security threats, they actually come from the land area. And here I would like to, remember what Dr. Gorbole initially said, that the line between traditional security and non-traditional security also gets blurred. And many times the non-traditional security issues, they actually come from the traditional security threats. So similarly, here, I'd like to say that many reasons of maritime security threats, they actually come from the land area. For example, illegal migration, and we all know the case of Myanmar. The root cause, that happened in the land, and then the effects of that problem we can see on the maritime region. So illegal migration is just one example. Then we also have the IUU problem. We also have the human trafficking problem, etc. And many of these problems actually have their origin in the land domain. The second problem with Southeast Asian countries is their limited capabilities. So there are many Southeast Asian countries, for example, Myanmar, they do not have enough equipment, they do not have enough capabilities for maritime surveillance, and also enforcement capabilities are lacking. Having said that, we also need to remember that the extent and priority of these threats differ among the Southeast Asian countries. For example, not all 10 Southeast Asian countries or 9 Southeast Asian countries face the problem of maritime security threats in the same manner. So they differ, and obviously their priorities are also different from each other. Then I come to the third and the most important part of this presentation, that is, what are the institutional responses from ASEAN? Here I must say that ASEAN as a regional grouping is a very conscious and aware organization as far as this particular region is concerned. And if we look at the history of ASEAN, we can see that their declarations and action plans to address these problems, maritime security threats, they actually are very, they originated in early 1990s. So the first declaration on transnational crime that is recorded in the history of ASEAN, it was actually in the decade of 1990s. Then we have the Manila Declaration on the Prevention and Control of Transnational Crime, which came in the year 1998. So for example, so all these are examples to show you that how ASEAN as a regional grouping is very much aware of these threats and they want to address these threats. Even the 2009 ASEAN Political Security Community Blueprint talked about the maritime security threats, and all the categories of maritime security threats were actually identified in the document. Then we come to the agreement and convention part. So these are some of the landmark agreements and conventions adopted by ASEAN in order to address these challenges. So 2002 Agreement on Information Exchange and Establishment of Communication Procedures was one of the landmark event for ASEAN. Then 2004, we had MLAT. Then 2007, we had ASEAN Convention on Counterterrorism. 2015, we had ASEAN Convention Against Trafficking in Persons, especially for women and children. And I must tell you, this is not the end of the story for ASEAN. These are just some of the important documents that I am referring to here. Then we come to the sectoral bodies part. So here again, you can see the name of the, names of the sectoral bodies that are right now very much active as far as ASEAN is concerned. So we have ministerial meeting on transnational crime. We start with that, and then we also have maritime transport working group. So some are ministerial meetings, and all the ministerial meetings, they also have the senior official level meetings to address these challenges at the institutional level. And these are some of the examples of cooperation of ASEAN that ASEAN has with the external partners. So we have ARF, we have APT, we have ADMM Plus, we have EAMF Plus, and then obviously we have RECAP. Sorry, I'm not going into detail of all these slides, but just to tell you that East Asia Summit plays a very vital role as far as maritime cooperation in Southeast Asia and the entire, the broad region of Indo-Pacific is concerned. So inclusion of maritime cooperation in the East Asia Summit happened in 2017 with the 12th East Asia Summit. Then ARF.
2 more minutes, please.
I'm completing it. So ARF obviously has many dimensions, but within in this slide, I want to focus on the part of India, even though India is not a focus point for this presentation, but India has been very actively, involved in the ARF initiatives as far as the maritime security threats are concerned. These are ADMM Plus initiatives within ADMM Plus, where India is also a member. So one of the 7 key areas under ADMM Plus framework is maritime security. And they also have a working group to handle these issues. 3 questions I have answered. I have tried to answer in the presentation, but there are many more questions that remain unanswered. And 2 of them are, will the new regional, architecture change the status quo in Southeast Asia? And why I say so, because if the new regional architecture change in the Southeast Asia region, then it will probably, change the maritime security dimensions within the region. And second question is, how will ASEAN continue to focus on the ASEAN way? ASEAN way is very important to solve some of the ASEAN problems, right? So how will ASEAN continue to focus on ASEAN way? That will invariably address the NTMs in Southeast Asia. So these are just some of the questions that I thought that remain unanswered, and we need to focus on them. Thank you.
Thank you. So, I mean, this comes to my mind towards the end of your presentation. That's what you said, that seminars don't give us answers, but they give us more questions to think about, and more new ways to think about issues on what we work on in the future. I request all the speakers to come on camera. I have already asked everyone questions. To Dr. Sampa, my question is, we have always been impressed with ASEAN and the ASEAN model and the ASEAN documents. Does ASEAN cooperate with other regions in sharing how they are? And is the ASEAN model of research and development effective as such to implement elsewhere? I know that there are political difficulties, but is it even possible to consider treating ASEAN model of research and development on these issues? I've already asked a lot of questions to all, but I'm going to ask you all one more question that's common to everyone. And once we start answering these questions, maybe you could consider this point. If you were to give, say, 2 advisories or 2 recommendations to regional organizations, let's consider IORA is common to all of us here. And India is going to be chairing IORA starting 2025. So if you have to give 2 recommendations or advices to IORA on what IORA should be doing on this issue, what would you what would that be? I would invite our speakers to address the questions I had raised initially, and then this question, and then I'll also invite all of you to have questions to the other members of the panel if you wanted to. So, Brigadier Dr. Robert Kabage, if you need to start first again.
Thank you, Chair. You had asked me to give more details on the community-based management mechanisms practiced between Kenya and Madagascar. And this involves integrating traditional ecological conservation practices with modern conservation mechanisms. And one of the ways that they do this is to use locally accepted customary laws, whereby in case there is an issue, they use a team of elders to resolve those issues. So these are some of the community-based mechanisms that they use. The other method is they have established locally managed maritime areas where they restrict harmful activities like coral mining, and they have agreed on those areas and they make sure that they are conserved. The other practice is that they both collaborate between the beach management units within the two countries, where the units empower local officials to regulate resource use and adhere to sustainable practices. The other thing is that they also engage in seaweed and cucumber farming, which reduces pressure on reef ecosystem. So these are some of the local community-based measures that the two countries have adopted, and they are really helping to conserve the marine ecosystem.
Okay.
You had also asked me something on the
assessment of cost of climate change and sea level rise for Kenya, but also on your expectations from powers in the region. What do you expect them to do in addressing these concerns as such?
Sorry, can you be? It's not very clear. Sorry.
So my question was on the cost. What is the potential cost of climate change and non-traditional threats for Kenya, as far as Kenya is concerned? That was one question. And my second question was on what are the expectations that you have from the regional players or the powers as such in this area, including IORA? That was my common question to everyone.
On the climate change, Kenya is committed to mitigate climate change in all aspects, and we have actually been a very keen player in the continent. We actually had the AU. We are the AU champions on climate change, and we work on it very seriously, even within the marine ecosystem, and we expect that other players will also be able to work together with us collaboratively, just as I indicated at the end of my presentation, that we need to cooperate. The international community needs to cooperate to make sure that the Indo-Pacific is free and open for all of us in all aspects. On the IOLA, I would also wish that we also all cooperate in this regard and work together to make sure that we adhere to the dictates and the requirements of IOLA in a very cooperative and collaborative aspect. Thank you.
Okay, but I'll ask you to come back to this again, perhaps recommendations for IORA in the years to come on this issue. Okay, Agnihotri sir, your responses and
Yes, thank you, Dr. Godbole, you had talked about, you had asked me a question regarding what is the kind of data in the IFC, IOR that they are handling, their capabilities, what exactly do they do. If I tell about the capabilities per se, I'll have to be generic in nature because they're
Of
also
course.
doing some very interesting work for our Navy as well as the region. There is another center called IMAC, Information Management and Analysis Center, which never gets talked about, so we leave it
Yeah.
at that. The IFC IOR, as you know, was established by the government under the control of Indian Navy at Gurgaon in December of 2018 to further maritime safety and security in the region. The center per se aims to strengthen maritime security in the region as well as beyond, because we talk of IFC IOR, but our focus is Indo-Pacific as per our interpretation, as I had explained in my presentation. So how do we do it? By building a common maritime situational picture and acting as a maritime security information sharing hub for the region. Now, since its inception, the center has established working level linkages with more than 50 countries and multinational as well as maritime security centers across the world. And the data is quite seamlessly being shared, particularly the white shipping data, which is very much in the open domain.
Right.
So what does it do? It enables better correlation. It compresses the information cycle, and timely inputs provide naturally timely analysis and timely distribution again. Center also hosts international liaison officers from 14 different nations. So it's not that we are trying to do it all alone, and we want to have a bigger regional focus on it. So to date, Center has hosted international liaison officers from Australia, France, Italy, Japan, Maldives, Mauritius, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Seychelles, Singapore, UK, and the US. And the latest entrant was supposed to be Bangladesh. Now, you know the situation, so I guess things will be it will be reviewed afresh. The only thing hindering wider cooperation and collaboration with other countries and their navies was the lack of space. So now it is being made much bigger so that at least we can double the capacity of international liaison officers who can come in. And any and every country, not only in the Indian Ocean, in the Indo-Pacific, can be asked to, will be asked to join up so that we have a better absolutely seamless cooperation among all the countries.
And your recommendation?
What happens is the Indian naval personnel and the ILOs duly are assisted by the MDA analysts. They monitor the complete areas for developing maritime domain understanding on various matters, including maritime piracy. Somebody had talked about the IU fishing, also armed robbery, contraband smuggling, irregular human migration, and possible links. And every day there are something happening. The reports are put out monthly, half yearly, as well as annual reports are put out, and weather forecast and warnings are also published. Now, what are the sources of information? I mean, if you have to do something so much, then one has to know what is the sources. We are monitoring, we means the India and our IFC IOR is doing AIS data, automatic identification system data from space-based resource satellites, as well as from the terrestrial means, AIS sensors. There are long-range identification and tracking systems. There is information from white shipping agreement with the partners because you can't do it alone. Maritime Security Information System, US-based, and information from the IMO departments and organizations. There is UK MTO and all. Constantly it is happening. Now, MV Ruin, of course, is one of the, I would say, the high points. I had mentioned it in passing, but now you asked about the practical part. So the Indian Navy Marcos took a 4-hour trip from India to the seas of Somalia by a Air Force helicopter, and they dropped there and actually captured. This is one really a highlight of example of how behind the scene IFC IOR is coordinating. The complete operation was coordinated by IFC IOR. because they are having the whole picture. The information was going to Air Force, to our ships at sea, as well as to the international organizations to tell them as to what is there happening, and if some support is required, we'll come back to you. So this is one of the examples. There are many examples happening. And finally, what are the recommendations? The IORA was largely established as with a economic focus, economic security of the world of that particular Indian Ocean region. However, we have another organization called IONS, Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, which has a focus on maritime security. And now, I think 10 years back, there was a clear-cut shift. I would say shift. It was the maritime security was also added as an agenda in the IORA charter, because it has been now recognized that there can be no economic stability unless the oceans are open and secure, and that can only be done if maritime security is ensured. So my recommendation is have better cooperation and collaboration with the IONS as well as IORA. That is first thing. And India as presidency, we are actually recommending this. The NMF is working in a big way. I am particularly writing an article on this particular aspect. The second observation is that I think the Ms. Sampa had mentioned about the ASEAN thing and ADMM plus. In ADMM plus, a lot of HADR exercises and a lot of other medicine and HADR exercises are happening. That has to be taped up much more, because the I would say the disaster and their recurrence and frequencies is increasing. So rather than being just a talk shop with some kind of I would say a preliminary participation in the exercises, a serious note of various assets being conjoined under the ASEAN, I won't say leadership, under the ASEAN umbrella, for having much more comprehensive exercises to deal with real life situations. So I would recommend that particular thing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for a comprehensive coverage and comprehensive answering of questions. Dr. Aparna, can you go next?
Yeah. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Yeah, sir, I have two suggestions. In fact, more or less, I will say one. Because if you will look at my suggestions for strengthening the scientific research network and enhancing the data sharing system across Indo-Pacific countries, I will just try to elaborate it. Actually, this research networks are actually needed at two levels. First, at national level, means the countries of this particular region, Indo-Pacific region, it is so very much vast. They need to coordinate with each other. They need to share their data on scientific backgrounds, on marine areas, about marine science, about the biologists, about the climate experts. They used to shake their hands together, right, beyond their national interests, which is so very much vested, which is so very much rooted in the policy making of a country. When it is about national security, we always talk about traditional security threats. Traditional measures are always considered on priority basis. And the second important thing, if we will look at from Indian perspective, and especially to the countries who are lesser developed, if you will look at USA, UK, Australia, Japan kind of country, they are really working hard on sharing data, on sharing research, on making a research network. But if it is about India and a kind of India, like India, developing countries and least developing countries of this area, Indo-Pacific region, they really need to work hard on grooming a research network at their domestic level, right? Because traditionally, for security threats, we discuss about whole lots of issues, right? But about non-traditional security threats are lesser being discussed. So my suggestion for the policymakers would be to enhance this scientific research network, and especially if it is about the non-traditional security threats and conserving the biodiversity of this particular region, this must be counted on. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, it looks like Mr. Mukherjee is off the conversation. Okay, Dr. Champa, your turn for the questions and recommendations. In the meantime, there are also some questions that have come up in the chat. If everyone can look at the questions directed to them and answer them afterwards. Okay, Dr. Champa.
So thank you for the questions. Your first question was ASEAN, how ASEAN is cooperating with other regions, right? So ASEAN has a global vision, right? And under the ASEAN umbrella, ASEAN has already initiated multiple number of cooperation and collaboration initiatives with other regional organizations. For example, ASEAN with SCO, ASEAN with BRICS, ASEAN with BIMSTEC, ASEAN with IORA, ASEAN with PIF, and at the bilateral level also ASEAN with Australia, ASEAN with US, ASEAN with India. So the external partnership of ASEAN goes beyond ASEAN, and that is the beauty of ASEAN. So that part is well taken care of by the organization. Your second question was how ASEAN is unique and how what we can learn from ASEAN, from the research perspective, from the cooperation perspective at the regional level. So here I would like to mention about two specific points. One is TAC and the second one is ASEAN Way. TAC, we all know, Treaty of Amity and Cooperation, so which is a very unique kind of concept that was that evolved from ASEAN. And right now, if I'm not wrong, there are at least 50 number of countries, 49 or 50 number of countries in the worldwide who have already acceded to TAC. So that is, I think, is another achievement for ASEAN, and we can definitely learn from ASEAN how, like I'm not saying that we need to initiate another TAC like, a document or agreement, but what we can do is we can cooperate with ASEAN in the implementation part. Because TAC essentially speaks about regional cooperation, collaboration with other countries, and mutual respect, etc. Then ASEAN Way. ASEAN Way is definitely another significant achievement of ASEAN, because ASEAN always speaks about remaining at the central of the Southeast Asian geopolitical affairs. So ASEAN, I think, despite of having so many other minilaterals and so many other platforms that are coming up in the 21st century, ASEAN has not lost its relevance. So I think that is another achievement of ASEAN, and we can certainly learn from that experience as well. For IORA, I have one recommendation, and I think IORA is already trying to implement that. We can just strengthen that recommendation part, and that is how IORA can work towards more synergy with other regional and sub-regional groupings in the region. For example, with BIMSTEC, with ASEAN, with PIF also, because IORA is, it has a very vast geographical scape, right? So if IORA can develop more synergy with BIMSTEC, PIF, IONS, Dr. Agnihotri was talking about. So that synergy, I think, will help all the member countries to look at the common problems through a common window. And I think that is very important for us. I think I have one question.
Yes, take it. Please take it.
Yeah. I think I have already mentioned about it, but just to reiterate my point, when I am saying that many of these maritime security threats actually originate in the land area, what I mean to say is, for example, if we have political instability in a country, or if we have economic disparity, economic, problems and instability in a particular country, if we are not at par in terms of development, and if we have other kinds of violence that force people to take up issues which are not legal in the sense, then those things will be having their lingering effect. And some of those effects we can see in the maritime domain. For example, illegal trafficking of narcotics or illegal trafficking of human beings, etc. So all these things actually originate in the land areas, and then we can see its negative impact leading to serious maritime security threats in Southeast Asia and also, in any corner of the world. So from that perspective, I think I have said that. Apart from that, I don't think is there any other question.
No, I don't know. Yes, you're right that a refugee always has a push factor and a pull factor, something that pushes them out of their hometown, like a home place. And nobody wants to become a refugee by choice unless something that pushes them out of their own locations. I mean, and those are some of the critical aspects that we don't notice. But yeah, I mean, of course, ASEAN has had difficulty in handling these refugees. I mean, with Myanmar, there was a dispute. There was a very silent dispute between Indonesia and Malaysia that Indonesia was allowing the boats and the rafts cross and then let it become Malaysia's problem. I mean, they did complain about it and wrote about it, but I don't think ASEAN could resolve it effectively. But of course, I mean, that is a regional issue anyway. Okay, Captain Agnihotri, I have a question on the chat box there.
Yes, I saw that question from Dr.
Dr.
Pramod
Jaiswal.
Jaiswal. The a broader role of MDA, I have already explained, but I will just give an example to further improve that thing. If a ship wants to do, it can be a shipping, it can be a fishing vessel, it can be any other, even a big ship, white ship when we say, legally plying the seas. If it wants to do something illegitimate and illegal, then it simply switches off its AIS. So when the AIS is switched off, the primary source of tracking for all the information fusion centers is the AIS. When AIS is switched off, the ship becomes dark. After that, if the ship does not follow the correct pattern or the predestined route, and it goes and does something else, then that is where the challenge lies in picking him up so that we can then uh, make a conjecture as that he was maybe doing something illegal. So over a period of last 6 years, IFC-IOR has been tracking all the white ships at least very clearly with the IMO number and their set pattern of sailings end to end, port to port, what is the route they follow, where do they pick up cargo from. So there is already a standard big data, and that big data is analyzed when a ship goes dark to find out what it has been previously doing, and pattern analysis is carried out. And the moment he switches on his AIS, by time and space calculations, one tries to analyze as to was he supposed to be on that track, or has he gone digressed from the track and done something else. So that is one way of doing it. Second is that the each of these ships, they can go dark on AIS, but they have other sensors which they have to transmit. If you have to navigate at sea, you have to have a navigation radar on. You have to have communication in the HF, not HF, VHF and UHF, or within the ship itself, from the forecastle to quarterdeck, from the forward of the ship to the back of the ship, on some kind of a walkie-talkie. These now the sensitive equipment, particularly of the US, it is called Hawkeye 360 cluster. It can pick up various frequency bands of these ships, and when it has gone dark, the IFC-IOR informs these people under the US satellite operating companies, and they are collaborating with us because of IPMDA. The pilot projects under IPMDA are bringing this Hawkeye 360 into the game. So the ships frequencies, I would say, the transmitters frequencies are picked up, and the track is are synthetically built. So it's very difficult. It is becoming progressively difficult for the ships to hide themselves. So this is a major role which IFC-IOR plays in the background, telling the position of even the dark ship. And it has been proven by various kind of tracking such blind ships or dark ships that its efficacy is reasonably proven. So I'll stop at that.
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Aparna, you had a question, and it also brings to my mind, and that's an open question for everyone. A few years ago, we have been hearing about seabed mining, and I don't know if there's I mean, it's a progress, is a regress in that front, but is the seabed mining a reality in our neighborhood or in the Indian Ocean, in the Indo-Pacific region? And what sort of what sort of impact are we thinking about if seabed mining is actually indeed happening anywhere? Maybe after this, after Dr. Aparna's response.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair, sir. My question is, what role do regional organizations play in addressing marine biodiversity loss in the Indo-Pacific? Sir, precisely if I can see the role of regional organizations, especially in the developed region, like there is AUKUS, right? UK, US, Australia, a trilateral security partnership. Which they have established for enhancing the stability in the Pacific region and beyond. Like these kind of regions where the developed countries are surrounded with, they are working good. Like Dr. Sampa Kundu was also talking about ASEAN region, and she was focusing on how they are coming together and joining their hands together for so many other junctures, right? But especially in this region, like if it is about African continent, if it is about Indian subcontinent, we are lacking this kind of regional organizations cooperation in addressing these kind of marine biodiversity loss issues, right? Which we really need to work on. So presently, not much of the do has been done. Like for an example, if a simple example can be taken on seagrass meadows, right? These seagrass meadows are among the most important marine habitats. And if you look into its importance, you will find that they protect the coasts by slowing down waves and holding the sandy substrates by their roots. Right. They provide shelter and food for many marine animals. In this way, strengthens the biodiversity of the sea, and they also filter pathogens from the water and help the ocean stores carbon dioxide. So what we are finding, like these kind of things, we need to understand the value of these small things, which for traditional security reasons, we are, especially the smaller countries, they are still lacking this kind of understanding. So my answer will be that there are much to do in this particular field of conservation of marine biodiversity, and regional organizations are really had to work a lot in this particular field.
All right. Yeah, thank you. Good response. Does anyone of you have a question for anyone else, or Dr. Pramod, do you have anything more to add here in the conversation? If not, maybe we can conclude the session. We have had a great session, and I actually really enjoyed chairing the session. It's a great privilege when every speaker, puts in their hard yard. And I also enjoyed how the session came together towards, how each of your work contributed to the next one, and how it built on the previous presentations. I'm sure all of you will be working on publishing your research. This it's not just necessary to talk in a session, but taking it to a fruitful outcome is a publication actually. And most of everyone's work here is publication worthy. So I urge you to take it forward and write and publish either short pieces or long papers, whatever works best in your interest. Once again, if there are no questions, we can stop. And I thank everyone for your participation. I thank Nancy for inviting me and all of my co-panelists to be a part of this panel and for this important conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir,
Thank you.
for this excellent session. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you
Chair.
so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So all of these are potential places where Vietnam and China could clash. This is where China
Hello? Can we check our audio?
Hi, am I audible?
Yes.
Hi.
Hello.
Yes. Yes, we can hear you, sir. Satoru.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Sir? Is your audio working, sir? Thomas Lucas Juk?
Yes, thank you. I mean, I hope I'm
Yeah, we can
Hello?
hear you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, also our Chair, Major General B.K. Sharma.
Hi.
Hello, sir. We
Hello.
know, we know.
Could
Yeah,
you
we
hear
can
me?
hear you, sir. Yeah,
Oh,
it's good. It's good.
thank you
Good.
so much.
Major General B.K. Sharma. Sir? Hello? Are you there? Yeah. Yes, yes.
ये इसकी प्रिंट आउट ले लेना
Yeah, we
ले
can
लिया
hear you,
आपने
sir.
यहाँ से वो और चेक करके एक प्रिंट आउट ले लेना 4 बजे इसको चेक करेंगे
So now we are going to start our session Edge on topic security in the Indo-Pacific, this session is going to be chaired by Major General B.K. Sharma, Director of United Service Institution of India. And also we have distinguished speakers who are Dr. Vo Zuan Vin, Deputy Director General in charge of Institute for Southeast Asian Studies, Vietnam Academy of Social Sciences, and Dr. Satoru Nagao, Fellow Non-Resident at Hudson Institute, USA, Dr. Swasti Rao, former Associate Fellow at Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis, India. And also we have Dr. Thomas Lukaszczuk, Professor and Faculty of Political Science and International Studies of University of Warsaw, Poland. Dr. Bhagya Senaratne, Academic Consultant at Bandaranaike Center for International Studies.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. We can hear you. And lastly, we have a speaker, Dr. Tanvi Kulkarni, Policy Fellow at Asia Pacific Leadership Network, South Korea. So now I would like to hand over this stage to Major General B.K. Sharma. Over to you, sir. So you can start now.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
ये कोई नहीं they can't hear me. चलो साहब आप चलिए
ठीक है
दूसरा फ्लैग तो नजर नहीं आ रहा
So you can start now. You can start the session.
Is there the Swastiro?
वीडियो क्यों बंद हो रहा है मेल बना के चलो ये नाम दे दो उसके काट दो I know you may But
बल्ल आउँछ क्या फेसमा Thank you, sir. Sir, maybe we can
You can't
start
hear
the
him.
session now. The audio circle got
अरे क्या करोगे यार इसको? Hello, hello.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Can't hear him.
Hello? 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 मैं फोन ले आता
इसको बुलाओ पंकज को कहीं इनकी आवाज क्यों नहीं आ रही?
फोन ले आता मेरो
Can
Sir,
you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir. We
I
can
can't hear you.
We can hear you. Sir, we can hear you. Phone ले.
Hello. No, I can't hear Pramod.
Okay.
I can't hear Pramod. And he has to introduce the speak panel, huh? Just let's see. दोबारा से लॉक इन करो यार. I can't hear you, Dr. Pramod. Just a minute. उसको बुलाओ.
मैं करता हूँ
यार ये हमेशा पहले
No, I
पहले
live
करके रखा सर ये given us a different link
Hello? Hello, test. Hello? Let me also do the quick mic test so that we can also check with
I can't
maybe
hear
if it is
him,
only
यार,
from
यहाँ
our
इसका
side or the
speaker देख.
इसका तो ठीक
Bhagya,
है
could you
सर
please
speaker
check your audio and video?
How do you know that?
ये आवाज आ रहा है
Bhagya, hello?
तो वहां से क्यों नहीं आ रही आवाज?
वहां से नहीं आ रही सर
Hello? Bhagya, could you please check your audio and video, please? We want to check if it is only from our side or from others. Tanvi, could you please check your audio? Maybe you can.
I can hear you. Am I audible to you?
Jana Sharma, can you hear him? Her? Hello?
We always this problem is happening. Have you called him?
हाँ सर बोला है ये
अरे क्यों जो इसमें आवाज ही नहीं आ रहा वहां से आवाज नहीं आ रहा. Hello. No, but I can't hear you. Okay. Okay, ठीक है. Thank you. Thanks. Okay. हेलो रुक जाओ रुको थोड़ी देर रुक जाओ.
I think you.
Good afternoon from
can you please
India.
open?
I'm sorry there is some technical glitch. I could not hear Dr. Jaiswal properly. So we shall try and fix that. And it's really a privilege for me to chair this very important session, which the title is self-explanatory. I just want to, before I hand over the platform to the first speaker, that we know that Indo-Pacific today is the center of gravity of global power shift. And this global power shift is taking place in an era of contested multipolarity with virtually a dysfunctional multilateralism. Be it in terms of economic resources, the supply chain, Indo-Pacific stability is very, very important for the global peace and security. But as we know that there are a number of flashpoints today in the Indo-Pacific, like Taiwan, we have South China Sea, we have East China Sea in the Senkaku Island, and in the Korean Peninsula, we know the strategic behavior of North Korea, which is every day almost doing the nuclear saber rattling and becomes a very, very unpredictable player in the entire strategic security calculus of the region. There are also competing strategies at work. On one hand, you have US pivot to Asia, and in that they are talking about what you call is the Indo-Pacific vision. Then they've created Quad, Five Eye, then you have AUKUS, and then they have this Indo-Pacific Economic Framework and Blue Dot Network. And also, of course, one of the sword arm of their strategy is what they call is the extended and integrated deterrence and hub and spoke military strategy. On the other hand, China has come out with its own strategy for the Indo-Pacific region. Belt and Road Initiative and Maritime Silk Route forms probably the most important element of that strategy. And they are adding a lot of military dimension to that strategy, basically to secure, up to the first chain of island and then project power up to the second chain of island. And therefore, this China's two ocean strategy and what they call is, anti-access, anti-denial strategies become extremely important. And it all is operating in the gray zone as we see what is happening in the Taiwan state. Even very recently, they just concluded a massive military exercise in the region. So there are risks, attendant risks available, given the strategic behavior of different actors. And we do not have a very well institutionalized mechanisms like confidence building measures or your code of conduct or any other protocols to avert any major mishap, which is either done deliberately or as an act of miscalculation. Therefore, I think it's very important for us to look at the whole gambit of this security landscape, the risks that are there, and what mitigative efforts we need to take to see that situation doesn't spiral out of control. So without further ado, what I request is that we will have each speaker speaking for about maximum 10 minutes because we have paucity of time. And after every speaker has taken his turn, then we'll throw the house open for question and answer session. And with that, I'll request Dr. Wu Juan Vin, who is the Deputy Director in charge of the Institute of South Asian Study, to share his perspective on the subject with us. Over to you, Doctor.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to share my presentation. Co-host, okay. Excuse me, where can?
Yes, please share your PPT.
Okay.
Can share it.
Share.
You can press the green button.
Okay. Okay, just share.
First open the button, slide, and then green button, and then select where
Okay.
you can see PPT.
Yes, okay. I'm doing it now. Okay, have you seen it?
Please open your slide now. Yes, it's visible. Yes,
That's
thank you.
that's
Maybe you can make it full screen.
okay. I'm doing it now.
Yes, it's perfect now.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Oh, it's still, maybe you have to press that. It's not, full screen is not there.
Oh, really? There is full screen already.
Okay, it's fine. I think it's visible. So please go ahead.
Okay. So, from my personal viewpoint, the security now in the Indo-Pacific strongly dominate by the competition between US and China. That we look at the nuclear issues at the Korean Peninsula, and from the Taiwan issues or the South China Sea dispute. That among those, that we see that the US-China competition dominates them. So it is very important to have a look at another corner of the competition between US and China. And from the perspective of the Southeast Asian, so I really would like to introduce some, influence of US and China in Southeast Asia in terms of politics, in terms of security and defense and trade and investment, so that you could have how the competition between US and China shape the security landscape in Southeast Asia in particular and in Indo-Pacific in general. And here is, I will go. Here is the politics. If country by country, you can see that the
slide is not moving.
Really? Already? Okay, I think
We're
you
still
wait
on
for
the
some
first
second.
slide.
I think that for some second is coming. Is it okay now?
Still on the first slide.
Oh, really?
Yes, now it's moving. Yes, thank you.
Okay, this is one. You can see in terms of politics, recently US upgraded its relations with countries like Vietnam with the comprehensive strategic partnership, as well as Indonesia at the same time. And it also established a comprehensive partnership with Malaysia. But you know that with Brunei, Darussalam, Cambodia, or Timor-Leste, it just US just only has the diplomatic relations. In contrast, you see from the right side, you can see that China now they established. I think most of Southeast Asian countries established the strategic partnership with the South Asian countries. Also, they have different name, and very a special point is that like some idea like a future of shared destiny, or recently they said the community of shared future. Also, they established with the Cambodia, with Laos, with Myanmar, and recently with Vietnam and some other country in South Asia as well. It is, I think that in terms of politics, in terms of diplomatics. So I'm sorry. So you see that the in terms of politics now, China, it seems that have the dominate in term in some level in your relation with South Asian countries. That is in terms of politics. Now if we move to the security. Đang bận tí nhá. China now, either Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and Thailand now, China has become the largest arm provider to these countries. I think most of the Southeast Asian mainland country now, China has become the largest arms provider. And in the maritime country like the Philippines, Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Brunei, US also, that has more part in that. But recently, with the efforts made by China now has also engaged more and more in the defense sector of Indonesia, Malaysia, and Brunei Darussalam. And very important point is that Thailand also an ally of US, but now from the indicator I have is that China became the Thailand's largest defense equipment supplier that account around 44% of Thailand's total import. US just ranked only the third after the South Korea. That is the second point I forgot is on security and defense. And now move to trade and investment. And here is a trade agreement. On the left side with the blue one is US, and with the red one is China. That with the FTA now just US just only have one free trade agreement with only Singapore. And with the IPEF, Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. Now it's only the idea, and some Southeast Asian countries also join, but under the Trump administration. So I don't think that the idea will move forward, because protectionism under Trump, I think, is much more stronger. But with China, that they have the ASEAN-China free trade agreement, and also the regional comprehensive economic partnership as well between ASEAN country with China, Japan, South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand. And China also signed FTA with Thailand, with Cambodia, and Singapore as well. So that in terms of the economic institution, China also have, maybe sometimes overcome US, sorry, to dominate the region. And here is the trade ranking that also lists the rank that China and US have. That is China just number 1 or number 2 in terms of trading partner of most of Southeast Asian country. US also, I think, have very good position, but with some country also in most country that US is behind China, just only Cambodia, because most of Cambodia export is to US and then to China. And with the trade ratio to GDP, so it is very necessary to manifest that the trade is very important to the development of Southeast Asian country. And with the like with Vietnam, China account around 25% of Vietnam's total trade. So I think that China has very heavy influence on Southeast Asia in terms of trade as well. And now we move to the investment. Investment here is very, very interesting point that US is now number 1 in South Asian countries in terms of FDI, foreign direct investment. And China is just only the number 4, maybe, or number 5. But there are 2 points that I really want to clarify here. And China is sometimes has not invested directly to Southeast Asian country, but maybe through the second country like Singapore or some other country. So this number, this indicator that we have to that look at very carefully. The second one is that with China, they a very I think that very specific, a very particular form of investment of China is the contractor. What does it mean? That there are is a project that China invests in South Asia country. But you know that they will sign Chinese investor will play a role as a contractor. It will, you know, that will give money to the to the South Asian country, and that money will be used to buy the material from China, and in some project, the labor also come from China. So then it seems that the Southeast Asian countries just have only the infrastructure only. They don't have other kind of the value added, because money that come from China but also turn back to China through the labor and through the maybe loan or something like that. That is very important factor and important phenomenon, that when we look at the Chinese investment in South Asia, or maybe I think that not only in South Asia, but also some other parts of the world. So whenever we look at the Chinese investment project, so don't look at the FDI, but look at the maybe the they will invest through a second country. I mean that indirect, and the very important one is the contractor. That is, I think that's very important. So my general point is that in the comparison between US and China in South Asia, if we look at the politics from the security defense, from the trade and investment also, so I think that it seems that China now has dominated the scenario, and the security in the region also decided or formed or shaped by the comparison between US and China. So I think that the indicator that's from myself only, but I think that also for the references, I think it also a good indicator to look at when we see the comparison between US and China, or about the security landscape in South Asia. That is my point. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wen. I think you brought out a very important element of security in terms of debt a trap, which can actually happen to some of these countries. And second aspect that I would like to incorporate in what you said is the ecology security, the environmental security. Most of these projects which China launches in these countries are not followed by ecological and the environmental norm, which may, in the long term, besides the debt trap, can also create environmental security issues for the countries which are otherwise very fragile. So thanks for that perspective. And now may I request Dr. Nagao from the Hudson Institute, USA, to share his perspective with us. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, I will make presentation from Tokyo. I'm Japanese, but yes, Hudson Institute is located in USA, and especially my topic today is also USA, because currently people are worrying about the situation, what will happen under the next Trump administration. So that's why this is a topic. What will happen to the counter-China strategy, especially the implication for the Indo-Pacific is the matter. People worrying about the Trump administration. Some of the people also talk the end of the world will come under the next Trump administration. Such kind of discussion rarely happen. View from business, indeed, it is indeed very useful, because end of the world will come means that people want to listen. We want to read. That means that increase the number of access, and the other business is very useful. Big business will come under such kind of fear. But at the same time, anyway, world will come under new Trump administration, and the world will not end, I believe. And but anyway, people are worrying about, even if the Trump administration, even if the President Trump is just a piece of chocolate, the people are worrying about current situation is like something like that, I believe. So Trump administration will be the center of the new world book. That is you need to say. So under such kind of situation, what will happen towards counter-China strategy is a matter of concern. U.S.-China competition is a matter. But firstly, I need to say, indeed, when we check the counter-China strategy of the Obama administration, Trump administration in this first case, and Biden administration, indeed there are many consistency. For example, the high-tech war. High-tech war is a word under the Trump administration first time. But this high-tech war has started when the report to the Congress, in U.S. Congress in this case, as published. And report name is Investigating Report on the U.S. National Security Issue posted by Chinese telecommunications companies Huawei and ZTE. That report was the first time the U.S. government regulate the government procurement from the Huawei and ZTE. So that was, but this report was published in 2012 under the Obama administration. So this means that high-tech war is not Trump's high-tech war. This is not, this is consistency. From Obama, it has started. And how about tariff? Tariff is the most beautiful word, current President Trump said. But indeed, imposing tariff is not only the Trump administration policy, but also the Biden administration policy. So there is a consistency. When we check the history of the United States focusing on this kind of the consistent strategy indeed. Before World War II, Japanese know that there was the plan, orange plan, which against Japan, and it has really implemented. But when we check this plan, we should not forget there are many other colored plans, including red plan, black plan, green plans, many colored plans. So the orange plan against Japan, but there are many other colored plans, green one against Mexico, or black one against Germany. But interesting in the red one is against the British. So US planned to fight against the British between the World War I and World War II. But we know the history. Both World War I and World War II, US support British. So, but they have the plan to defeat British. That's interesting point. So, in the world, in international politics, yes, situation is moving very fast, and any government should be the flexible. That's why any plan, even if ally British, United States need to plan to defeat them. So US strategy culture is they have the plan. Now we can see another aspect of the US history. The last 250 years, about 250 years, US has always defeated the rivals. That's why they are the only one superpower. Of course, now their influence is declining and entering the multipolar world. Many people start to talk, but anyways, they are the strongest great power. It is true. And in this case, last 250 years, United States hasn't allowed any rival to survive, including Germany, Japan, and the Soviet Union. So that's why they have the plan to defeat the rivals. That is natural, we can say. So President Biden say, China is most strategic competitor. This means that US is planning to compete with China, and this competition will be one shall stand and one shall fall. So in this case, there is no differences between Obama, Biden, and Trump. But way is a little bit different. How different? Under the Obama administration, they seek the TPP. That is one of the example. Biden administration also seeks IPEF. TPP is the Trans-Pacific Partnership to create a new market instead of the Chinese market. Biden also seeks the IPEF, Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, also seeks multinationals, big market instead of China. New supply chains needed, focusing on economic security. And especially the Democratic Summit is also a matter of the Biden administration. So multinational framework they love, and many issues, not only the military but also economic security, even if the environment issues matter, or Democratic Summit indicated ideology is also needed. Many aspects is included in the multinational cooperation against China is their pattern. In case of Trump administration, they are different. What happened from 2016 to 2020? They seek bilateral negotiation, and every time they seek intimidation to deal. So intimidation is very strong. In case of Japan, Japan must pay 5 times more for the US troops. 5 times? How to find such kind of big budget is the intimidation. But when we check the agreement, just 2 times. They can agree only the 2 times. But when they intimidate, Trump administration asks 5 times. You must pay. This is a difference. And in case of the ideology, where he visited as a foreign country, President Trump's visit to the Saudi Arabia was the first foreign visit for him. And in case of the ASEAN, he visited Vietnam even if he do not join the East Asian Summit or ASEAN-related multinational conferences. So Vietnam, Saudi Arabia are not the democratic countries, but good partner for the United States. That's why ideology is not matter for him. Environmental issue is not matter for him. Just a good friend or not. Friend of we, enemy or friend, that is matter. So to counter China, very simple bilateral negotiation by using the intimidation is the pattern of Trump administration's way. In addition, one more thing is different. Indeed, compare the Biden administration and Obama administration, people believe that Trump is strong. Because what happened in the first Trump administration, he invited Xi Jinping to dinner and tried to recommend a good chocolate cake and whisper one thing, I will fire the missile to the Syria. This is one kind of the unpredictable threat because it looks like he is inviting the guest, and as a guest, Xi Jinping is there. Despite this, if he whispered military operation against an enemy of the United States, it looks like this is sending message, you could be the enemy, in this case I will fire you. So such kind of the unpredictability, unpredictable way, and unpredictable intimidation is effective use of power. So that's why indeed, even if China, which has a strong military power, hesitate to invade Taiwan because of this. For example, if China invade Taiwan, unpredictability means that China cannot identify a clear scenario to win. There is a possibility US will attack the continent of the China's continent. There are many cities, Shanghai, Beijing, Hong Kong. These are the vital area for China. But if China invade Taiwan, if the war will escalate to the real full-scale war between US and China, because of the Trump, if they believe, in this case, it is not easy to start the invasion to Taiwan. So that's why unpredictability itself is a power of deterrence. So what will happen? What is the implication of the Indo-Pacific? Consistency of the counter-China strategy indicates that the US will seek the real competition. Real competition is one shall stand, one shall fall case competition. That US will seek under the new Trump administration. In this case, there is a few possibility, yeah, no possibility, US will abandon Taiwan because Taiwan is located perfect place to attack the vital coastal city of China. This means that this is looks like the knife just before the neck of China. So this is very good card to win the competition. And if the Trump administration do not care about ideology, not Vietnam, Indonesia, or even if the largest democratic country, India, do not care about political something. Because under the Biden administration, some support of the Biden administration checks the level of the democracy of the other country. This country 60%, this country 80% of democracy, something like that. That's why this is a little bit unrespect attitude. Be from the India, be from Vietnam, be from Indonesia, this is not a good attitude of the United States. But Trump administration do not care about the level of democracy. So that's why in this case, under the bilateral negotiation, indeed more smooth, more easy, and maybe it will be beneficial all of the partner for the United States, I believe. And but at the same time, there's a high possibility that President Trump used intimidation to deal. So that's why this intimidation will be uncomfortable for any partner of the United States. That's true. So we will enter the new age of tough competition, tough negotiation. It is clear that. But both good and bad. We will see. That is my analysis towards implication towards the Indo-Pacific of the new Trump administration, the counter-China strategy. Thank you very much. I should not speak forever.
So
Hello?
you're muted.
Should I speak something more? What should I
General
do?
Sharma, you are muted. You need to
Yeah,
unmute.
you're muted. General Sharma, you're muted.
General, sir, General, you are muted, sir. You are speaking in video, you can see, but no. Okay, sir.
I think he cannot hear us.
Yeah, now I've been muted.
Okay.
It's the administration which muted me. You see, I would say that Trump is a reality, and we have to live with that reality. We can't have another president of United States unless he gets impeached for next 4 years. So that's a reality with which we have to live. But let's face one fact that China has really created a new normal in South China Sea, right? Whatever they wanted to do, the militarization of these 6 very, very important, strategically important areas, they have already created a new normal there. And they are the ones which are calling us sway. Now the question is whether they will impose an air defense identification zone in the South China Sea, whether there is a maritime identification zone which is imposed in South China Sea, or how Trump is going to impose tariff hikes on China. How much is it? 100%, 60%? We'll see what is that impact of that. And the very relationship of Trump with the East Asian Security Alliance system is under a question mark. And if Trump doesn't show his resolve of what he calls is an extended and integrated deterrence, that is only going to embolden China to push the button or push the envelope as far as Taiwan contingency is concerned. So these are the imponderables we have to live with. And the next speaker that we have, I'm sure she will cover on some of the real dynamic security dynamics of the area. And that is Dr. Swasti Rao, who is associate fellow with the former associate fellow with the MP IDSA. And I believe now what I read, she's a good friend, but what I read that she joined the print, and we look forward to her views. Over to you, Dr. Swasti Rao.
Well, thank you so much, sir. It's such a pleasure to be back at NICE. And I remember, I should congratulate Pramod for putting together this very painstaking event that he has been doing. And Pramod is a good friend from JNU, and it really feels like homecoming. I can see Dr. Satoru Nagao, another very old friend of mine, and of course you are there, a senior colleague. So yes, very quickly, I've actually joined as a non-resident fellow at Eastern Circles, which is a Paris-based think tank, and that specializes in security matters. So this is just to, and then I also consult. So I have a consultancy role for the print for their strategic affairs. So a lot of people have been asking me this question, so I thought I'll just sort of set the record. Anyway, now very quickly, in about 10 minutes, I don't think 10 minutes is enough for actually tackling something as complicated and as vast as the Indo-Pacific domain. But very quickly, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to give a very brief overview of what I'm going to be covering in the 10 minutes. And then later on, I mean, of course, the questions are most welcome. Indo-Pacific definitely is one area that I have been working on for the last many years now and trying to understand how can India play a more visible and a more critical role. Because yes, as Dr. Nagao mentioned, and as General Sharma just elucidated, that with Trump come back, with the Trump 2.0, there are so many questions that will have to unravel, answers for which will have to unravel, and only time can tell. But for sure, what we can argue is that today China is the biggest challenger for the United States, and Indo-Pacific is that pivotal area in contemporary global geopolitics, which has been characterized by dynamic shifts in power differentials, as well as this increasing tension of great power rivalry as it is playing out between the US and China, and the rest of the world is trying to adjust to that. And from India's perspective, one very valid analytical stand that India has been furthering is that India is a power unto itself, like a pole unto itself, and India is trying to forward a third way that is trying to reduce the great power contestation, but at the same time enhance the broader securitization effort at the Indo-Pacific. So what I'm going to be doing today is that I am going to be telling you just a little bit about how I look at Indo-Pacific becoming an important analytical tool in India's security discourse. Okay. The second thing that I'll be telling you is that when we talk about Indo-Pacific, generally the partners, whether it's the Quad or the other Western partners, perhaps we don't really mean the same maritime borders. And I think that is a variety that needs to be remembered, especially when we are trying to put together a security architecture that is suitable for the maritime domain, because then we have to know where the maritime domain starts and where the maritime domain ends. Because as you all know, Indo-Pacific is also a vision. It is the confluence of two seas. So sometimes it becomes very important to also put a start and a stop to what is Indo-Pacific for India, what is Indo-Pacific for Japan, what is Indo-Pacific for the US, what is Indo-Pacific for the European Union, what is Indo-Pacific for France, so on and so forth. And thirdly, and I'm going to be talking about two critical areas where I think India can definitely play a very visible role, apart from all the bilaterals that India is doing. One, of course, is about connectivity, because today's security is a more comprehensive security. The idea, I mean, you cannot really look at security only as military security or hard security. And of course, when you look at Indo-Pacific, you cannot express, India's security concerns if you were to take only the military, route for it. And the second is that India can play a big role when it comes to tackling hybrid threats in the region, and I'll tell you what are the ways in which we can do it. So these are the 3-4 things I'm going to be talking about in the next few minutes. And as you know, there's little time, so let me just touch upon them and then we take it up later in the question answer session if you're still interested. So very quickly, like I said, that the making of Indo-Pacific as a major analytical tool in India's security discourse actually started around in the post-Cold War era. Without getting into too much politics, if you look at how the evolution of the Act East policy has happened in 2014, this actually came in response to Xi's China. Okay, and especially if you remember that BRI was launched in 2013. Xi Jinping came to power in 2012. And ever since, we have seen a different kind of a China which didn't exist before. This is the kind of China which is aggressive, which indulges into wolf warriorism, etc. And all the destabilizing that you see has actually started to come after that. So I trace back India's Indo-Pacific strategy from the Act East policy, of course. And then in 2015, I think it is a major point for India to, when Modi articulated, Prime Minister Modi articulated the security and growth for all in the region, which is the Sagar vision. And this Sagar vision became a very important cooperation mechanism for the IORA and the IOIC. And these engagements kind of accentuated the Sagar vision. And very quickly, coming from Sagar to 2018, when Prime Minister Modi was speaking at the Shangri-La Dialogue, and he for the first time gave a very concrete understanding of what India's vision of the Indo-Pacific is. And he then made the IPOI, or the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, as a kind of an implementing or an implementable tool for the Sagar vision. And finally, then India had its IFC IOR. So if you look carefully, I think this is where India's maritime engagement becomes very, very obvious. And now we all know that India stands for a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific. The free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific is important because officially India is not against a country, even though we all know that closed doors discussions in the Indo-Pacific, and especially through the Quad framework, are all about managing the rise of China. So very quickly, this was also coming in a parallel development to how the United States was becoming interested in Indo-Pacific, and we all know about it. Now, very quickly, right now, what has happened is that Indo-Pacific has become a very, very crowded space, because it is a vast security theater with no tangible security architecture. So unlike the Euro-Atlantic theater that has something like a NATO, which is giving, for example, this umbrella of collective security under its Article 5, you don't have that kind of a security architecture in the Indo-Pacific. And part of the problem is that you cannot have something like that in the Indo-Pacific, because the positioning of the Indo-Pacific actors is not really to look at an alliance kind of a security architecture. So what we need to develop, if we are talking about security of the Indo-Pacific or securitizing the Indo-Pacific from India's perspective, is that we need to think of frameworks which can be more collaborative in nature. And therefore, you see the focus more on multilateral and plurilateral institutions, and especially plurilateral institutions, because as Dr. Jaishankar has said, that plurilaterals are the nimble mechanisms by which, which are very, very well suited to a vast domain such as the Indo-Pacific, which has its own sub-theaters. So I think we need to keep that in mind. Very quickly, I think I'm running out of time, but yes, let me come to this formulation, which I said that if you look at how the Indo-Pacific and how its vision sort of changes among all the major powers, I think we need to keep that into mind, because if I compare even what the Indo-Pacific means for the Quad partners, you would see that there is a difference. And there's a difference in which how India thinks of Indo-Pacific versus how the United States or Australia or Japan think of Indo-Pacific in terms of its maritime boundary. And if you ask me, frankly, I would say that if we, of course, Japan has United States has a specific view which is ending at the coast. It doesn't go all the way to Africa. Whereas if you look at other powers, Australia has a much smaller, perspective of Indo-Pacific. But if you ask me, there are certain more similarities that can be drawn in terms of how the Indo-Pacific stretches in terms of the maritime boundaries for countries like France or for unions like the European Union Indo-Pacific strategy. And that also gives us a way of to carry forward this dialogue about how to put together security architectures. Now, very quickly, before I lose track of it, let me first talk about the hybrid security, paradigm, and then let me come to connectivity. And with this, I will end my, remarks. The first thing that I've been trying to working on for almost 1.5 years now is that for the Indo-Pacific and for the security, architecture there to work, like I said, that it is a maritime domain. So you have to somewhere concentrate your security. I mean, whatever collaborative framework that you wish to put together for as a security response to China's destabilizing activities has to be focused around maritime domain awareness. Okay. And that is the reason why the maritime domain awareness has been one of the pillars also in the Quad initiative. Okay. And if you remember that only this year when the Quad meet happened, in the US, by the way, they came up with something called a Maitri, which was an addition to the IPMDA, which was put together in 2022. Now, very quickly, without getting into the details of what MDA is, because I'm sure everybody here understands what maritime domain awareness is, I'm just going to tell you the basic problem with why we are not able to develop a more robust maritime response, especially at a plurilateral level in the Indo-Pacific region. And that reason comes from a very technical point. And that technical point is that right now, if you were to look at the US, if you were to look at Japan, if you were to look at even Singapore or India or France, or, the variety of these countries, that actors that I'm telling you about, each one of these actors is using a different kind of an information portal to actually gain that maritime domain awareness. And what happens then is that unless and until you do not develop a real-time linking of these different information portals, you're not able to put together a lasting security response, in terms of an architecture. How do you put together a systemic response till the time there is no real-time linking? And then the natural question is, but then you can easily do that. Doesn't India have an IFC IOR? See, IFC IOR is where we are only discussing certain very open domain maritime information. Okay. IFC IOR has about 40 members. IFC IOR kind of stops there. It has 40 members and it has this great mechanism, which is a great trust building mechanism, in my opinion. A lot of details about how to sort of make sure that shipping and everything remains safe. But the problem is that it is not about real-time linking of maritime domain awareness. And maritime domain awareness has two components. It has one, maritime information, maritime information and maritime intelligence. So the problem is that, and maritime intelligence again is something which has a classified nature. And that is the reason, if you go into the details of why even the court-steered IPMDA has not been able to launch itself, is because we still do not have that kind of a seamless trust between even these 4 court members to be able to have a seamless real-time linking on maritime intelligence. Okay, and that is the reason. I mean, I'm sure there are a lot of steps that are being taken for it. There is a lot of development that has happened, and we have to look at incremental development, of course. But this remains a challenge. And even if I give you another example, and I just gave you an example of COD, if I now take you to how are the EU-India, or the 27 member states versus India, a dialogue has been unfolding when it comes to putting together a more meaningful response to tackling hybrid threats, to tackling all this destabilizing effects of critical and emerging technology, how to prevent critical infrastructure from being targeted, because Indo-Pacific is majorly dependent on that as well. The end of the day, the problem happens because we are not able to do a real-time linking of the maritime domain awareness, which is being collected by different countries, but has to be collated in a cohesive kind of a intelligence source that can then be utilized for putting together something which is more concrete. And this is easier said than done, because like I said, that it kind of cross-cuts into so many issues of what kind of trust do you have, what kind of a vision for the Indo-Pacific do you have. Intelligence sharing is something which is very, very carefully guarded by different member states. And IFC-IOR is not really the answer to that. So you have to go a step further than that and perhaps look at very tight plurilateral mechanisms in order to have a more robust response to make sure that Indo-Pacific today can have some sort of a coherent response for tackling hybrid threats, because that is something where I feel, India's efforts should be focused. I'll tell you why, and I'll stop there. Maybe a connectivity I can take later because I know I have already taken my 10 minutes. So there's a reason why I say that. Anything which is more clearly militaristic in nature is something for which India will not be on board. Look at the Quad framework. The only country that doesn't want to take China's name out there, that remains China agnostic, despite having an LAC problem, is India. So India has shown that when it comes to the Indo-Pacific, it wants to push for multipolarity. It wants to push for collaborative frameworks. And even though I know that a lot of closed door discussions are about China, we are sharing a lot of things. We are doing a lot of, joint exercises, bilateral exercises, all of that with so many countries. But if we genuinely wish to right now provide a securitization, solution, a securitized solution to the concerns in the Indo-Pacific, I think the best bet out there are in the hybrid threats, because for that, you don't have to wait for a full-fledged war to break out in order to put together a response. And if you carefully look at the countries in the region, countries of the Pacific, the rim, if you look at countries of the, the Pacific Islands, the small island countries, they are at a high risk of being at the receiving end of all the destabilizing efforts that are coming from the gray zone, from the hybrid threats. And that's how, you go about it. And my last point here is that in my more elaborate work on how to develop a like a coherent response to tackle hybrid threats, I actually get into the model building of how India can play an important role, a central role in putting together a model. And I've been presenting it almost in many parts of the world, also Indo-Pacific and also in the West, and have received a lot of, I would say, constructive feedback on how to take that forward. And the crux of the matter is that how do you sort of develop that real-time linking of information portals, because that is where the buck stops, which is that unless you're doing that real time, you really cannot really come up with something that you can call as a security architecture. And therefore, what we have done so far is that, especially looking at the domain of the Indo-Pacific, we have been able to put together several outputs, but they have not been able to join together as a coherent outcome. And I'll stop here, but I'll come back to my other point about connectivity, maybe in the question answer session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rao, for giving us this perspective, but maybe you would like to address this in the question answer session. My point here is that in any Indo-Pacific initiatives that we want to have, unless China is on board, and to an extent Russia is on board, it will extremely become a zero-sum game kind of a scenario. The second issue is also we would like to have your comments that in some quarters, some perceptions are harbored that India, no matter what we say, remains a weak link in the Quad construct because of our own contestations over the border with China. And the third issue that you may like to actually touch upon is about the code of conduct negotiations which are going on between ASEAN countries and China. What is the prognosis and will it make any difference, if at all? So with that, we now hand over the platform to the next speaker, and that is Dr. Tomasas Lukasuzik from who's a professor of Faculty of Political Sciences and International Relations, International Studies in University of Warsaw, Poland. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for organizing once again meeting with friends from NICE and meeting friends from India. What what I would like to discuss is certainly something which you could be interested in. I mean, the perspective of the European Union countries and or look on the Indo-Pacific security. For us, it's becoming, the critical factor in our security, because to our surprise, we found ourselves with Indo-Pacific security system players on one battlefield. I mean the engagement of China and North Korea. And especially North Korean troops. And it was, despite all our efforts, I mean, speaking of all our efforts in anticipating the developments in Russia's aggression in Ukraine, and developments also in the security system in the Indo-Pacific region, I would say that all of us, frankly speaking, we were surprised by this move of placing North Korean troops. And for us in the European Union, we appointed in all countries the special envoys for Indo-Pacific. And the very frequent consultations are going on a monthly basis, because the developments on Indo-Pacific and the patterns of the security system Indo-Pacific could be also exported to nowadays to the closest neighborhood of the European Union. Not speaking about what happened in the Baltic Sea. I mean, the sea which we share with the Scandinavian countries, where the Chinese ship by chance, destroyed elements of our telecommunication infrastructure. So it's we are learning your lessons. We are learning the lessons of the Indo-Pacific now, and we are really now focused on learning even more about the not only symmetric but asymmetric security threats which occurred already or are going to occur in the Indo-Pacific. So that's why for us it's important to have a closer dialogue with Indo-Pacific, and that's why Poland, as the presidency of the European Union for the next 6 months, first 6 months of the 2025, will hold a special conference on Indo-Pacific, and especially we will discuss the connection between security system in the European Union and in the Pacific region. And what I would like to say that it's maybe our fault and our underestimation that we should be closer to the not only Indo-Pacific but Asia-Pacific. We should be more engaged in a security system. Certainly, you can say that European Union is I would say soft power, civilian power, economic power. But in the 21st century, nobody is pure soft power. As President Obama said, everyone has to be a smart power, mixing in a good proportion both hard power and soft power. And the European Union nowadays, while discussing and keeping connections and communication with Indo-Pacific countries, is trying to be now or becoming a smart power, because without it we cannot be considered as a serious partner for the countries of Indo-Pacific. So we have to add to the potential of France, which already Dr. Swasti Rao mentioned. We have to add also some other countries, and we have to be more active in the security. For us, certainly maritime dimension is important. The telecommunication as well, not speaking about cybersecurity, because this one of the most existential threats for us, because we've been attacked many times. I mean, our telecommunication systems and not only, and the incident I mentioned with the Chinese ship. So it's a proof that we really have to be more engaged and more interested with something which seems very far away, but actually is very close to us. And nowadays we do our utmost to have better communication and to deepen our knowledge about the both symmetric and asymmetric threats faced by Indo-Pacific countries. So it's like a confession of the the humble European Union representative, but believe me, this kind of impression is shared by many of my colleagues in the European Union universities, not only universities, but also at the ministries, because I'm speaking also as the former ambassador of Poland to India and before to Indonesia. So finishing it, I would say that this kind of communication and this kind of the dialogue on the security in the Pacific, it's also the matter of our understanding and our efforts to really play an also important role in the Indo-Pacific, as the European Union played the important role as a smart power, not only as a soft power. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, very much for bringing in this European Union perspective to the whole discourse. I know well, European Union is also beset with a major challenge now on the Ukraine front, given certain initiatives which are coming from the Trump about, maybe a possible ceasefire on the terms and conditions which are not conducive for European Union. So that's the dynamics. And also you have two of your countries who have bases in the Indian Ocean region. So your own supply chain is very much dependent on this. So, but I'm not very certain whether there is a unified European Union voice on the Indo-Pacific, particularly in the light of what is happening in Eurasia. So maybe we can have your views on this during the question answer session. And our next speaker now is from Sri Lanka, and that is Dr. Senaratne, who is an academic consultant with the Bandaranaike Center for International Studies. And it's a very important country in the Indo-Pacific, particularly in the Indian Ocean region. May I have your views, Dr. Senaratne?
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. And it's a pleasure to be part of the forum. And I want to take a moment to thank Pramod Jaiswal for inviting me to speak. So over the next 10 minutes or so, I will speak of the security realities faced by small states in the Indo-Pacific. And I'll focus on two states, that is New Zealand and Sri Lanka, and address how they carve out space in the region. Now, influencing global affairs is important for states that are neither powerful or rich, and New Zealand and India are two states but are also notable in that they're adjacent to a very large power, that is Australia and India. Both these larger states consider themselves powers in global politics and the Indo-Pacific region. So how do the geographies of these large states affect the security engagements of their smaller neighbor? So in this sense, distance is a prime determinant of interstate relations, be it physical, gravitational, topological, or attributional. And I want to point out that Alan K. Hendrickson has argued distance thinking as a tool for small states. Within this framework, distance implies both separation and its opposite, closeness. These concepts form the basis of analysis for the larger state, small state pairing from the Indo-Pacific region in this talk. New Zealand's relations with Australia are strongly influenced by the Tasman Sea that physically separates Australia and New Zealand. Sir John Hall expressed an ongoing community of interest, and this community is evident through the frequent use of the term Trans-Tasman for a variety of intergovernmental groups. So the Tasman Sea clearly delineates Australia and New Zealand as two distinct states, but also connects them politically. New Zealand has Australia to its west, the vast oceanic island states of the Pacific to its north and east, and Antarctica to its south. The Pacific Ocean is a common oceanic connector and has resulted in close cooperation in a wide range of activities with a range of other states. India and Sri Lanka are separated by the Spoke Strait, which is roughly 100 kilometers wide and 136 kilometers long, making it easy to cross from one state to another. This closeness strongly influences Indo-Sri Lanka relations, and these bilateral relations are further determined by the two states' locations in the Indian Ocean. They divide the world's third largest ocean, and especially Sri Lanka sits astride global sea lines of communication, thereby connecting and situating them globally centrally in global and maritime affairs. New Zealand was colonized initially as a part of the colony of New South Wales, Australia, and in both cases, British law was accompanied by the imposition of British-style institutions, creating a strong common bond between the trans-Tasman colonies. Now, structurally, the bilateral relationship between New Zealand and Australia reflects a common colonial heritage and values that came with it. These close connections enable discussions of mutual foreign policy interests, aided by the same policy aims, promoting rules-based order to maintain global peace and security, good governance, open trade, etc. Australia is New Zealand's only military ally, formalized through the Australia-New Zealand-United States Treaty signed in 1951. The treaty changed later on, and the attributional distance between Australia and New Zealand for security is close in relation to the South Pacific, where both states' values align with those of the United States. And there's been a lot of conversation about United States. So I think this conversation on security, Indo-Pacific, and how these values align would be an important for our conversation in the Q&A. So for example, New Zealand and Australia also align, along with the United States, have strategically aligned over criticizing the Solomon Islands Security Agreement with China, which they signed in 2022, just 2 years ago. Two types of attributional distance affect India and Sri Lanka's security. First, in the past, northern and southern Indians settled in Sri Lanka from time to time. Therefore, southern Indian states and Sri Lanka are bound by a common culture and heritage. This has resulted in a close affinity between the communities of Tamil Nadu and northern Sri Lanka. Second, the British colonized Sri Lanka in 1815 when they realized its strategic value and locational importance. From then on, India's British colonials extended British rule and culture to Sri Lanka. They were also tactful in dividing the Sinhala and Tamil people. And post-independence, Sri Lanka continued to rely on the British to maintain Sri Lanka's security and foreign relations. Up until 1956, Sri Lanka was attributionally closer to Britain than to India. So even though Australia's gravitational pull on New Zealand is evident in almost every aspect of New Zealand society, from sport to familial connections, the biggest recent tension between New Zealand and Australia involved a gravitational pull from the smaller state to the larger, and a power of the larger state to kind of set the rules. In 2022, the number of Australians in New Zealand was 1/10 the number of New Zealanders living in Australia. This tension rose from the joint 1973 Trans-Tasman Travel Arrangement, which gave citizens of both countries the right to work, live, and travel in each other's country without a visa and work permit required for other foreigners. When the movement of people from New Zealand to Australia began to outweigh the movement in the opposite direction and create undue welfare costs, the Australian government unilaterally introduced measures to reduce the New Zealand influx. In short, up until July 2023, it was difficult for New Zealanders to become permanent residents or citizens in Australia and avoided the uncertainties of being classed as temporary migrants, even though they may have been living in Australia for decades. India's gravitational pull on Sri Lanka spans both Sri Lanka's domestic and external security interests and actions. Henriksen states that distant objects are more difficult to control than those nearby. Accordingly, India's interests and its ability to control Sri Lanka stem from this physical proximity. Accordingly, in India's as it is neither India nor Sri Lanka think of a security arrangement and strategy excluding each other. In 1945, Kem Panika indicated that Sri Lanka must accept the reality of being in India's vicinity. In other words, Panika expected Sri Lanka to be an integral part of India's security architecture. Sri Lanka's physical proximity has enabled India to exert pressure on Sri Lanka's domestic policies on numerous occasions. The Indian presence was visible in Sri Lanka during the war with the LTT in post-war settings and also in numerous commercial ventures. For example, when the LTT fought with the Sri Lankan government during the 83 to 2009 war. We also see various other ways of which India connected with Sri Lanka and indicated their interest in Sri Lankan minorities. And this can also be understood, or an alternative interpretation is that India's actions were coercive diplomacy towards Sri Lanka. Now, a maritime security threat to Sri Lanka is Indians breaching the Indo-Lanka maritime boundary determined in 1974. And this is due to the narrowness of the Pork Strait. South Indian fishermen encroach on Sri Lankan waters and engage in IUU fishing. And of course, this means that the Sri Lankan Navy continuously patrols the Pork Strait to avoid people and goods illegally entering Sri Lanka. New Zealand and Sri Lanka's physical locations are a significant determinant of their relationship with their closest neighbors in the Indo-Pacific region. India and Sri Lanka are separated by the Pork Strait, which is much, much more narrow than the Tasman Sea that separates Australia and New Zealand. So the nature of the water space between the two pairs of countries creates distinct types of human connections and power dynamics that affect their security. Sri Lanka's relations with India are determined by the Pork Strait. New Zealand's relations with Australia are framed by the Tasman Sea, but much less determined by it. So finally, in conclusion, the larger states' influence in their smaller neighbors on matters of security, and the smaller the physical distance between states, the greater there is an influence. The attributional closeness of the two states in this large part mirrored in the regional groupings in which they chose to participate. The smaller states can step out of the shadow of their larger neighbor via these regional groupings, but the degree of independent activity by the smaller state is affected by the physical, attributional, gravitational distances experienced with their larger neighbor. Topological distance can provide a space for smaller countries to exercise their own voice, but it's highly unlikely that these states will be influenced by the other types of distance in the regional groupings, and that only in large multilateral groupings such as the Commonwealth of Nations or the United Nations is there more equal space for these voices. So thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the discussion that we will have. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks very much for bringing in these bilateral issues. But maybe during the question answer session, I would like to raise another issue with you. And that's another side of the argument. And that is given the Chinese forays in the Indian Ocean region, particularly in the maritime zone, 10 nautical mile zone of Sri Lanka, particularly the developments which were taking place at Hambantota and the kind of oceanic surveys in the garb of signing different MOUs with some of your government and academic institutions, the kind of strategic maritime behavior of China in the close vicinity of Sri Lankan waters, and its implications for India and ipso facto the relations between the two countries. So you like to comment subsequently. And another thing is the prognosis of India, Sri Lanka, and Maldives, trilateral security dialogue, mechanisms like that, how can these be expanded for at least the regional stability? So with this now, I request to the last speaker of the session, and that is Dr. Tanvi Kulkarni, who's policy fellow at Asia Pacific Leadership Network, South Korea. And I guess you're going to talk more about nuclear risks and threats in the Indo-Pacific. Over to you, Dr. Tanvi.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you also to the Nepal Institute of International Cooperation and Engagement for the opportunity to speak at this session. My compliments to Dr. Pramod Jaiswal for pulling this this forum together. It's been a fascinating conversation so far. So I'm going to be speaking on the nuclear dimension of security in the Indo-Pacific, specifically on nuclear risks and nuclear threats. But just to preface our conversation a little bit with the construct that we're using to speak about security in this region, you'll often hear me saying Asia-Pacific instead of Indo-Pacific, but really these are both geopolitical constructs that which are kind of a mental mapping of that describe the geopolitics of our times. The Asia-Pacific terminology is a slightly older one. It evolved in the 1960s, which really was meant to keep Southeast Asia, ASEAN at the center of this framework. But it's not only just a geopolitical dimension, it also has geoeconomic dimensions and socio-cultural dimensions. And over decades, this terminology has been used to include wider regions of Asia, like South Asia, East Asia, the Pacific Islands, which includes Micronesia, Melanesia, Polynesia, and Northeast Asia. And then, of course, we have the Indo-Pacific terminology, which is a relatively recent terminology, but is another geopolitical and geostrategic construct that takes into account the growing importance of the maritime zones of the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, and how these zones are interconnected. And this terminology has really been championed by countries like Japan with the support of Australia, and of course, India as well, and the United States. But we can see that it's been adopted by the United States in its official strategic language vis-a-vis this region. The Indo-Pacific terminology seems to also be sort of critiqued by countries like Russia and China, which look at it as a way of the US to keep its geopolitical dominance. But these are overlapping terminologies. So you'll hear me saying Asia-Pacific a lot, but it also applies to the idea of Indo-Pacific as we know it today. So speaking of nuclear risks, broadly, we know that nuclear risks in the world are growing. Nuclear weapons powers, especially countries like the United States, China, and Russia, are expanding and modernizing their nuclear weapons programs. They're spending huge sums of money on these developments, almost triggering a three-way nuclear arms race and adding to the perennial dangers of nuclear war taking place because of either miscalculation or misinterpretation. We know that new disruptive technologies, which includes dual-capable weapon systems, are proliferating in an increasingly unregulated international environment. The military uses of artificial intelligence are accelerating. While AI has its positive uses, it also has great potential to disrupt information channels, which are important to nuclear command and control systems, as well as a potential to magnify disinformation, which can prevent countries from effectively dealing with nuclear risks or even other existential risks like pandemics or climate change. We are seeing that nuclear threats are being employed openly and more frequently by nuclear weapons powers. For instance, Russia's nuclear saber-rattling and signaling that we're seeing in the war with Ukraine, which will now enter its third year in 2025 if it doesn't end earlier, In June this year, we saw that there were serious concerns that Moscow could consider launching limited nuclear strikes as a way to bring the war in Ukraine to a favorable conclusion. But that has not happened. In West Asia, we see that Iran continues to enrich uranium to close to weapons grade, while it stonewalls the International Atomic Energy Agency on key issues. The Iran nuclear deal, which was revoked by the Trump administration, by the first Trump administration, was not reinstated by the Biden administration. North Korea continues building nuclear weapons and long-range missiles. And then the war and genocide in Gaza has entered its second year. This war definitely has serious potential to escalate into a wider conflict in the Middle East that could have unpredictable consequences, and especially in the context of Israel being a de facto nuclear weapons power. Closer home in South Asia, we see that Pakistan and India are also gradually expanding and modernizing their nuclear weapons programs, but this is at a relatively moderate pace. But it continues to happen in an environment of continued hostility and the lack of any bilateral dialogue between the two countries. Moreover, all this is taking place against the background of a weakened global nuclear non-proliferation regime and an almost collapsed nuclear arms control architecture between the United States and Russia. In 2019, the United States withdrew from the INF treaty. And then in February 2023, the Russians announced suspension from the new Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty New START, followed by the deployment of tactical nuclear weapons in Belarus. With the United States refusing to discuss the ratification of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, we're also seeing that in October, the Russian Duma voted to withdraw Russia's ratification from the CTBT. So all of these developments cumulatively, along with other existential threats like climate change, have made agencies like the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists dial hands off the nuclear doomsday clock to 90 seconds to midnight since last year, since 2023. Let's look closer to the Asia-Pacific region, or the Indo-Pacific, if you prefer that framework. The Asia-Pacific is home to over 4 billion people, over half of the global population, and 6 of the world's 6 of the 9 nuclear armed states are within this region. We also consider United States to be an important regional player in the Indo-Pacific. It not only faces heightened risks of nuclear proliferation, both vertical proliferation and horizontal proliferation, but it also faces risks of potential nuclear use. North Korea has conducted a record number of missile tests. There have been 114 missile tests taking place since 2022, and 39 have taken place only in 2024, which includes cruise missiles, intercontinental range ballistic missiles. North Korea continues to remain outside the non-proliferation treaty. It withdrew 20 years ago, and all diplomatic efforts to halt its expanding nuclear and missile program have not succeeded. There is also growing suspicion and worry that there will also be a forthcoming nuclear weapons test by the DPRK. We also see that China is expanding its nuclear stockpile and delivery systems. Over the last 2 years, the Chinese nuclear stockpile has doubled. And according to certain estimates, it will quadruple, that is, grow 4 times by 2035. And given the lack of transparency that China maintains about its capabilities and intentions, alarm bells are ringing across other countries as well. Just in September 2024, we saw that the PLA rocket force launched an ICBM that traveled about 11,800 kilometers into the Pacific Ocean, which not only shows, signaling, but also shows how the Pacific Island region is becoming the new space for geopolitical contestation with the United States. So on one hand, nuclear arsenals are growing, and on the other hand, we also have conventional arms race dynamics, which are intensifying, and which involves the non-nuclear weapon states. Like some of my co-panelists were mentioning, territorial and maritime disputes in Asia-Pacific continue to be contentious and threaten regional instability and conflict. And really at the root of a lot of these risks is the intensifying geopolitical competition between the US and China, which plays out most acutely in the Asia-Pacific region. Most countries in this region we see are reluctant to side overtly with either of the two major powers, but are being drawn into a cycle of increased militarization and arms races. If you see the Asia Pacific, the perception of nuclear risks in the Asia Pacific are also stemming from the security dynamics between the major powers here, as well as the smaller and the middle powers. For instance, the deterioration of US-China relations is having a more significant impact, region-wide impact on countries in Southeast Asia, or the Korean Peninsula in South Asia, as well as the Pacific Islands. In the form of growing militarization, in the form of the proliferation of sophisticated missile systems, non-strategic, low-yield nuclear systems, and disruptive military technologies. And the Asia-Pacific countries are really not on the same page when it comes to international nuclear regimes. For instance, we can see a diversity on how Asia-Pacific countries perceive their security environment in the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty Forum, or through their political interactions at the NPT review conferences. We can now see that there is a growing interest in a NATO-style nuclear sharing arrangement among countries like South Korea. The pro-nuclear lobby in South Korea is gaining strength, including those who support stationing US nuclear weapons in the ROK with a nuclear sharing option, and those who support a sovereign nuclear weapons program for South Korea. Similar debates are being heard in Japan as well. The AUKUS submarine deal announced in September 2021 between Australia, United Kingdom, and US has also raised proliferation concerns in this region. Even on a treaty like the Nuclear Ban Treaty, or the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, the Asia-Pacific countries have diverse positions. I won't go into the details of it, but not all countries support the treaty, but some countries are at the forefront of the Nuclear Ban Treaty. While there are these diverse perspectives on nuclear risks and dangers in the Asia-Pacific, we also see that states continue to show interest in advancing nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament. So where do we really stand on efforts to reduce nuclear risks and threats? Unfortunately, in 2024, we saw that key governments within the region had reduced capacity to really make efforts on nuclear risk reduction and disarmament, because some of the most important countries, India, Taiwan, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Indonesia, South Korea, and Russia, were all in their election cycles. Countries like Japan and South Korea were seeing very stressed political phases. But hopefully 2025 is going to bring some political stability in most of these states. But again, there is, like some of the co-panelists have said, there's great unpredictability with the incoming American administration. Also, given Trump's preference for having a transactional relationship with allies, which asks them for contributing more on their own, is creating more concerns about the possibility of nuclear proliferation in this area. The nuclear developments, I think, of the Korean Peninsula will remain a critical challenge, and it can only be addressed by opening multiple channels of communication with the North Korean regime. Another challenge is going to be involved in the maritime zones. We have nuclear-powered and nuclear-armed submarines and potential radioactive contamination that is a possibility in the maritime zones. Keeping non-nuclear weapon states committed to the NPT is going to be a major challenge. I'm almost at the end of my time, so I'm just going to wrap up by saying that as far as Asia-Pacific is concerned, public opinion is going to be very key, even to policymakers in countries with a very centralized decision-making system. And public opinion against nuclear weapons and in favor of disarmament will play a key role in whether leaders of this region take disarmament seriously. All eyes will be on South Korea and Japan for now. NGOs, think tanks, governments will also play a very important role in promoting education about non-proliferation and disarmament. The Nobel Peace Prize this year was awarded to the Nihon Hidankyo, the Japanese Confederation of Survivors of the Atomic Bombings. And I think this is very significant that the Hibakusha have been recognized. And hopefully this has sparked a new conversation about the lasting and horrendous effects of nuclear weapons. So thank you, Chair, for my time.
Thank you. I'll request you to please stay on, because I would like to wrap up the question answer session by beginning with you. You see, very recently, when we interact with the Chinese scholars, there is almost a kind of a common point of view that even China needs to review its nuclear doctrine. And they are giving those kind of signals, particularly in the light of Taiwan contingency, taking a cue from escalate to de-escalate kind of a stance which Putin had adopted. So this is really a new risk which is on the horizon. And there is also a degree of nervousness both in North Korea and Japan in regard to, unpredictable nuclear behavior of North Korea. And there is a talk about, a better BMD deal or, the thought, a better version of thought. Coupled with this, also the aspirations to go take the nuclear route in both these countries. And the third dimension, which has now come up, is what Trump is discussing, that he is quite amenable to joining Israel in striking at the nuclear assets of Iran. And United States propensity to deploy low yield nuclear weapons, and also as part of its extended deterrence, maybe some deployment could take place or some nuclear asset could be deployed in the Indo-Pacific. So in the light of these developments, where is the hope for having, even though in the Pact of the Future, one of the discussion that was at the UN was for the disarmament, but they did not put anything tangible on the table. So what are your views? How are we going to get out of this kind of a trap?
Can I respond immediately?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Thank you so much, General Sharma, for that thought-provoking question. In fact, just 2 days ago, I was speaking at another conference on China's nuclear buildup and what are the technological and geopolitical drivers of that buildup. The Chinese nuclear expansion and modernization is definitely a major concern. And every nuclear weapon state aspires to expand and modernize its program. But what has been really concerning about the Chinese developments is that from 2019-20 onwards, the exponential pace at which this modernization expansion is happening, it has been quite worrying. But if we see in terms of the doctrinal perspective, and I'm just sort of pacing up my answers so that we have more time for others also to have questions and answers. We're not really seeing that there is a major shift in in the Chinese nuclear doctrine. We don't see that they have attributed very specific military objectives to any of their nuclear weapon systems. A lot of the debate within the Chinese strategic community is still on how do we, make our nuclear systems survivable? How do we make them? How do we make it a secure second strike capability rather than being an offensive nuclear power? And so the conclusion of a lot of close China watchers has been that a lot of Chinese nuclear developments are actually coming from their vulnerabilities and how they perceive the threats that are coming from the United States. You mentioned the THAAD battery systems that have been stationed in South Korea since 2017. The Chinese have been extremely concerned that that's going to affect their deterrent. Or for that matter, the INF treaty. The US withdrawing from the INF treaty has been a major concern for them because it means that there are no longer limits to the range, the intermediate and small range missiles that the US can now station in Eastern Asia. The Chinese have been concerned about the US missile defense, about its commingling of conventional and nuclear capabilities. So a lot of it is coming from this geopolitical competition with the West, but also from the perception of the kind of threats that are coming from the United States. So as far as that is concerned, I think the United States will play a very key role. Opening up conversations with the Chinese is important. At the moment, there's utmost distrust. President Xi does not trust the Americans at all, as we know it. But understanding the perceptions of the Chinese, where this vulnerability is coming from, will be important for the US, I think. But let's see what the Trump administration does. I think the real problem, is also going to be the North Koreans. The North Koreans, and unless, like I said, all kinds of dialogue are started with the North Koreans, it doesn't look like a good scene.
Thank you very much. You made some very, very important issues, and I think it's added to my knowledge as well. And now there's a question by my friend Madhavan, who is in Australia, and he's just brought out this that given the strategic location of Australia, which borders both the Indian Ocean region on one side and Pacific on the other side, and its close proximity to Malacca and Indonesian archipelago. And there are some very, very tangible military assets deployed on the Australian soil. So, what role can Australia play as a stakeholder in the overall security of Indo-Pacific? I would just begin by saying that, well, its entry into AUKUS itself is a major part of signaling of overall US Indo-Pacific strategy. But beyond that, would anybody like to address this question? How Australia is likely to play a role? I would say that Australia is on one side hedging, given the depth of its relationship with China. On the other side, it is also joined into the fray, particularly as far as security of Pacific Islands is concerned. So, any more comments on the role of Australia? Any scholar? Or friends from Vietnam or Japan?
Okay, so I will take share, sir.
Yeah.
View from Japan, Australia is indeed a very good partner because, of course, we're focusing on India, of course. Quad is Japan's Shinzo Abe, Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's suggestion the Indo-Pacific Quad both are focusing on India. But at the same time, to form a good relation with India and cooperation to establish a cooperation framework in Indo-Pacific, we cannot forget location of Australia. Except how important Australia is, of course, this question has also mentioned maybe coastline, Australia's coastline share with the Pacific side and the Indian Ocean side, that's true. And Australia has some strategic important place, that's also true. And but at the same time, Australia's location is indeed very important to the counter-China strategy. And we should not forget it. Because for China, most important part of the security is coastal cities. And to defend these cities, they try to establish a fortress in the East China Sea, Taiwan, and South China Sea. This is just in front of the coastal cities. And after that, to defend these coastal cities, which we call the first island chain, they try to establish another defense line in the second island chain, which is Hawaii, South Pacific to Australia. So that's why Australia is located in a vital place to penetrate China's defense line to reach the coastal city of China. That kind of course, we should not think our strategy is offensive against China, but at the same time, China believes we are the enemy. And if we have enough capability to reach the coastal city of China, in the negotiation we have the strong card. That's why we need to penetrate this defense line. And in this case, Australia's location is good. The backside logistical support to our military forces to deploy in front of the coastal city of China. So that's why the current strategy we're planning is what happened is, as a frontline country, Japan and Taiwan, the Philippines, of course South Korea also is fortified our defense. But the US try to withdraw from this region a little and stay in the backside as a mobilizing force. When the fight has happened between Japan and China, or Taiwan and China, or Philippines and China, in this case, first frontline country is the need to fight with China, but still, US is staying the backside, and if the China penetrate our defense line, frontline countries face a crisis. Of course, as a reinforcement, US can come to this front line as a reinforcement because of they are free in the backside. But at the same time, if we have the chance to penetrate China's defense line to reach the coastal city of China, of course, in this case, mobilizing force staying backside, which is the United States, you should come to the coastal line of China and reach this city. That is our strategy we're planning. In this case, we need a place in the backside, which is Australia. So that's why Australia's role, how important, very important to counter China strategy. This is a very important place, U.S. reinforcement are staying. And that is maybe a very important part of the counter China military strategy. Japan will be the frontline country, Australia is the backside. That is simply said. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. And we have another question from, before I get on to the questions raised by Dr. Jaiswal, there's one more question by Mr. Palitha Hareth. And he's asked this question that how exercises like RIMPAC will help in establishing stability in the Indo-Pacific region. May I request our panelists from Vietnam to comment on this? You feel these exercises like RIMPAC, Malabar, and many other multilateral exercises which are taking place in the Indo-Pacific, are they helpful? Over to you, Doctor.
Okay, thank you so much, Yi. I think that now people really want to maintain a rules-based order in the Indo-Pacific. So that is very important. So with the amidst the rise of the China in terms of military power, so I think that something like a balance of power is really important. So in that case, I think RIMPAC or some other kind of joint exercise like Malabar is really important. That very importantly contribute to the peace and stability in the region. I think that from perspective of the balance of power in the region, that is it's very important. And I think that the stakeholders, I mean that the participants in those activity should continue to maintain their activities in the maritime domain in the not only in the South China Sea but also in the whole Indo-Pacific. That's the first point. The second one is the contribution of India to the stability and security and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific. I think that there are 4 points that India can do. I think that it continues to do. The first one is to raise voice to support the international law, especially UNCLOS. That's a very important point that all country signatories or non-signatories that raise their voice to protect international law, that to protect the rules-based order is very important. That's the first. The second is, I think that India is very well-known actor in the region in terms of the friendship visits of its naval to the region, navy to the region. I think that annually in the naval ships that has visited very important ports in Vietnam, in the Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, even Cambodia. So I think it's very important to have your presence in the region. The third one is conduct joint exercise. That in the bilateral joint exercise with Vietnam or with some other country navy in the region, as well as in the ASEAN joint naval exercise recently took place. And I think it should continue to have this kind of activity. That is the third. And the fourth point is very important, that mark the Indian presence in the region is that stay at the oil and gas exploration blocks. in the South China Sea and elsewhere in the Indo-Pacific. I think it is really important. I think that it is not simply the economic benefit, but also the strategic security importance that manifests the continuity of in the present in the region. And under Modi now, India grows very fast. And I think that from my perspective, India now is a major power in terms of economy, in terms of military and population. So I think that it's enough indicator to show that India is now is a major power. So I think that the continuity, not only that, and beyond that, I think that India should upgrade to promote its presence in the region, especially in terms of the security. I think that naval presence is very important. That is my point regarding the RIMPAC or Malabar or the Indian presence in the Indo-Pacific in general or in the South China Sea in particular. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that response. And my next question is to Dr. Swasti Rao. Firstly, Dr. Rao, there are two questions by Dr. Pramod Jaiswal. One is on role of India in conflict resolution and adherence to maritime law. And second question that he has raised is what can India do to strengthen counter-terrorism collaboration, particularly, cyber attacks and things like that. Now, my first sort of little bit of an addition to what Dr. Jaiswal raised. Now, let's look at this conflict resolution in the Indo-Pacific from the perspective of international maritime law. Now, US itself has not signed the UNCLOS, right? Second thing, that this permanent court of arbitration, whatever verdict it passed in 2016, it is not adhered by, there are no enforcement mechanism. In the light of these contradictions, what role you feel India can play in this whole gambit? And second thing, that we have this India Information Fusion Center for the Indo-Indian Ocean region, which has collaboration with other such centers in Madagascar, in the Horn of Africa, with the Maritime Bureau. So what more assistance India can render in terms of strengthening counterterrorism and cybersecurity? Over to you, Dr. Rao.
Thank you so much, sir. So very quickly about the UNCLOS. Now, UNCLOS is United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. As you rightly pointed out, that it remains fairly empty and fairly hollow when it comes to enforcement. Although it does provide a legal framework, but it is a United Nations-based convention, which is not really followed by the major players in the region, including the United States. And that is why I would say that it is like any other multilateral framework, which has really, shown its limits in today's heightened security environment. So that is my point on the UNCLOS. That is why I have been saying that I think if India has to sort of really rise up to the occasion, I think we need to also lay threadbare certain situations that we sometimes discuss with extremely sweeping generalizations, because I also saw a question, and if you give me 2 minutes, I'll kind of connect that to what I've been trying to say. And it'll also answer part of your question that you had asked me. Now, if you see that there is a question that says that what is the role of the Malabar exercises, right? Of course, the Malabar exercises are great. Malabar exercises are all about real-time war situations. They have two phases. One is a harbor phase, which is about interoperability and all that. One is a sea phase, and sea phase is about trying to develop interoperability with real weapons, a lot of anti-submarine warfare, etc., etc. The question, however, is that if there was armed conflict that broke out in the Indo-Pacific, and as long as it is not reaching the Indian shores, is India going to take on a military role? And I do not see that happening, because those decisions are taken by, those are political decisions, and I do not see that happening. I'll give you another example. We are talking about the Horn of Africa and India's involvement. Of course, Indian Navy has risen up to the occasion of distress calls by different ships. But as soon as the Houthis started attacking the ships that were passing from the Red Sea and the Suez Canal, basically all Indian maritime commerce started to reroute along the Cape of Good Hope. And right now, not a single Indian ship passes through the Red Sea or the Suez Canal. If there are any military responses to the Houthis, they are coming from the US and the UK. The Europeans, in fact, are not even on board there. Not including France, that is a resident power in the Indo-Pacific. And the only other military response that has come has been from Israel. So what I'm trying to say is that I think this is a political question that India needs to take. So we are on board with CMF, which is the Combined Maritime Force, which belongs to the UN CENTCOM. But what are we there for? We are there for basically looking at anti-drug activities. We are looking for specific activities that are targeting, piracy, etc., around narcotics. But when there is a real military situation unfolding, will India have the political decision to take on a military response? I think India is not ready for it, and that is why all these exercises that you see, whether it is a Malabar or a different, I mean, India has is a participant to I don't know how many exercises in the Indo-Pacific region today. They are all good because they are about enhancing our military preparedness, our naval preparedness, and also in a way which is more and more interoperable with like-minded countries. So full marks to that. But does that suffice for having a political, agreement that we are going to have a military response till the time it is not about the Indian shores or the Indian borders? So I think that's one answer. The other thing is about also Indo-Pacific and a lot of security and securitized responses in the Indo-Pacific. I think there are certain red lines. I mean, it's much easier to discuss about what Japan will do, because tomorrow if there is a conflict in the Taiwan Straits, for sure it is going to involve the Senkaku Islands, and Japan is going to become a party to that. And therefore, you see all this massive transformation in the Japanese security landscape with the new security strategy and the new defense strategy, which is nothing short of a miracle. If people know that Japan has an Article 9 to its constitution, and Japan has always been so hesitant and so restrained, and I'm sure Dr. Nagao is a better person to answer that. But unlike that, and unlike Australia, I think India's response right now is more muted. It is more about trying to make sure that there is, a upholding of the rules-based order. And that is why I say that, apart from all the interoperability enhancing exercises that India is doing, and all the other kinds of things that India is doing, I think it makes a lot of sense for India to come on board with developing more robust maritime domain awareness initiatives, because right now that is what is really affecting the security of the Indo-Pacific region and the Indo-Pacific states. And I'm going to now connect to this to counterterrorism, and then, and probably maybe one more point and then I'll end, which is that, yes, when I say hybrid threats, okay, one of the key tasks then is to define the hybrid threats, because anything which is short of war can be defined as a hybrid threat. And I know that if we are trying to develop a more coherent response for hybrid threats, we can't be talking about everything under the sun. So obviously there has to be some kind of prioritization that has to be done in a more multi-stakeholder environment, and more countries have to come on board in order to decide. And I completely agree with one of the points that you earlier raised when after my remarks, which is that how do you think of a security architecture without having China on board? And that is why I feel that when it is about securing the sea lanes of communication, trying to secure the critical infrastructure with respect to energy pipelines or maybe communication cables, I think something like the hybrid threats or counterterrorism, I think it's much easier because these are kosher threats that we are trying to mitigate. These are not hard security situations which will arise lest there is an A2AD kind of a situation in the South China Sea perpetrated by China. So anyway, so that is my central point that kind of connects to my central point, that I think it's much more logical that on the one hand, you keep on doing the interoperability and the preparedness, but on the other hand, we have to put our act together with like-minded countries to try and build more robust architecture around the maritime domain. And that, frankly, we cannot do without the ASEAN on board, without the Europeans on board, because the Europeans really have, without the Americans also on board. But although I would prefer that somebody that really genuinely pushes for more multipolarity in the region, like the European Union, like France, like India, like the ASEAN, should be able to take, a kind of a leadership out there, because US actually kind of signifies as the great power of the great power contestation. And lastly, I think there's just one point that you did ask me about China and the code of conduct of ASEAN, and I would like to make a point there. You see, I mean, it's very, very clear that China seeks a flexible, a non-binding code of conduct, whereas the ASEAN, and especially all the 10, if you take them together, they want a conduct which is legally binding. And as we all know, which is basic, I wouldn't go into the details, is that one of the things that China has been doing, the dirty game that China has been playing in the South, East Asian region, is that China has been playing the game of dividing the ASEAN. And because of that, I think despite repeated attempts, there has not been a legally binding code of conduct. And I think this question remains pretty much out there in the open, because if there is a non-legally binding code of conduct, a flexible one, it wouldn't mean anything, because today the conflict in the South China Sea involves 4 of those ASEAN nations, and that is why that's a question which is lingering, pretty much is haunting everybody. But it's not, I don't see it coming to fruition anytime soon. And like I said, that all this whatever pre-war talk and securitization and all of that is fine till the time China does something very, very specifically to try and have an A2AD. And if there is an active A2AD, China has been working on ramping up its capabilities when it comes to A2AD. There have been integrated air defense systems. They've been trying to get anti-ship missiles. They've been working on their electronic warfare and cyber operations. So if they really sort of, in that realm, if there is an active A2AD put out there by China, I don't think they should be doing it. But if they do that, I think that is going to be a red line. And then it's going to be...
Thank Dr. Swasti. We've run out of time. Yes. I'll just, to be fair to other esteemed panelists, I'll request a parting remark from Dr. Lukusuk and also from Dr. Senaratna. You have any concluding thoughts? Please do share them.
Thank you very much. I mean, only one. And thank you very much for Dr. Swastiaw for mentioning the security system in the Pacific. I mean, with or without China. We can not speak without China about it, despite the fact that what you also mentioned about the code of conduct negotiations. I mean, lasting for more than 2 decades, but still the communication, the contact, the dialogue is needed, and we have to remember about it. I mean, to have China with us, also due to the fact that also what you mentioned, the general, that the sea lines of communication, they don't have nations, they don't have a national character, because they are purely international, and we have to cooperate also with China.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Senaratne, any parting point? We run out of time.
I understand. Thank you. Yes, you raised some concerns about China in Sri Lanka's maritime space. That's right. There are lots of concerns regarding China and China's space, also invading into India's maritime and security interests in the Indian Ocean region. Those are rightly made. I wasn't focusing on that, so those were rightly made, and I value your input in those instances. Also, there was a lot of conversation on China in terms of Indo-Indian Ocean security, Indo-Pacific. I think I mean, China's presence in the Indo-Pacific is in Asia, in the Indo-Pacific is what is raising all these concerns. The fact that it's doing a lot of activities to destabilize existing international norms, conventions, the status quo is what is making us talk about the security in the Indo-Pacific. So there is, I think, a lot of conversation. Having been in China the past 2 years, I see the conversations coming out of the strategic spaces and their interests in these regions. I mean, Tanvi pointed out very correctly that there is this extreme interest in looking at American interests in the region. So I think looking at China is also important in terms of Sri Lanka's security concerns, against even India's. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to conclude by thanking all the panelists by sharing their insightful views on this very, very important topic. I wish we had more time, but we run out of time. I just want to finally say that, well, oceans, particularly Indo-Pacific, is a global common, and it's a collective responsibility of all countries that we should not fall hostage to a group of countries who should take us for a ride. Therefore, countries like India and other middle level powers and other smaller countries, we must get together, put our act together and see that we do not get sandwiched in the tug of war between the major nations. And to that extent, I think the role of Global South has become extremely important to become a sobering, moderating, and a balancing factor. And that is where India and other littoral countries of the Indian Ocean region can play a major role to give the proper sort of relevance, salience, and gravitas to the voice of Global South. And I hope India will play an important role in that. With these remarks, I hand over the proceedings back to the organizers of the event. Thank you very much once again. I really enjoyed this interaction, despite the technical hitches. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Major General B.K. Sharma, for this insightful session. So we're going to start now next session shortly. We are waiting for all the speakers and our chair. So now we're going to start our session I entitled Small States in the Indo-Pacific. And this session is gonna be chaired by Dr. Niloy Ranjan Biswas. So, and today's we have distinguished speakers and they are MD Saifullah Akan, research scholar from Osaka University, Japan, and assistant professor of Japanese studies from University of Dhaka, Bangladesh. Dr. Gino Leone, lecturer in defense studies from King's College London, UK, and Barbara Kratuik, assistant professor from Vistula University, Poland, Jumel G. Estranero, and Ati Fatima J. Saquilayan from De La Salle University, Philippines. So I think now we can start our this session. Over to you, Dr. Niloy Ranjan Biswas. Hello.
Thank you. Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Anis, for organizing this huge and very timely initiative discussion on Indo-Pacific. I know I'm replacing the original chair. Harinda is a good friend from Sri Lanka. Probably some issues came up, and it is in fact an interesting. I feel privileged to be part of this forum. I have been listening some discussions from the last one, securities and Indo-Pacific. I'm sure that some of this discussion will also be supplemented or triangulated by the discussions that we will be doing here in the panel on small states in the Indo-Pacific. Well, I have some ideas to share, not a very structured presentation as well, but as I was given the task of chairing the session as well, I'll save my words for the end of the session, and I'm very pleased to share this platform with colleagues from different parts of the world, distinguished colleagues and experts. Already the names are read out. I think we are missing one from Dhaka as well. But I think we can start. But just as an introductory thought, I think the very idea of small state is always an ontological question as well as an epistemological question. I'm a big fan of methodology and philosophy of science. So in that context, I thought that how do you define small states? Rather, the fact that the role of the small states in Indo-Pacific is obviously a very pertinent and critical research question. Of course, we talk about Pacific Island states. There are forums, there are islands on the Indian Oceans. There are countries who are, literal states in the Bay of Bengal, and also there are small islands within the states which sometimes provide a very interesting image of an exogenous sphere within the state. For example, when we talk about Saint Martin in the context of Bangladesh, it has raised severe issues, both geopolitical and geostrategic in concern. So I think understanding the predicaments, understanding the strengths and weaknesses of small states and their roles in Indo-Pacific is a very pertinent research question as well as a policy question. I'm sure that all of us today who will be presenting their thoughts will shed light in various ways of some of these questions. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Mr. Mohammad Saifullah Akan, research scholar from Osaka University, Japan, and also a dear colleague from Dhaka University, Japanese Studies Department. Saifullah, if you start. So we have roughly 10 minutes for presentation, right? And then of course, we'll have more time for the question and answer, Saifullah.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So am I visible?
Yes,
visible?
Yes, your slides are visible and audible as well. Yeah.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here today. I am honored to present my thoughts on a critical topic, particularly in front of my my teacher, Dr. Niloy Ranjan sir, as the titled "Small State, Big Challenges: How Bangladesh is Coping with Indo-Pacific Dynamics." So let me start by asking a question that was in my mind before working in this issue. Like, how does a country like Bangladesh, relatively small in size and resources, navigating the complexities of one of the most contested regions in the world, the Indo-Pacific? As you know, the Indo-Pacific is the center of global politics, trade, and security in the contemporary era. This region spans from the Indian Ocean to the Pacific Ocean and is home to powerful nations like the USA, China, India, and Japan. So the competitions among these major powers directly impacts Bangladesh. Despite being a small state, Bangladesh occupies a crucial position due to its strategic locations, economic growth, and diplomatic engagements. So in this presentation, I will highlight the importance of Bangladesh in the Indo-Pacific region, the challenges Bangladesh faces as a small state, and the strategies Bangladesh has adapted to balance global powers while securing its own interests. So, why is Bangladesh important in the Indo-Pacific region? Bangladesh's importance in the Indo-Pacific comes, from this location and growing economy. Bangladesh is uniquely positioned at the crossroads of South Asia and Southeast Asia. So this location makes it a gateway for trade and connectivity between the two regions. So its 710-kilometer coastline along the Bay of Bengal connects the Indian Ocean, a critical route for global trade. So more than 80% of the world's maritime oil shipments pass through this Indian Ocean. So the key ports like Chattogram and the upcoming Matabari deep sea port make Bangladesh an essential player in the regional trade. So on the other hand, we see that Bangladesh has been one of the fastest growing economy globally. In 2023, its GDP grew up by 6.03% according to the World Bank. So with a population of over 170 million, Bangladesh have a large and young workforce that contributes to its economic growth. So the ready-made garments, particularly RMG industry, alone accounts for over 30 billion US dollar in exports annually. So Bangladesh is diversifying its economy, focusing on ICT, pharmaceuticals, and renewable energy to attract its more investment. Even in terms of its power projections, so we see Bangladesh is a global leader in climate change advocacy. As the chair of the Climate Vulnerable Forum, Bangladesh amplifies the voices of nations most affected by climate change. Even Bangladesh's contribution to the UN peacekeeping missions reflects its commitment to global peace and security. So the combination of these factors makes Bangladesh a vital player in the Indo-Pacific despite its size. So let us now look at the broader Indo-Pacific dynamics. The region is undergoing constant changes. For example, we see the Indo-Pacific is defined by intense competition between major powers. On one side, the Quad Alliance, consisting of the USA, Japan, India, and Australia, that promotes free and open Indo-Pacific. So their focus is on ensuring freedom of navigation and countering China's growing influence. On the other side, we see China's Belt and Road Initiative that seeks to reshape the regional connectivity through infrastructure investments. So Bangladesh is an active participant in this BRI led by China. And in the regional tensions, we see the Indo-Pacific is also well known for the regional tensions. For example, disputes in the South China Sea have global implications. China's territorial claims conflict with the interest of the neighboring countries and major powers. So even India and China are competing for influence in South Asia. So this rivalry creates both opportunities and challenges for Bangladesh. For example, we see in terms of economy, new trade partnerships like the regional comprehensive economic partnerships or Indo-Pacific economic framework are changing the global economic dynamics. So the restructuring of global supply chains post-COVID-19 that presents opportunities for Bangladesh to enhance its role in manufacturing and logistics. So in terms of security, the region is experiencing the increased militarization as nations enhance their naval capabilities. Non-traditional threats like piracy, illegal fishing, and climate-induced migration also poses additional challenges. So these dynamics create a complex environment for Bangladesh to navigate in the Indo-Pacific. So the evolving, Indo-Pacific landscape that brings challenges for Bangladesh. For example, we see it creates a strategic dilemma for Bangladesh. For example, USA, China, India, and Japan each have a strategic interest in Bangladesh, aligning too closely with one power. It risks alienating others. So regional alliances like the Quad add further complexity in the South Asia, particularly for Bangladesh. So while the Quad promotes a free and open Indo-Pacific, Bangladesh prefers a non-aligned stance. The Bay of Bengal faces security risks such as piracy, illegal fishing, and maritime boundary disputes. Ensuring like maritime sovereignty is a priority for Bangladesh in the contemporary era. The increasing presence of naval forces, from the major powers in the Indian Ocean, it increases the regional tensions also. So while investments from China and Japan help Bangladesh grow, there is a risk of becoming too dependent on one country. For example, China's investment, under the BRI raised concerns about the long-term debt. Finally, climate change, it's a matter of our existence. So Bangladesh is one of the most climate vulnerable countries in the world. Rising sea levels and frequent cyclones threaten our coastal areas, displacing millions of people and disrupting their livelihoods. So, however, despite these challenges, Bangladesh has demonstrated resilience and adaptability. Bangladesh uses three main strategies to manage these challenges. One, diplomatic balancing act. Second, economic diversification and connectivity efforts. And third, security partnerships. So Bangladesh's principle of friendship to all, malice to none guides its foreign policy. So this approach allows to maintain positive relations with all the major powers. However, following this motto, Bangladesh maintains cooperative and friendly relations with the great powers in the Indo-Pacific. For example, we see China has been a long-standing friend and a key development partner for Bangladesh since the beginning of diplomatic ties. Following Xi Jinping's 2016 visit, more positive transformation has been seen in Bangladesh-China relations. The official trip of the president of China to Bangladesh in 2016, which is considered a pivotal moment in the history of bilateral relations between Dhaka and Beijing. The official declaration of the BRI came during the historical visit of Xi Jinping, where 27 agreements totaling 24.45 billion US dollar were signed. So Bangladesh is a key participant in China's Belt and Road Initiative, and major projects include the Podda Bridge rail link and the Paira port, which enhance the connectivity and economic growth. Even Chinese investments have helped develop critical infrastructure, but Bangladesh ensures that this aligns with its long-term interests. On the other hand, in terms of Japan, we see Japan is the biggest bilateral partner of Bangladesh. Bangladesh is one of the largest recipients of Japanese ODA at present. So apart from the ODA, Japan's economic engagement in Bangladesh is also characterized by foreign direct investment and bilateral trade. Even Bangladesh signed the official security assistance with Japan to enhance maritime security and cooperations. So this partnership reflects shared values of a free and open Indo-Pacific. So under the 43 loan packages so far, the Japanese government has funded many projects in different sectors of Bangladesh, including Matarbari Deep Sea Port and the Dhaka Metro Rail to strengthen Bangladesh's infrastructure and connectivity. Even Bangladesh's collaboration with the USA on trade and security under the FIP framework, we see the US provides support for counterterrorism and maritime security. Even US-Bangladesh partnership has also on democracy, human rights, and economic development. On the other hand, as a neighboring country, India, we see Bangladesh shares deep historical and economic ties with India. Connectivity projects like the BBIN corridor and transboundary railways is enhance the regional trade. However, through this balancing act, we see Bangladesh secures economic benefits while preserving its independence. Economic diversification is also crucial for Bangladesh's resilience. Bangladesh is expanding its trade beyond traditional markets in Europe and North America. New trade partnerships like with ASEAN, the Middle East, and the Africa are being also developed. The diversification of export products such as the ICT and pharmaceuticals is also reduces reliance on the textile sector. Even in terms of the increasing foreign investment, we see Bangladesh is creating a business-friendly environment. Equal opportunities are provided to all investors, ensuring a balanced approach. So sectors like renewable energy, ICT, and manufacturing are priorities for attracting global investments. These efforts are strengthening Bangladesh's position as an economic hub. For example, we see here is a net FDI inflow by China and Japan in Bangladesh between 2013 and 2022. So as you know, security is a crucial pillar of any country's strategy. So like others, Bangladesh is also very much concerned about their security, particularly maritime security. So in that case, we see Japan's supports Bangladesh's coast guards with training and equipment. This enhances Bangladesh's ability to safeguard maritime resources. Even Bangladesh is mobilizing its navy by purchasing arms from multiple countries, including China. For example, according to Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, we see that China is Bangladesh's most important arms supplier. So this diversification ensures that strategic balance. Even Bangladesh collaborates with the USA and regional powers to combat terrorism and piracy in the Bay of Bengal. So this joint exercise and intelligence sharing strengthen Bangladesh's security capabilities. So by investing in security partnerships, Bangladesh enhance its sovereignty and stability. So in conclusion, we can say that Bangladesh is a small state facing big challenges in the Indo-Pacific. But Bangladesh may be a small state, but it has proven that size doesn't limit significance. Its strategic locations, economic growth, and diplomatic strategies make a key player in the Indo-Pacific region. So despite challenges like geopolitical pressures, economic vulnerabilities, and climate risks, Bangladesh continues to navigate these complexities with resilience. So through a balanced foreign policy, economic diversification, and strategic security partnerships, Bangladesh sets an example for smaller states worldwide. So that's all from me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammad Saifullah Akon. Quite an interesting one. And a few questions that came to my mind from the presentation, and particularly highlighting a single case study, Bangladesh, and its significance in the Indo-Pacific is, what is the agency of an individual state when we are talking about Indo-Pacific as a region, which is obviously mostly a very significant geostrategic sphere in that context. And also at the same time, when we were talking about balancing, I think a few questions that would always raise in the broader political science, international relations, and these disciplines, similar disciplines, is that are we redefining balancing? And because in the Cold War context, when we talk about balancing, of course, when it was a bipolar era, and when we redefine the contemporary era as multipolar complex world order, or add some more qualifier into that. So how do an individual state or quote unquote small state do balance, or do they have the agency to do do balance in this context? I think you have started a very with some of these ideas. We have started a very interesting discussion, and we can move forward to the further discussions that we have, and I'm sure that some of the interesting ideas will come up as well. Do we have Dr. Zeno Leone, lecturer from King's College?
I'm sorry, I apologize to interfere, but I heard that Mr. Jano is not feeling well, so he might not speak.
Okay.
Okay, so you can
Sure.
move on with the other speakers.
Yeah, then I can see Dr. Barbara Pratik from Vistula University, Poland. Dr. Barbara, floor is yours. And since we have one or two speakers missing, so of course, you can go forward a little bit further, more than 10 minutes, maybe perhaps 12 to 15. Thank you so much. Floor is yours, Dr. Barbara. Need to unmute. Oh, okay. The organizers.
Yeah, hi.
Can you check that?
Yes. Right.
Yes,
right.
now I think it's working. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you so much for Tunis for organizing this very interesting event and for inviting me to this panel. I think I'm going to try and build a little on what my predecessor said. And it's also going to be a bit of a loose thoughts. I'm going to try to contain myself in those 10 minutes because I think we can have a very interesting exchange of ideas afterwards as well. And what I want to talk a little bit about is kind of the result of a project in Indo-Pacific I did with some colleagues of mine in La Sapienza and at Ritsumeikan Asia Pacific University. Among others, about the role of middle and small powers. And as Professor Biswas said at the very beginning, the whole definition of a small state, small power is fluid, because it all depends on what kind of markers we want to take in. Because if we look just through geographic limitations, or population limitations, that you would say that Singapore is definitely a small state. However, its influence on Indo-Pacific and on the region is definitely not that of a small state. So here I would argue that in general, small states would be small powers in relation to a very specific variable. Otherwise, it would be basically impossible to define them. So basically, economic small powers, of course, are measured by their gross domestic product. Political small powers by this small, low involvement in the region, in international organizations, in global diplomatic networks. And of course, military small powers would then be automatically classified by their low expenditure into the military, and really so on. And so, of course, most of the small states that we're talking about will actually have a combination of all those. Of course, not all, because of course, population-wise, again, Singapore is very much involved in both international organizations and in the global diplomatic networks. So in that sense, we cannot really claim that politically it is a small state. But I want to take into account a couple of cases. These are the ones that we looked at with my colleagues, and look at their general strategies, because of course the previous presentation talked about Bangladesh, but Bangladesh is of course also in a very specific position of being a small state in some ways, but not in others. Well, I'm going to focus on the states where, if we talk about these variables, they would be small states in accordance to basically all of them. So of course, these would be the states that would be small in relation to the ranks and performances of all the other Indo-Pacific states, including the behavior, including the way it is contrasted with others. So basically, my definition, my working definition here today is that small states are then defined as though with low objectives and low perceived rank. In the context of where they are acting, Indo-Pacific, of course, and as actors whose prescriptions differ from those of middle and great powers, which are above them in the hierarchy, as kind of looking into war, really. The countries that I really want to look at are Laos, the Maldives, and of course, and Papua New Guinea and the Pacific Island countries. I'm grouping them together because most of the characteristics are actually common for them. And if we look at most of those, we would see basically two main strategies. And it would be either bandwagoning, especially in the case of Laos and Papua New Guinea. This is definitely bandwagoning, of course, with two different states. But in the case of Maldives and Pacific Island countries, I would argue it's more hedging kind of combined with a lot of non-alignment. So basically with Laos, this is definitely bandwagoning. And if we want to talk about bandwagoning, of course, this is essentially to avoid any type of attack by accepting a domination of a certain state. And it is very much a defensive strategy that is often employed by small states. The small states such as Laos that have very little recourse because of the low engagement in international relations, because of the low network of diplomacy that it has, also because of its political system constraints, it actually doesn't really have much other choice other than to join in many ways and bandwagon with China. And of course, Walt would argue that bandwagoning can also be for security and defense. It doesn't have to be out of fear. And there is also a very clear expectation of a certain profit. And we can see Laos has been profiting from bandwagoning with China. Of course, the railway that the Chinese companies build in Laos is one very good example of this type of bandwagoning, bringing in profits. But of course, it could also be argued that this type of bandwagoning with such a huge discrepancy in power between a great power and such a small state would also create a very unhealthy relationship in many ways and increase dependence of the small state on the great power to the point where it would actually negatively impact its sovereignty. And this is definitely something that in many ways Maldives have been trying to prevent, but Maldives have been also a bit flip-flopping when it comes to their approach towards great powers, because it keeps really a swinging behavior, but that also depends on the government. But we have this maximum benefit cooperation with China, all the way back to India and to closer cooperation with the United States, and then back to China. So in many ways, it is kind of hedging, but it could also be argued that this is trying to balance out and not align fully with either one, at least not align permanently the way that Laos was forced to do. This is not something that Papua New Guinea, on the other hand, can do, because it has also been bandwagoning mostly with rising China. Of course, now there's going to be more questions about this when China is not able to perform as well and provide as much in return for that political support that they have been enjoying from countries like Laos and Papua New Guinea. There is also a more aggressive appearance of countries like Australia, which are going to try and counterbalance that bandwagon of small states supporting China instead of supporting AP4 and United States. And this is also something that is definitely happening when it comes to Pacific Island states. With Pacific Island states, with some, of course, notable exceptions, they are trying to maintain a certain non-aligned position. So, of course, they are trying to enjoy the perks of working with each of them, but that's because all states are, of course, very much lacking in investment in infrastructure. And China has been, of course, using this very much to their advantage, while states like Australia, New Zealand, United States, or Japan have kind of missed their chance at the beginning. But now, among others, with the Project for Quality and Infrastructure, Pacific Island states are actually more looking forward to working together with AP4. Because they also see that working together with China comes as a cost. And while they want to enjoy the benefits, they definitely don't want to throw their full political support after one of these offers, because they're just afraid that because of their very small size, this is not going to be beneficial for them, and it's better to try and play the long game where they are able to kind of play one against the other. And I think my kind of final country that we have looked at in the project that was very interesting is Brunei, because Brunei is very small in all terms, again, except one, of course, the gross domestic product per capita is actually very high, but that doesn't mean that the population is very rich as opposed to Singapore. So in many ways, because of the low impact of the population on global markets and the relatively also low impact of Brunei itself on global markets and on economy, I would still classify it as a state that is very low on all of these variables, including the economic one. And Brunei has also, as a bit surprisingly, been very much pro-China, which shows us a very dangerous trend for the AP4 and for United States, because the whole idea of implementing the strategy of Indo-Pacific was to try and contain Chinese influence, at least when we talk about why Japan and the United States have been doing this. And seeing that Brunei is yet another small country in the Indo-Pacific that has been working, bandwagoning with China, and trying to kind of work with them regarding all things like regional territorial disputes, that means that small states in those strategies of AP4 have been very much neglected. If they are so much still invested with China and don't mind as much this huge discrepancy of power, this huge asymmetry, which actually can and has before been abused by Beijing, by the government in Beijing. So basically, this means that these strategies are failing when it comes to small states, at least based on the examples that we have looked at in the project. I will stop here, and I'm absolutely very happy to have any questions and comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Barbara Kratyuk. You have raised quite a few very interesting and thought-provoking questions, in fact. And sorry if I always find out questions from the presentation, and I think that's the task that we need to do as academic and researchers. So first of all, you have questioned the idea of, I think, bandwagoning, another very Cold War terminology, but have been redefined and reformulated in various ways. The examples, particularly that of from South Asia, island countries, West Asia are quite significant. And I think, we need to re-raise these questions always, that whether to what extent the quote unquote small states have gain the agency or acquired the agency to kind of direct some of the policies that they do, or is it still the very neorealist pattern of understanding that the structure, in this case particularly the big powers in the Indo-Pacific, kind of influence more that how the agency should work. So these questions have been revolved in various ways, and your presentation have also, I think, raised some of these very interesting points for discussions and food for thoughts for the discussion. So again, I thank you so much, and also it's time to invite two speakers from Philippines. We have Jumel G. Strenero, sorry for my pronunciation, and also Ati Fatima G. Saklan from De La Salle University, Philippines. So time is yours, floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Good day, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Niloy Biswas of the University of Dhaka and the nice organization of Dr. Pramod Jaswal for organizing this event, as well as my esteemed and very supportive co-author, Attorney Fatima J. Sakilayan, as we have written a short paper about the current political dynamics in the West Philippine Sea as being categorized as one of the major flashpoint in the Southeast Asia. I also would like to big mention a very good mentor and friend, Dr. Amparo Pamela Fabe, which I found about calling as Ate Mimi, one of the professors in the University of the Philippines, and a security expert in the in ASEAN. I guess before I present our presentation, there are two major points which we want to highlight that actually triggers the study. In fact, our topic was categorized under the small state in the Pacific. The first one is the idea of unilateralism and the logic of maritime security, which I believe the West Philippine Sea and the South China Sea is actually included. The formation of this new unilateral groupings have actually prompted some important questions that we want to answer in these presentations. First is, so why are such configurations emerging in the Pacific? What explains the rise of bilaterals or the small states, political dynamics in the region, and further with the US, Japan, and Australia, which are actually involved in the grouping, are being named Squad, because naturally this kind of reference has been drawn to the already existing Quad. And then the other trigger, or the other another rather factor that triggers us for us to study about this current dynamic again in the West Philippines is that there is a decade-long quest for a legally binding code of conduct for parties in the South China Sea, which can be a story of either frustration, if not failure, for the Philippines to secure its territorial integrity. This kind of frustration stems from the very idea that the Philippines were relatively smaller size in material resources vis-a-vis those hegemons and emerging powers like China and those middle powers would generate a strategic effect in the maritime space. Of course, the Philippines need much more to prove middle power preponderance in the long run. it cannot utilize near obsolete approaches to address its problems. The ASEAN's bloc membership, for example, in terms of size and differing priority interest, often hampered agreements and are perceived as said to be the stumbling block. The limitations of these choices among smaller states within the region um, pushed states to only or to tap only neighbors with vested interest in particular issue. Hence, the concept of minilateralism or small states is instrumental for the Philippines as well as with the ASEAN to at least optimize its recently gained middle power status. So let me share with you our presentation, and I hope you are seeing this one. So again, the narratives in the West Philippine Sea among states like US, China, Japan, and the ASEANs are very important for as factors, no, in the determination of the policy and the strategic recommendations in the Philippines as well with other smaller states political choices. Just to give you some sort of background about our study, this is going to be the context of or the flow about the background, antecedents, analysis, conclusion, and our way ahead. And as you see here, it's only like in the first quarter of this year when China Coast Guard suffered holes in the hole or in the hull rather above waterline after its collision with the Philippine Coast Guard's Japanese-made Parola class. That is, of course, a manifestation wherein the Philippines is quite connected with Japan, making some sort of multi-role response in the maritime domain, wherein that particular Parola class was made in Japan, and this was even followed by a series of coercive acts by China against Filipino fishermen, and a serious threat to the territorial integrity and sovereignty of the Philippines. And both actions of China here are considered as an overt portrayal of the deteriorating diplomatic relations between two countries. Another thing is that in the middle of this year, we have seen that there's a lot of dangerous maneuvers by China, including the ramming and towing against supply boats of with the armed forces of the Philippines, and these coercive and aggressive actions during the RORE mission, which is of course considered as an important and significant act by our forces for a supply and resupply of foods and other sustenance of our people there. And in addition with that, when Chinese maritime forces injured 8 Filipino soldiers, one of whom suffered a serious injury, and China was able to seize their guns in a violent encounter, that can be considered as a serious operations against our operations group. And we have to take note that the fact that the assaults by the Chinese Coast Guard or the CCG against the Philippine vessels were committed by either water cannons and ramming the watercraft, it extends to the point that whereby it was alleged that in addition to the use of water cannons and ramming the aircraft, the CCG is said to is said to have a long-range acoustic device that can actually impair the hearing of our forces situated there. Now, these 5 incidents here are can be considered as a string of recent standoff, not only in the West Philippine Sea but also in the South China Sea, including the most recent one in the Sabina Shoal, wherein it sparkles from for the Philippines to urgently rethink its South China Sea strategy. Now, we want to highlight here in our study also that the event which transpired last August, where the Chinese Air Force craft dropped flares in path of Philippine Air Force, um, was actually in the routine patrol over the Bao de Masinloc, or the famous or famously known as the Scarborough Shoal, which is of course within the Philippines exclusive economic zones, putting the lives of these Filipino soldiers. Again, these acts by the People's Republic of China are inconsistent with the international law, and are best and these are the latest in the repeated threats to the status quo in the South China Sea. Now, I would like to highlight also here that this year there was a president visit to the Western Command of the Armed Forces of the Philippines in Palawan, and the policy mandate of the president was actually mentioned, and he said that history itself can tell that we have never in the Philippines yielded to any foreign power. We owe to our forefathers the duty to keep the freedoms that they fought, bled and died for, and they presently enjoy. What he was trying to say is that the strategic policy was guided by the overall geopolitical alignment of the Philippines in the Indo-Pacific security, even though we consider ourselves as a small state, and within the ASEAN partnerships. And in one occasion, for example, it's not only the president who said the same kind of narrative, but the Department of National Defense also said that what ensued in the Ayungin is not a misunderstanding or any accident that has been claiming by China, but it's actually a intended move by the Chinese forces. Now let's go with the analysis part, looking into the lens of the Indo-Pacific security in the Philippine strategic policy. Again, even if the Philippines is not a major player in the Indo-Pacific, because it is of course we have US, Australia, Japan, and India in the actual platform. The United States of America, on one hand, categorically said that the U.S. policy on the West Philippine Sea does not change and will continue to support the Philippines. So, as you see here, there are at least four points we want to stress out. The first one is the strategic policy intent. The second one is the deliberate act of the Chinese officialdom. The third one is the consistency of the United States in terms of their policy upheaval. Like they have been reflecting what the Mutual Defense Treaty is all about. And lastly, the Gentleman's Agreement, which is up until now is not yet proven and could be led by the political propaganda, not only from the external affairs, but also internally in the Philippines, which have been exploited by both parties from the administration and the opposition side. Now, this is one of the enmeshed narrative that I want to discuss, or we want to discuss. No? The recent agreements have created three countries' long-standing defense, which have given five narratives or development. The first one is the alliances of the or the alliance between US and Japan in relation with the JCCS. And then the second one is the upgrading and integrating their defense communications and air defense networks. And the last three is all about the furtherance of their alliances, both in the defense industry at the same time with the capacity building. Japan has started to make changes also in the interpretation of this pacifist constitution since World War II. But again, this might be subject of debate because after a few months, they have been touting a different kind of uh, a narrative again in the East Asia. Now, to conclude, to assure the security of Philippine troops and the citizenry, a strong and more assertive instance has to be asserted by the Philippines. A more strategic way of seeing things is that it can be cascaded and streamlined either by diplomatic and political security efforts, minus the defense cooperations formally in the middle. One of the last slides that we want to show you are some of the policy recommendations and probably a call to action to all the viewers at the same time, readers of this paper. The first one is the possibility of passing the Philippines Enhanced Resilience Act of 2024, the PERA Act, which was actually triggered as a way forward also by the United States Senators Phil Hagerty, a Republican, and another by it was actually introduced with the Philippines Enhanced or the PERA to at least strengthen and modernize the US-Philippines alliance. That is actually the aim of that. The second one is that the second has a very important calculation among the members of Quad and or the quadrilateral security members, but also the small states or the minilateral states, because again there is a Trump 2.0 leading to the questions on how will the Philippines assess and navigate its defense posture in national security state with the reinstallation of Trump administration vis-a-vis the current or the incumbent administration in our fence. Again, the possibility of actively joining the Quad or for China's containment. And another question is, will it be more lax to emphasize its making America great again, or the MAGA political banner from the domestic to external actors towards the multilateral state? Or US will be more focused on its unilateral political alignment, like for example, more US-centric and lesser instance in the Middle East policy, such as the withdrawal of the military reinforcement in Iraq during its stint. And then another recommendation or policy recommendation is to at least continue what the current administration has started, which is to have a regular basis for the supply mission in the Sierra Madre. Fourth one is to always or strategically call out the Chinese act as the aggressive militarizations and dangerous tactical operations, not only in the Philippines fence, but also with the ASEAN region. And then fifth would be the commitment to finding peaceful resolutions. And up until now in the Philippines, there is still a contestation whether the mandatory ROTC would be passed here. But if it will pass, then I hope that this would be a good template, not only in the domestic sphere, but also with other regions like in the ASEAN. And the last two has something to do with the support, most especially from our Congress, wherein there's a need for increased budget or the funding for the welfare and the training of our troops and the support for the approval of the budget allocation aimed at enhancing our maritime defense capabilities. I would like to highlight, last but not the least, I would like to say that recently here in the Philippines, we have, although we are a small state, we were able to at least ink two laws in the Philippines, which is the maritime zones and the archipelagic sea lanes. And I'm very proud to say that as a Filipino, that kind of passage declares the maritime zones under the Philippine jurisdiction. It even designates sea lanes in the country of foreign vessels and aircraft. I hope that's going to be a good starting point from the lens of the from other states in the ASEAN, that even though they might be considering Philippines as a weak link in the ASEAN, Philippines is doing its best to leverage with the international community and its advocacy to at least uphold its rules-based international order is always aligned, not only with the UNCLOS, that 1982 UNCLOS, but also these administrations resolve uh, to protect the country's maritime resources. And that's it. Thank you so much, sir. And again, this is Jamel and Attorney Sakilayan's presentations.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zumel, and also Ati Fatima, for the presentation. I think you have rightly and quite in an interesting way highlighted Philippines as a very critical case to understand various aspects of the roles and predicaments of small states in the region. I'd particularly like to highlight, for example, like, if we want to utilize the understanding of security dilemma, which we always have tried to understand from the perspective of the big powers, but at the same time, in South China Sea, broadly in Indo-Pacific, I think some of the cooperations and counter cooperations have also created a perception of security dilemma among the states and kind of put leverage on the state itself, which we often highlight as the balancing act. Now, secondly, also it is very interesting to kind of, if I understand correctly, that the issue that the relations between the big powers in other parts or their own relations is not immune from the small states' relations with the respective states. For example, the relations between China and Japan in the region or in the close proximity obviously influences the relations between, for example, Philippines and China and Philippines and Japan and the other neighboring countries as well. So it is for Philippines, for example, like it's in close proximity. But for example, when we talk about Bangladesh, which is quite at a distant, but it's still, when we were having our independent unique relationship with China and Japan, so the Chinese-Japanese relationship in different other parts of the geography is also very important. And this is due to probably like more connectivity, the framework that has been offered by Indo-Pacific or even Chinese own connectivity projects through BRI. So I think quite a few interesting points that I noted. And I guess we do not have any other speakers apart from me and us, those who have presented so far as. So ASM Tariq Hassan is absent. Can the organizer confirm that do we have any other presenters left? No. Yeah.
I think yeah, we have no more speakers now.
Thank you. Thank you. I had a few points, and frankly speaking, because I was preparing my own 2 cents for these understandings, I'll probably take like 5 minutes or so, then we can open up for the question and answers or observations. I already noted there are a few very interesting questions for specific speakers that has raised in the comments box as well. Now, when I was thinking that what idea can we share, So more holistically, without going for any particular country that came to my mind, I was thinking that do small states matter in terms of creating and diffusing norms? Like in terms of concepts in broadly political science and IR, I'm more into this, norm setting and norm creations kind of business. So of course not what we think of as the very traditional understanding of international relations, which I think is not really interesting at this point, even if you listen to some of the very interesting ideas of John Jemiah Scheimer and so on and so forth. So more like how the Indo-Pacific framework, not only in terms of increasing security and economic cooperations, but at the same time, does it provide a space for the small states to kind of create or diffuse some of the bigger norms, for example, neoliberalism, because we all understand that when we talk about neoliberalism, and in fact, in the context of Indo-Pacific as well, when we try to highlight the rule-based order, of course, this is a very important and significant component of the neoliberal order. So how do small states, or is it the small states who carry forward the same value that has been highlighted during the 20th century in terms of creating the understanding of the neoliberal order, or the small states have been able to kind of divert or add significant components in the established value systems or some sort of uniqueness in these ideas as well, whether in the areas of security cooperations, because we have been talking about, all of you have been talking about, security cooperation, national interest, at the same time, cooperation with the countries. They might not be very much friendly towards each other, or so on and so forth. So when we talk about liberal world order, because there are also a big plethora of studies that talk about that new liberal world order is failing, therefore why do we need to be part of these bigger connectivity projects if the ideological idea is to establish a new liberal world order? So what value the small states add into it, apart from the fact that, and as all of you have rightly mentioned, that it is very difficult to generalize the idea of small states. Therefore, it's very difficult to measure that all small states, quote unquote, will act in a similar way. So, for example, when we talk about democracy promotion, human rights, free market, rule of law, multilateralism, are all of these, is there a pattern that we can follow, which might be a diffuser of the same norms that have been coming from, or we can also think of that what new things that these states have been actually adding to, based on the culture and context. So I think this is, to my idea, is something very important, because for example, if you take climate change as one of the, and my examples would be mostly classified as quote unquote non-traditional aspects, so not perhaps very much in a military war, and those who are more attractive components of the international relations. But I still think that some of the non-traditional threats, where actually the collaboration of small states would be more impactful. And when we talk about providing norms or creating norms and diffusing norms, may be instrumental in this sector. So climate change is obviously one of the big areas. So I think in the discussion as well, the references have been there, particularly regarding when we talk about climate vulnerable states. We usually have seen the patterns in the United Nations, like, LDC countries and so on and so forth, mostly based on the economic activities, but also at the same time, I think the platforms of climate change, where we have seen that IORA, Pacific Island forums, and others have also played very significant roles. Even though if you measure from the outcomes, it might not show the optimism that the small states have had the agency to influence the bigger decisions. But at the same time, certain norms and standards have been evolved, influenced, and also changed and transformed over the period of time, because there has been a collaboration of the victim states, or climate victim states, or the way how we put these things over there. Again, does it has it been possible to change the bigger transformation from the mitigation to adaptation, but at least preserving the rights of the climate victim states and asking for climate finance? There are a lot of questions and issues regarding the management and the commitment of the Western states, those who have contributed more in the carbon emission. Despite that, I think this is one of the few areas where small states collectively in the region, in the Pacific broadly, have been able, within the framework of neoliberal collaborations, to stand with their own ideas, voices, and kind of push, or the way how we say, like, push the bigger walls with some sort of norm setting. um, is there other areas, particularly when we talk about democratic governments, human rights, rule-based orders? There are obviously different practices. There are obviously differences. It has been problematic to, if you like, for example, different indexes where we want to see the Indo-Pacific small, quote unquote, small countries regarding their democratic governance, human rights conditions, and so on and so forth. But there has been an effort. There are very interesting championing countries like Timor-Leste in the process of democratic governance, and so on and so forth. And they have been following. And at the same time contributing in the ideas of how the governance reform can be conducted, improving the situations of human rights, and so on and so forth. And championing these ideas in several multilateral forums, whether it be regional like ASEAN, and also the global ones like United Nations. But this is one area which can also be considered as counter argumentative as well. Like, does the small do the small states really follow the norm that has been established by the Western neoliberal ideas, particularly when we talk about democracy, human rights, and so on and so forth? Of course, you can bring examples where the strugglingness within these can raise a question. Now, the next question then it would be that whether this connectivity project in the Pacific would facilitate or inspire countries, small states, to become more democratic and do the reforms in the institutions to uphold the neoliberal values of democracy and human rights. The other small example, I think, Mr. Akon has raised, that is the Bangladesh's contribution is peacekeeping, and that is mostly global South. And if you look at the global contributors over there as well in the last couple of years, last at least 3 decades, I'd like to say, is of course where the global South has been contributing to peacekeeping, some sort of idea which goes beyond the strategic military engagements. Now, quite frustratingly, less than 1/50th of the entire defense budget is actually used by the United Nations for peacekeeping. So it's very tiny amount if you see the last year's budget, what has been utilized by the peacekeeping, for the peacekeeping, in fact, compared to the entire defense budget of the top 10 countries, which is very frustrating. But at the same time, if you see the more countries from the global South that were engaged into that, has not only an instrumental value, but also a very conceptual contribution regarding the understanding of peacekeeping and peace building as well. There are critiques of peacekeeping saying that United Nations is just being used by the global P5, which one can argue or disargue with that. But at the same time, I think this is one of the very few areas where the countries from global South has contributed in terms of understanding, formulating, and reframing the understanding of peace as a critical point from global South. So finally, if the question is asked again, that whether the small countries are norm creators, I think still this is a problem, because the way how we see the Indo-Pacific connectivity framework is still quite hierarchical. There is an effort to provide equal opportunities and spheres to all countries. At least if you are a researcher who'd like to do a discourse I mean, use a methodology to do a content analysis or try to understand the discourse, you would see the speech of the major actors, that it when it talks about rule-based order and equal opportunity, that's over there. But probably, I think still the real politic is championing over the normative or the constructivist understanding of this framework or connectivity. So if not contributor in norms creation, it's actually diffusing the norms and spreading it up. So and there are contextual contributions of countries, for example, Pacific Island forums as a platform, or climate vulnerability forum as a collective platform, have created their own identity outside of the umbrella of the big powers. So there are multiple challenges to these norm creation processes, but still, I think it's important, and particularly if you want to focus more on the non-traditional aspect of the security and cooperation, the small states should be given more opportunities, particularly when it is about highlighting their own voice, highlighting their own ideas, either individually or collectively, and to diffuse the norms to promote more a liberal world order with peace and sustainability. So I'd stop here, and there were a few questions already in the platform. Will the audience be interested to speak it out, or if you see the chat box, you can also start answering some of these questions. Thank you once again to all of you, all the speakers, for your presentation. Right. So
I know, I'm sorry, I saw that there is a question for me from
sure.
Ms. Amparo. I'm happy to answer this. So the
Please.
question was that basically, do I think that so that I explained the hedging and non-alignment of Maldives, would the improved Maldives-India relations as reflected in the currency swap between Reserve Bank and the complete drawdown of Indian military personnel from Maldives be considered as part of the hedging strategy of Maldives? Do you think, or do you consider this improved relations as long-term foreign policy shift? Honestly, I don't think we can guarantee any kind of long-term policy shift, because we have seen very clearly that different governments have very vastly different approaches to India and China. And because democracies are what they are, I don't think we can guarantee that a pro-China government won't be selected in the next elections. So honestly, I think that it marks kind of definitely an improvement in the relationship between India and Maldives, which from the Maldives perspective has always been a little contested and fraught with tensions, as with many other South Asian countries, if purely because of India's size. Of course, there are other matters included here. So I do think this is a show of goodwill, especially on the part of India, and a way to try and improve the relationship with Maldives, because Maldives for India are very strategically placed. And India has always been afraid of what has been called either a string of pearls or an iron necklace strategy, that basically China could surrender India in the Indian Ocean with ports in very strategic locations. And it already has two such strategic locations. China does in the port in Gwadar, and of course in Sri Lanka, the Hambantota port. And of course another port potentially in Maldives, with the base in Djibouti, could actually increase India's sense of insecurity. So I do think that there is a role to play for Maldives here, and Maldives can use this to more permanently increase or improve their relationship with India. But I also do think it will not be an easy or straightforward operation, especially since the current government in India is very much a believer in the India as a great power and will probably more try to position themselves much higher than Maldives. So thank you so much. I hope this answers your question.
Yeah.
Well,
In addition, right. Yeah, there was one question also for Saifullah. Saifullah, I think you have read the question, so you can, if you'd like to.
Yes, thank you, sir. The question is mainly, will the deteriorating Bangladesh-India relations have any impact on the security of the Bay of Bengal and Bangladesh trade prospects, given that India is its second largest trading partner? Yes, deteriorating Bangladesh-India relations could significantly impact both the security of the Bay of Bengal and Bangladesh's trade prospects. I mean, given their geographic proximity and historical ties, any strain in relations would create several challenges for Bangladesh and India as well. For example, in India and Bangladesh, they share vital maritime interests in the Bay of Bengal, including combating piracy, ensuring safe shipping lanes, and protecting the marine resources. So both countries have cooperated through joint maritime patrols and naval exercises to secure the region. So if relations worsen, reduced cooperations could lead to security gaps and making the Bay of Bengal vulnerable and allow third party to be involved. So the urgent relations would become a more security threat to India than Bangladesh. And in terms of trade, we see India is Bangladesh's second largest trading partner, with bilateral trade reaching probably around $14 billion in last year. So the urgent relations could lead to trade disruptions due to the stricter border controls, border delays or tariffs, affecting the supply chains and Bangladesh's manufacturing sectors, particularly garments and pharmaceuticals. But as the world is more complex and interconnected, so Bangladesh might find others as trading partners. As you know, already Bangladesh increased its trade relations with Pakistan, and definitely we have good trade relations with China. So even Bangladesh might go to ASEAN for further economy and trade. So I think it would be definitely not good for both India and Bangladesh. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one question for Jumel and Fatima as well, from Mira. Yeah, how does the West Philippine Sea dispute illustrate the challenges faced by small states in defending their territorial integrity against larger powers?
Thank you, Dr. Niloy. I'll take the opportunity to answer the excellent question by Mira, right? So, just a brief background for us to understand what transpired or what happened in the West Philippine Sea disputes is that the Philippines lodged its claim to the International Court, the Permanent Court of Arbitration, for its sovereign rights in the exclusive economic zone of the Philippines, which is the West Philippine Sea, which is a greater part of the South China Sea, correct? And here's what happened. So although it was lodged in the International Arbitration Court and that the court ruled in favor of the Philippines, we can still see how China poses and imposes its power along and within the sea or the territory in this region. And it poses challenge on smaller states, since we can see how power dynamics and of course how the hegemons and the powerful countries can illustrate how it can somehow deviate from the rulings and it still enforce its claim over a territory despite it being a signatory in the UNCLOS. And also, however,
aside from the somehow negative or the challenges that it may impose, there's still there's still a positive side over this dispute or issue, since it can show how small countries, small states in the Indo-Pacific could at least still fight a larger or a greater force, since it can be seen like the members of the ASEAN nation, there are other 5 members who are experiencing the same dispute as of the Philippines. However, it is only the Philippines as of today who has shown audacity. I'm looking at the word, the audacity, yet the courage to fight for what it believes it belongs to them. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Jumal, you would like to add anything or?
Yes. Sorry.
No
My mic was fully turned off. I guess the question of Miss Mira is actually is timely. That let me read again. How does West Philippine Sea illustrate challenges faced by small states? I guess so. To answer that, um, there had been and there would always be challenges that the Philippines that has to overcome as a small state, and it must overcome first to boost rather its role in minilaterals. First, it should iron a consistent narrative that its push for minilateralism as part of the smaller states political dynamic, just like what was mentioned by my partner, attorney Sakilayan or Fatima. There must be some sort of creative augmentation among the ASEAN centrality, rather than it diminishes it. While the current minilaterals of smaller states do not challenge larger groupings, the Philippines must stress out the participation in subgroups, and it has not complicated relations with the rest of the ASEAN. The long-term goal should be to at least strengthen the ASEAN as a whole, not in pieces. Although a lot of think tanks have been saying that ASEAN is only a talk shop, but still there will always be a venue for the ASEAN to at least um, make the subgroupings be more complicated than in the long run, and therefore there must be a conscious effort to utilize unilateral smaller states arrangement as complementary to a more comprehensive multilateral setup. Another challenge that the Philippines has to address is it doesn't the Philippines and even other neighbors in the ASEAN was not able to maintain the consistency with its alignment with the United States. I'm not saying that we have to be aligned with the United States as the major power or the hegemon, but then again, a major threat in the South China Sea is of course being disputed against China, and that is the backdrop of that. It doesn't mean that it's our options should be narrow, but if anything, U.S. Free and open Indo-Pacific strategy may actually endorse Philippines as smaller state and the ASEAN centrality to favor the so-called regional proactivity. And lastly, again, one of the challenges again is how the code of conduct will make a big impact and realizations upon its passage, because if minilateralism or smaller states concept becomes a format for cooperation in the South China Sea, the Philippines must be must be able to assert its leadership role in the geopolitical backyard. Again, there will always have to be peaceful negotiations as is a primary goal. It has to convince other claimant states, smaller states like, CLMV states like Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and Vietnam, which have been allies of China. And lastly, those kind of options should be asserted and secured the waters from the illegal and aggressive actions. To cut the long story short, the smaller states and minilateralism concept in the Pacific region vis-a-vis the West Philippine Sea flashpoint. Those four states involved in the Indo-Pacific region are in the Indo-Pacific Security or the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue have to secure their alliances and their promises also with the smaller states. Particularly with the maritime security dialogue that they have been saying as part of the strategic communications, and it would only be credible with credible partners and defense capabilities if they would pursue those mutual defense treaties along with other smaller states.
Thank you. Thank you, both of you. Is there any other questions? We have Barbara has just left, so if there is any other question to the speakers or observation, we can spend some time. Otherwise, we can conclude as well. Yeah. Yeah, I was also thinking, just a quick thought that came to my mind when I was listening to both of you, particularly regarding the case of Philippines as well, the issues regarding the South China Sea and West Philippine Sea as well. So when we are talking about the role of the small states, I think one interesting, I would like to say much more like an intervening variable is the situations within the state itself. Like, for example, whether to what extent the state is stable, the internal conflicts, political instabilities, these also matter a lot. The relations within the relations in between the small state is also quite significant. For example, I was thinking of the situations between Bangladesh and Myanmar since 2017 onwards regarding the issues of the refugees, and at the same time, the civil war started and expanded from 2022 onwards, which definitely destabilized the country itself. Therefore, any ongoing development projects or connectivity would be definitely hampered when this kind of situation exists between or within the state itself. So that's also something very important. Yeah. Any other thoughts from respected audience that we have? All right. So, yeah. No. Thank you. So, Dr. Pramod or the organizers from the NICE side, anything? All right. So shall we end the session? Yeah. I think silence is kind of like a consent. So thank you once again. Thank you the speakers. Thank you the organizers, Dr. Pramod and his colleagues from Nepal Organizations for International Cooperation and engagement for organizing this huge event, and particularly for this panel, provided us the opportunity to interact, shed lights on these small states and its role in the Pacific. I'm sure we'll keep in touch. All the contacts are there with me. They will definitely share with all of us to keep us in touch for future academic collaborations. I thank you for your contributions, and also for your future collaborations as well in this area of work. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and
Thank you.
our esteemed speakers.
Thank you.
So this is the end of this session. So have a good day.
Sure. You too. Take care. Thank you.